Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela while our imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respira y queers escuchar est fanfic completo horror. Suscrebet en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 351 Breakthrough. 6th level Array Master. If Chen Daoxuan's behavior was seen by other Yuanying's engine, they would probably be heartbroken. When other Yuanying cultivators were promoted to magic tools, they poured the power of good fortune into the magic tools drop by drop. Generally, they would stop after pouring more than 10 or 20 drops of the power of good fortune. After a period of time, when the magic tool completely absorbed the power of good fortune, they would continue to pour. Because only in this way can the power of good fortune be maximized. Who is like Chen Daoxuan, pouring the power of good fortune so desperately, with a face like a landlord. Chichichi. The power of good fortune kept dripping on the green spirit armor. Under the transformation of the power of good fortune, the spirit charm of the green spirit armor quickly increased. Until Chen Daoxuan finished pouring a bottle of good fortune power, the aura of the green spirit armor suddenly soared. 5th level lower grade spirit armor. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. It is much more difficult to upgrade a spiritual armor than a fairy sword, not to mention that the spiritual armor on Chen Daoxuan is a combination of a spiritual armor and a white lotus of fortune. The power of fortune consumed in upgrading will only be more. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan obtained enough power of fortune from Kinsan, so he can spend it as much as he wants. After his spiritual armor was upgraded to the 5th grade lower grade, Chen Daoxuan did not stop, but opened bottles of jade bottles, and continued to pour the power of fortune. An hour later, Chen Daoxuan looked at the spiritual armor in front of him, and his heart was excited. 5th grade upper grade power spiritual armor. Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand, and saw the green spiritual armor quickly flowed to his palm like water, and then the green water flowed along Chen Daoxuan's right hand, and wrapped his whole body. At this moment, from the outside, Chen Daoxuan's whole body was covered in green spiritual armor, without a single gap. But Chen Daoxuan felt like he had nothing on him. He could even clearly sense the interaction between his skin and the air. It seems that after my natal spiritual armor was promoted to the 5th grade upper grade, not only did its defense power increase greatly, but its comfort level also rose to a new level. Chen Daoxuan said with satisfaction. Compared with the spiritual armor of other Yuanying's engine, Chen Daoxuan's natal spiritual armor not only had stronger defense power, but it was also a large mana storage device. After taking a look at the spiritual armor he was wearing, Chen Daoxuan began to stimulate the mana in his danshan and continuously infused it into the spiritual armor. My natal spiritual armor was promoted to the 5th grade upper grade, which was a large level higher than the original 4th grade upper grade. This meant that the fortune white lotus inside it was also promoted from the 4th grade to the 5th grade. The ability of the 5th grade fortune white lotus to store mana is naturally not comparable to that of the 4th grade fortune white lotus. As soon as Chen Daoxuan's mana was infused into the newly promoted 5th grade fortune white lotus, he felt that the fortune white lotus, which was originally full of mana, only had a shallow layer of mana left, and these mana were accumulated by Chen Daoxuan in the early stage of Jinden. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan directly introduced these mana into Danshan, and after the transformation of Jinden in Danshan Zifu, it became more pure and profound Jinden late stage mana, and then re-infused it into the 5th grade creation white lotus. After an incense stick, Chen Daoxuan's face was slightly pale, and his Danshan was empty. All the mana was infused into the 5th grade creation white lotus. But after a careful perception, Chen Daoxuan found that, after transforming the mana left in the original 4th grade creation white lotus and his whole body's mana, the 5th grade creation white lotus was still far from full of mana. Even at this moment, the mana in the 5th grade creation white lotus may not even have 1% of the mana after full. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. In addition to his high level of Dao realm, the 4th grade creation Whiteley also played a big role in his ability to compete with Yuanying's engine. because his cultivation was only at the early stage of the golden core, with the manner of a cultivator at the early stage of the golden core. Even if he wanted to use the Dao law of the high stage of the law realm, he was powerless. But Chen Daoxuan relied on the vast amount of mana accumulated by the 4th grade creation White Lotus, and with his cultivation at the early stage of the golden core, he used the space law of the high stage of the law realm and the water law of the early stage of the law realm. Although the quality of his mana is far inferior to that of a Yuanying's engine, the amount of mana is definitely not worse than that of a Yuanying cultivator, and even better. Now, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation has reached the late stage of the golden core, and the quality of his mana has been improved again. More importantly, the creation White Lotus he used to store mana has been promoted from the 4th grade upper grade to the 5th grade upper grade, and the ability to store mana has reached a higher level. It can be predicted that when Chen Daoxuan fully accumulates the mana of the 5th grade upper grade creation White Lotus, and then uses the Dao law, the effect will not be inferior to any Yuanying's engine of the same Dao realm. Even if Chen Daoxuan's mana quality is not as good as that of a Yuanying cultivator at the late Jiandan stage, the quantity of his mana is much greater than that of a Yuanying cultivator, which can completely make up for the lack of quality. The gap in basic cultivation will no longer be Chen Daoxuan's shortcoming. In addition, Chen Daoxuan's endurance is far superior to that of ordinary Yuanying's engine. Unless other Yuanying's engine also have a treasure like the 10,000 years stone stalactite that can quickly restore mana, they can compete with Chen Daoxuan in consumption. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan raised his head and poured the 10,000 years stone stalactite that Kai Yao gave him into his mouth. The mana in his danshan also continued to emerge as Chen Daoxuan drank the 10,000 years stone stalactite. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan continued to infuse mana into the 5th grade creation White Lotus. In this way, Chen Daoxuan drank the 10,000 years stone stalactite while infusing mana into the 5th grade creation White Lotus, treating himself as a machine for converting and infusing mana. The mana in the 5th grade creation White Lotus was visibly accumulated. 1%, 2%, 3%, 10%. After 5 days, Chen Daoxuan, with the help of the 10,000-year-old stalactite, finally filled up the mana in the 5th grade Fortune White Lotus again. As the mana in the 5th grade Fortune White Lotus was filled, the spiritual light on the natal green spirit armor kept flickering, and finally calmed down. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was a sign that the power spirit armor had sufficient energy and its defense had greatly increased. So far, Chen Daoxuan's retreat to upgrade his magic weapon has finally come to an end. After thinking about it, Chen Daoxuan summoned the Fixu and Shengying swords. He activated the Liangai sword formation and used his mind to force the fusion of the 2 laws of space and water again. However, this time, because the water law was promoted to the high stage of the law realm, the repulsive force of the space law and the water law was further enhanced. Although Chen Daoxuan tried very hard, he finally found that the degree of fusion of the 2 laws was still reduced, only 30%. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's face was not good. Although the realm of the Great Dao Law was promoted, the degree of law fusion was reduced. Over and over again, the power of the fusion of the 2 laws of space and water did not increase much. Chen Daoxuan estimated that, taking into account the increase in strength brought by the promotion of cultivation, he has now probably stepped into the threshold of the top true lord, and there is still a long way to go before he can become a being like Kinzan. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but sink his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. The most eye-catching thing in the sea of consciousness is the enlightenment star with a diameter of hundreds of miles hanging in the center. This enlightenment star is one of Chen Daoxuan's greatest gains in the true immortal origin realm. To this day, under Chen Daoxuan's continuous consumption, this enlightenment star has shrunk a circle, no longer the spectacular scene of nearly 600 or 700 miles in diameter. In his perception, this huge enlightenment star in front of him is only about 500 miles in diameter. Now there are about 3 months left before Kinzan plans to raid the Qinghui Taoist sect. Chen Daoxuan decided that in these last 3 months, he would completely squeeze this enlightenment star. At present, there are 2 ways to use the enlightenment star to improve strength. The first method is to use the function of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to improve understanding, and then comprehend a new sword intent. As for the type of sword intent, it should be fire, or gold sword intent. Because Chen Daoxuan still has two 5th level top grade immortal swords, which are of fire and gold attributes. Although it is very difficult to comprehend the third sword intent. But without considering the consumption of enlightenment stars, this difficulty is nothing. However, even if Chen Daoxuan comprehends the third sword intent, and uses the 5th level top grade immortal sword, to promote it to the high stage of the law realm, the improvement of his strength is still limited. Because Chen Daoxuan already has 2 laws that have reached the high stage of the law realm. Even if a new one is added, it will only bring about a further reduction in the degree of law fusion. With the fusion of 3 laws, with his formation realm, the degree of law fusion may be reduced to 20% or even 10%. The fusion degree of the 3 high level laws of the law realm is only 10%, and in terms of the strength exerted, it may not be as good as the top true monarch. This method won't work. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Looking at it this way, I can only choose the second method. The second method he mentioned is to improve the formation realm. Chen Daoxuan's formation level is probably only about the 4th grade lower grade, which is slightly higher than his weapon refiner grade. Once the formation realm enters the 4th grade, the difficulty will increase exponentially if you want to make further progress. From the 4th grade formation master to the 5th grade formation master, I don't know how many Chien Geo monks will be stumped. As far as Chen Daoxuan knows, there is only one person in the entire Wangxinghe who has broken through from the 5th grade to the 6th grade formation master, and that is Hu Yanshi, the master of the weapon refiner hall of Kainyuan sword sect. Of course, breakthroughs in formations are difficult for other cultivators, but not necessarily for Chen Daoxuan, especially under the premise that he decided to use the enlightenment star at all costs. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and looked at the storage ring in front of the futon. This storage ring contains various formations that the Chen family has collected over the years. These formations range from high to low, from the 1st grade lower grade to the 5th grade upper grade, and even the 6th grade formations. There are several jade slips recorded in this storage ring. Formations are not as good as weapon refinement inheritance and alchemy inheritance. In the world of cultivating immortals, the attitude of the cultivators of various forces towards the inheritance of formations is relatively relaxed. Because learning formations requires too high a talent from the cultivators. Not only that, even if the cultivators become high-level formation masters, the value they can create is extremely limited. Unlike high-level alchemists and high-level weapon refiners, they are the foundation of a cultivation force. And the role that formation masters can play is very limited except for arranging the mountain protection formation. But for something like the mountain protection formation, after a cultivation force has arranged it, it usually will not change for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It is impossible for formation masters to survive by arranging the mountain protection formation, right? Especially after the Cheyenne sect, a sect famous for formations, invented something called a formation plate. Even cultivators who do not know any formation knowledge can easily arrange the formation with the help of the formation plate. The role of formation masters is further reduced. So far, in the coastal areas of Xianyantao, except for the Cheyenne sect, which has a large number of formation masters, other sects have only a handful of formation masters. Not to mention the formation masters among the casual cultivators. The formation masters of other sects are more like Hu Yanshi, who is essentially a weapon refiner. After all, a high-level weapon refiner must be proficient in the art of formation. In the end, the two have too many things to learn from each other. A decision was made in his mind. Chen Daoxuan did not delay any longer. With a thought, the enlightenment stars in his sea of consciousness quickly rotated, and a large number of enlightenment stars were consumed. As the enlightenment stardust was consumed, Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment continued to soar visibly. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. In a blink of an eye, his enlightenment broke through the limit of 100 times, and reached an incredible realm. With the improvement of enlightenment, the various formations in the jade slips passed through his mind like meteors. If there was no meteor, it meant that Chen Daoxuan had thoroughly understood a formation. With the size of the Chen family, the formations collected over the years were so vast that they filled a storage ring. But now, these formations were thoroughly understood and chewed up by Chen Daoxuan at an extremely exaggerated speed. As Chen Daoxuan thoroughly comprehended these formation knowledge, his formation realm also continued to rise. 4th level lower grade formation master, 5th level lower grade formation master, 5th level middle grade formation master, 6th level lower grade formation master. Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan didn't know that when one of them was in seclusion and the other was protecting the law, the King Louis Taoist sect also underwent a significant change. King Louis Taoist sect. A towering fairy palace stood in the clouds. Inside the palace, thrones stood in the majestic fairy palace. Looking around, there were at least dozens of these thrones. At this moment, those who were qualified to sit on the thrones were at least Yuan Ying's engine. Among them, on the 2 highest thrones, 2 cultivators sat respectively. The one on the left was the leader of the King Louis Taoist sect, Yi Xianqi. If the master of the Zhenhe Palace was present, he would probably exclaim. Because sitting next to Yi Xianqi was none other than the leader of the Zuanyang sect, the Divine Fire's engine Wusheng. Compared to Yi Xianqi's feminine face, the face and temperament of the Divine Fire Master Wusheng is much more rough. Alliance leader, you are so anxious to call us here, I wonder why. Wusheng looked at Yi Xianqi and said after some consideration. Wusheng was indeed curious. After all, the Carnean Sword sect was pressing forward step by step, and the entire Chuan kingdom had lost 70% of its territory. It won't be long before the entire Chuan kingdom will fall completely. By then, it will be the turn of the Zuanyang sect and the King Louis Taoist sect. Wusheng is not naive to think that, after launching such a violent offensive, the Carnean Sword sect will only take over Chuan kingdom and then stop. Brother Wu, please be patient. Yi Xianqi looked at him gently, and then looked at everyone. I know that the war on the front line of Chuan kingdom is urgent, but I recalled you at this time. There must be something more important than the front line of Chuan kingdom. Something more important? What is it? Yi Xianqi's words made everyone in Zuanyang sect talk about it. However, the Yuan Ying's engine of King Louis Taoist sect was calm and composed. Obviously, they already knew the existence of Tai divine water. After a while, the discussion stopped. Yi Xianqi asked, what do you think of our victory or defeat in this battle? Hearing this, everyone frowned. In this battle, Carnean Sword sect was unstoppable all the way, and its burst of strength was far beyond the expectations of Zuan King Dao League. All the high-level leaders of Zuan King Dao League did not expect that Carnean Sword sect had improved its strength to such a level after more than 400 years of fighting to support war. 400 years ago, the two sides were still deadlocked in Chuan Kingdom. Carnean Sword sect relied on a sneak attack to take over a small part of Chuan Kingdom, but now, Carnean Sword sect and Zuan King Dao League are fighting, and Zuan King Dao League is no match at all, which is really unexpected. Seeing that everyone's faces are heavy, Yi Xianqi continued, I believe everyone knows that this battle is extremely dangerous for Zuan King Dao League. Even if Carnean Sword sect stops after taking over Chuan Kingdom, with the resources of Chuan Kingdom, how can Zuan King Dao League survive in a few hundred years? League leader is right. Yes. Alas. Everyone sighed when they heard it. But Yi Xianqi stood up from the throne. My Zuan King Taoist alliance is not without a chance of winning. In fact, our chance of winning is much greater than that of Carnean Sword sect. Hearing this, Wusheng could no longer hold back his inner curiosity and said, I wonder what the chance of winning that the alliance leader is referring to is Tai divine water. Boom. What? In an instant, the hall was in chaos. Chapter 352 The Third Law. Gilded Immortal City. A manor house with a large area and elegant decoration. The side door of the manor was wide open, and a number of spirit beast carts were coming in and out of the manor house. Shopkeepers AO, our company has already delivered this batch of goods. Here is the handover list. Please take a look. A foundation building cultivator dressed as a wealthy businessman stood in front of a fat cultivator named Zao who was also dressed as a wealthy businessman, but was actually a disciple of the Shadow Hall, and smiled and bowed. Okay. The Shadow Hall disciple named Zao took the list from the wealthy businessman, checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he nodded and said, "Brother Yu, the bill is good. We have paid for the goods. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate again next time." Of course. The wealthy businessman opposite smiled and gave a thumbs up. In this gilded immortal city, everyone knows that shopkeeper's AO is an unparalleled business integrity. No way. The Shadow Hall disciple named Zao waved his hands repeatedly. "Shopkeeper's AO, I will host you at the Jade Phoenix Tower tonight. Please do me a favor." Hearing this, the Shadow Hall disciple surnamed Zao waved his hands repeatedly. "How can I let you, brother Yu, spend money? This time, I must pay. Brother Zao, are you looking down on me?" The wealthy businessman surnamed Yu pretended to be angry. "This meal must be paid by me." Seeing the other party's firm tone, the Shadow Hall disciple surnamed Zao smiled and bowed his hands and said, okay, brother Yu, please. I will be there on time tonight, and we will not stop until we are drunk. Okay, we will not stop until we are drunk. The wealthy businessman surnamed Yu glanced at the group of busy men under shopkeeper Zao and bowed his hands and said, "Then I won't bother you anymore. Brother Zao, you go first." "Okay, brother Yu, take care." Watching the other party leave, the Shadow Hall disciple surnamed Zao breathed a sigh of relief. As the most important hidden chess piece of the Shadow Hall lurking in the gilded immortal city, in Zhao Cheng's memory, the impression of Cunning and Sword Sect has gradually blurred. If it weren't for the Shadow Hall's secret order to activate this hidden chess piece, Zhao Cheng might have been hiding in the gilded immortal city. But this time, the Shadow Palace actually issued him a secret order of the highest level and asked him to obey the orders of the monks who came to meet him. At the beginning, Zhao Cheng didn't know who was so sacred that he could make the Shadow Palace issue such a high order. But when he saw Kinzan, Zhao Cheng was almost shocked. He was an intelligence officer, so he knew more clearly how high the status of the Zhenhe Palace master in front of him was in the Cunning Sword Sect. It was no exaggeration to say that according to the information Zhao Cheng learned, the strength of the Zhenhe Palace master Kinzan could be ranked among the top 3 in the entire Wanxing Sea, and his status in the sect was only below the sect master of Cunning Sword Sect. In the sect, except for Lin Wu's engine, the master of the refining Hall Hu Yanxi, the third elder Yu Yin and a few others who could be on par with him, the other palace masters and elders were all inferior to the Zhenhe Palace master, including the Hall master of their Shadow Hall, whose status is lower than that of the Hall master of Zhenhe Hall, Kinzan. Zhao Cheng realized that something big must be happening in the Qinghui Taoist sect when this big man came to the gilded immortal city in person. The Hall Master of Zhenhe Hall would not come in person to deal with a small gilded immortal city. His target is definitely the Qinghui Taoist sect, which is thousands of miles away from the gilded immortal city. As for the gilded immortal city, it is just a temporary foothold for the other party. It has to be said, although Zhao Cheng learned very little information, the intelligence he analyzed was very close to the real purpose of Kinzan's coming here. If Kinzan knew, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and praise him for being insightful. Seeing the monk surnamed Yu and his group walking away, the disciple surnamed Zhao from the Shadow Hall shouted to a group of key refining period guys, "Everyone work harder." "Yes, shopkeeper." Everyone echoed. Just as the spirit beast's car was busy going in and out, another group of people walked towards the side door of the manor. Zhao Cheng vaguely sensed something and raised his head. When he saw clearly what the people were wearing, his heart suddenly twitched. Qinghui Taoist disciples. Although he was shocked, Zhao Cheng greeted them with a flattering face. When he walked in front of the Qinghui Taoist disciples, Zhao Cheng bowed his head and kept bowing his hands and said, "I didn't know that the seniors of Qinghui Taoist were here. I failed to welcome you from afar. I hope you will forgive me." Who knew that the Qinghui Taoist disciple who was leading the group smiled when he heard this, and then said in a relaxed tone, "Zhao Cheng, don't pretend. We are disciples of Yaoyu Palace." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's heart suddenly tightened. As a disciple of the Shadow Hall of Cunning Sword Sect, he certainly knew the Yaoyu Palace of Qinghui Taoist Sect. Unlike Cunning Sword Sect, Qinghui Taoist sect has two major intelligence agencies. One is the Yao Palace dedicated to internal affairs, and the other is the external intelligence agency specially established by the current leader Yi Qianqi, Wu'ing Palace. Zhao Cheng was very clear in his heart that he was exposed when he was found by the disciples of Yao Palace. Although he knew that he was exposed, Zhao Cheng still looked at a loss. Seniors of Yao Palace, I wonder what I have done wrong. I'm sorry to trouble you to come and see me. Zhao Cheng, you sneaked into the Gilded Fairy City 54 years ago. If I guess correctly, you should be a member of the Shadow Palace. The leading disciple of Yao Palace stared at Zhao Cheng and said coldly, you people from the Shadow Palace are too arrogant. You dare to sneak into my Qinghui Taoist sect under your nose? Do you really think that there is no one in my Qinghui Taoist sect? Beside him, another disciple of Yao Palace reminded softly, brother, don't forget our mission. Hearing this reminder, the leading disciple of Yao Palace finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, I came here today to send an invitation to your Cunning sword sect. Invitation? The expression on Zhao Cheng's face was slightly stunned. Zhao Cheng was even more dumbfounded when he took the invitation handed over by the disciples of Yao Palace. Because the signature on the invitation was actually the leader of the Qinghui Taoist sect, Yi Qianqi. The leader of the Qinghui Taoist sect sent an invitation to the Cunning sword sect. Those who were not aware of the situation would definitely think that the Qinghui Taoist sect was plotting something again. After all, the Cunning sword sect and the Zuanqing Taoist alliance were fighting to the death on the front line of Chuan State. The two sides were now enemies meeting and were extremely jealous. How could they send invitations to each other? But Yi Qianqi did it. It must be said that this move really made Zhao Cheng a little confused. Also, the leader asked me to tell you that my Zuanqing Taoist alliance not only invited your Cunning sword sect, but also invited people from the three sects of Lingchang Valley, Xian'an sect and Qianji Hall. After saying that, the Yao Palace disciple turned around and left. Wait. Zhao Cheng raised his hand. Seeing everyone turn around, Zhao Cheng said in a deep voice, how did you find out my identity? Humph. No comment. Watching the people of the Yao Palace leave, Zhao Cheng could no longer hold back his crazy beating heart, and with a flash of light, he flew into the manor. Inside the manor, in front of a spiritual lake, Qinzhen looked at the invitation in his hand, and his expression was very interesting. Interesting. Qinzhen laughed. They actually invited us directly. Zhao Cheng stood aside. He didn't know whether the we in Qinzhen's mouth referred to the three major sects of Lingchang Valley, Qianji Palace, and Xian'an sect, or Chen Daoxuan, who he was ordered to take over a few days ago. After thinking about it, Zhao Cheng swallowed his saliva and said carefully, Palace Master Qin, what should we do next? Qinzhen looked at Zhao Cheng and found that, although the other party was nervous, he was not panicked and nodded secretly. This boy has a good character. You know, this is the base camp of Qinghui Dao sect. It is not easy for him, a disciple of Cunning sword sect, to maintain such a calm attitude after his identity was discovered. Especially since the other party's cultivation is so low, only at the foundation building stage. This is even more rare. Thinking of this, Qinzhen could not help but feel a little bit of love for talent, and asked with a smile, how do you think this matter should be handled? Qinzhen's words immediately stumped Zhao Cheng. He frowned, and after a while, he bowed his hands and said, disciple thinks that, since Qinghui Dao sect invited our Cunning sword sect in front of the three sects, we must go. Otherwise, it will seem that our Cunning sword sect is afraid of them. At this moment, Zhao Cheng seemed to have made some kind of decision. But Palace Master Qin, your status is precious, and it is not easy for you to take risks yourself. I can go on this trip for you to see what the Qinghui Dao sect is up to. If the Qinghui Dao sect wants to do something wrong to the disciples, our sect will only lose a foundation building disciple, but the Qinghui Dao sect will suffer a great loss of reputation in the northwest border of Xian'an. In this way, our Cunning sword sect still makes a profit. Hearing this, the smile on Qinzhen's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at the foundation building disciple in front of him and said solemnly, no, you are wrong. I don't know what I said wrong. Zhao Cheng was a little nervous. the loss of you, and the damage to the reputation of King Li Dao sect is the loss of my Yuan sword sect. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng felt a little blocked in his throat, and an impulse of dying for his friend rose in his heart. Seeing Zhao Cheng's eyes slightly red, Qinzhen patted him on the shoulder and smiled. But you are right about one thing. Since King Li Dao sect has invited us openly, we can't refuse to go. Qinzhen paused. Zhao Cheng, disciple is here. From now on, I order you to return to the sect as soon as possible and pass this news to the sect without delay. This. Zhao Cheng hesitated. You want to disobey? Disciple. Disciple dare not. Zhao Cheng lowered his head quickly. Seeing Zhao Cheng still unmoved, Qinzhen glared and said, why are you still standing there? Go quickly. Oh. Zhao Cheng came back to his senses, and with a flash of light, he flew out of the Gilded City. Although there is a forbidden air formation in Gilded City, it is obvious that at this moment, Gilded City has received a special order to lift the ban on Zhao Cheng alone. Zhao Cheng did not look back and flew quickly out of the Gilded City. Watching Zhao Cheng leave, Qinzhen picked up the invitation and laughed again. Interesting. Do you want me to turn the surprise attack into a strong attack? In fact, Qinzhen had a vague understanding in his heart that the leader of the Kingly Taoist sect, Yi Xianqi, dared to openly invite all the major sects when the Tai Divine Water was about to be born. Obviously, he was ready for the major sects to attack his Kingly Taoist sect. At this time when the Yuan Sword sect and the Zuanqing Taoist alliance were fighting, the Kingly Taoist sect still had this confidence. It must be said that Yi Xianqi's courage was greater than Qinzhen imagined. In fact, Qinzhen can now apply for assistance from Yuan Sword sect. Since it is a strong attack, he simply asked the sect to transfer more than 100 Yuanying's engine, and everyone will have an epic Yuanying cultivator melee in the Kingly Taoist sect. But Qinzhen does not intend to do this. Because Yuan Sword sect is in an absolute advantage in the War of Chuan Kingdom, if Qinzhen dispatches a large number of Yuanying's engine here, not to mention how much help it will have, the war situation in Chuan Kingdom will inevitably fall into anxiety again, which Qinzhen does not want to see. On the other hand, Yuan Sword sect is so aggressive in Kingly Taoist sect, which will inevitably make the other three major sects wary. Qinzhen did not tell Chen Daoxuan before that his hidden hand was actually the three major sects of Zuanqing Taoist League. The relationship between these three major sects and Zuanqing Taoist League is not very good on weekdays. Now that Kingly Taoist sect has bred Tai Divine Water, it is not only the enemy Yuan Sword sect that is nervous, but also the three major sects close to Zuanqing Taoist League will be nervous. Just ask. If a Yuan Shan Daojin is born in Zuanqing Dao League, will they be satisfied with their existing territory? Definitely not. In this case, where will the new territory come from? In addition to attacking Chuan country and the wild overseas land occupied by Yuan Sword sect, Zuanqing Dao League is more concerned about the territory of Xian'an Tao occupied by the three major sects, Lingchang Valley, Qianji Hall, and Xian'an sect. This simple truth, as long as you think about it, the three major sects can figure it out. Therefore, after Qinzhen personally revealed this news to the three major sects, he was more than 90% sure that they would stand on the same front with him. Because the birth of a Yuan Shan Daojin in Zuanqing Dao League is too threatening to everyone. Everyone must join forces to strangle this threat in the cradle. Although Yuan Sword sect is unstoppable and powerful on the battlefield of Chuan country, in the eyes of everyone, Yuan Sword sect does not have a Yuan Shan Daojin after all. Even if Yuan Sword sect has some advantages over them, it cannot form a situation of complete crushing. Consider this point. Qinzhen couldn't ask for help from the sects. He had to show the weakness of Yuan Sword sect and the strength of Zuanqing Dao League in front of the three major sects. Only in this way, the three major sects would share the same hatred with his Yuan Sword sect. But at the same time, Yuan Sword sect must show a certain strength. Otherwise, if the three major sects were left alone in the front, I'm afraid the three major sects would not be willing to be the scapegoat. Qinzhen thought that if he, a true lord in this world realm, and Chen Daoxuan, the top true lord, joined forces, the three major sects should be able to recognize the strength of Yuan Sword sect. But Qinzhen didn't know that King Li Dao sect actually invited people from Zuanyang sect. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan knew nothing about the outside world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the pleasure of rapid improvement in strength. In front of Chen Daoxuan, Fixu and Shengying's swords completely merged into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face was filled with surprise. The 6th level formation master is indeed extraordinary. The Xiangang sword formation I created has actually made the integration of the air and water laws soar to 100%. And the formation power of the Xiangang sword formation has not been fully released. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan once again looked at the enlightenment star with a diameter of less than 100 miles in his sea of consciousness, and thought to himself, maybe I can comprehend the third law. Chapter 353, Leaving the Seclusion. It's just that for the third sword intent, should I choose the fire sword intent or the gold sword intent? Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. After a long time, he finally made a decision, and chose the fire sword intent. Although Chen Daoxuan obtained 2 5th grade top grade immortal swords from the treasure of Jinyuan's engine, one of which was gold and the other was fire. But among the low level sword techniques collected by the Chen family over the years, the water and fire attributes are the most. If Chen Daoxuan wants to comprehend the third sword intent, he must give priority to the fire sword intent. Because when Chen Daoxuan comprehended the water sword intent, he suffered a loss. He did not comprehend the complete water sword intent, but the branch sword intent of the water sword intent, the silk rain sword intent. When the silk rain sword intent was in the first and second levels of the Dao realm, it was not much inferior to the water sword intent. But when Chen Daoxuan's cultivation and Dao realm became higher and higher, the disadvantages of the silk rain sword intent began to appear. The biggest problem with silk rain sword intent is that it lacks potential. The limit of this sword intent is the 5th level of the Dao realm, and this is still a theoretical limit. In fact, few cultivators who comprehend silk rain sword intent can reach the law realm, let alone the world realm. Chen Daoxuan saw this clearly, so he did not hesitate to spend a lot of stars of enlightenment to turn the silk rain sword intent that had gone astray. His approach is something that other sword cultivators can't learn at all. However, after this battle, Chen Daoxuan also understood how important it is to not go astray when comprehending sword intent. Chen Daoxuan's spatial sword intent was comprehended in the inheritance of the Wang Xinghe trial. At that time, he comprehended the complete spatial sword intent, because he practiced a large number of sword techniques with spatial attributes, and practiced them all to the perfect state. Facts have proved that cultivators who want to comprehend the complete sword intent do not rely on luck, but on traces. After that, Chen Daoxuan ordered the Chen family to collect various low-level sword techniques everywhere. In addition, he also used his military exploits to exchange for a large number of low-level sword techniques in Kainyuan sword sect. The most common ones were the 2 sword techniques of water attribute and fire attribute. Chen Daoxuan had already mastered the water sword intent and even the water law. The best choice left was naturally the fire sword intent. With this in mind, Chen Daoxuan did not delay and directly searched for various fire attributed first level sword techniques that the Chen family had collected with great effort in the storage ring. Red fire sword technique, burning sun sword interpretation, scorching sun sword technique. One by one, the first level fire attributed sword techniques appeared in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. With his late Chindan cultivation, even without the help of the enlightenment star, the speed of practicing these sword techniques was also very fast. Chen Daoxuan estimated that at most one day, he could practice a first level sword technique to perfection. Compared with the decades or even a lifetime in the key refining stage, to comprehend a first level sword technique to perfection, it was simply like a world of difference. But this was only when Chen Daoxuan practiced normally. Now, he obviously did not plan to practice normally. With the blessing of 100 times of comprehension, one by one, the first level sword techniques were like meteors across the night sky. As soon as they entered Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, he comprehended them to the highest level of perfection. He comprehended and understood one by one the fire attributed sword techniques. Chen Daoxuan's understanding of the fire attributed sword intent became more and more profound. In less than half an hour, a total of 117 first level fire attributed sword techniques were comprehended to perfection by Chen Daoxuan. The speed was terrifying. Despite this, Chen Daoxuan still did not comprehend the fire attributed sword intent. Logically speaking, if a cultivator comprehended the sword intent for the first time, perhaps he could comprehend the fire attributed sword intent after comprehending 4 or 5 first level fire attributed sword techniques to perfection. But this was not the first time Chen Daoxuan comprehended the sword intent. The fire attributed sword intent was the third sword intent he had comprehended. Rejection. Chen Daoxuan frowned. He finally understood what it meant, that the laws that the cultivator had comprehended rejected the new sword intent laws. If other cultivators were faced with this kind of dilemma, they would probably feel discouraged. But Chen Daoxuan did not. If 100 sword techniques don't work, then 1000. If 1000 doesn't work, then 10,000. Chen Daoxuan was determined to comprehend the third sword intent successfully. Because once the third sword intent is successfully comprehended, with the help of the Star Sword Dao diagram, Chen Daoxuan can directly promote it to the high stage of the law realm, comparable to the 2 laws of air and water. Time passed little by little. More and more first level sword techniques were comprehended by him. 200, 300, 400. When Chen Daoxuan comprehended the 872, he suddenly stopped. It was not that the enlightenment star was exhausted, but Chen Daoxuan found that all the first level fire attribute sword techniques collected by the Chen family had been learned by him. But he still seemed to be separated by a layer of window paper, and he just couldn't comprehend the fire sword intent. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was completely angry. In the sea of consciousness, the enlightenment star began to spin wildly, and the consumption of the enlightenment star suddenly rose by a level. At the same time, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension also soared. 100 times comprehension, 110 times comprehension, 120 times comprehension, 200 times comprehension. As his comprehension improved, Chen Daoxuan's mind became more and more active, and everything in the world suddenly became traceable in his eyes. He even suspected that, if he kept this state, he might be able to ascend to immortality on the spot. But obviously, the comprehension star can't withstand such crazy consumption. With a 200-fold increase in comprehension, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension at this moment, even compared with the Mahayana true immortal, can only bow down. The original window paper, with the blessing of 200 times comprehension, was broken in the blink of an eye. In the Danshan Key Sea, an invisible wave swept across the entire Danshan, and then, on the Star Sword Dao map, a new flame lit up. It was the fire sword intent. With 200 times comprehension, Chen Daoxuan not only comprehended the fire sword intent, but also rushed to the second level of star transformation in one fell swoop. Before Chen Daoxuan could be happy, a tingling sensation came from his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and found that the enlightenment star that was originally suspended above the sea of divine light had only a small star core left, which was constantly rotating around the golden scripture. At this point, all the enlightenment stars that Chen Daoxuan had accumulated in the true immortal origin realm were consumed. The tingling sensation from the sea of consciousness just now was the golden scripture reminding Chen Daoxuan that, if he continued to consume the enlightenment stars, he would fall to the second level of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Chen Daoxuan had practiced until now and finally upgraded the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to the third level, so it was naturally impossible for him to let it fall. So he quickly stopped consuming the enlightenment stars. Enduring the tingling sensation from the sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. After an incense stick, a star of enlightenment floated to the star core selected around the golden scripture. After accepting the enlightenment stardust, the star core lightened slightly, and then continued to rotate around the golden scripture, as if nothing had changed. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan knew that, if he wanted to restore the star core to the appearance of the enlightenment star before, it would not work to rely on the daily accumulation of enlightenment stardust. Only relying on the chaotic energy in the source bead could do it. Shaking his head, and throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Chen Daoxuan silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra not to accumulate enlightenment stardust, but to eliminate the tingling sensation in the sea of consciousness. Sure enough, after silently reciting the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, the tingling sensation in the sea of consciousness completely disappeared, and the consciousness returned to an active and full state. Now that the fire sword intent has not only been successfully comprehended, but also directly reached the second level of the star transformation realm, what Chen Daoxuan has to do next is to merge it with the fire attribute fairy sword. With the help of the 5th grade fire attribute fairy sword, it will be promoted to the high stage of the law realm in one fell swoop, thus achieving a leap to heaven. Chen Daoxuan summoned the star sword path diagram, and then took out a fairy sword with a sign flame. It was the 5th grade upper grade fire attribute flying sword he got from Jin Yuan's engine. In the star sword path diagram, a little flame flew out and slowly merged into the fairy sword with a sign flame. Soon, the orange flame merged into the fairy sword with a sign flame. Just like the Fixu and Chengiying swords, this fairy sword with a sign flame began to fade a little bit after merging with the fire sword intent, and finally rushed directly into the star sword path diagram. When Chen Daoxuan looked at the star sword path diagram again, a huge celestial body emitting sign flames appeared next to the light blue star and the diamond-like star. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan knew that the fire sword intent had directly promoted to the law realm, and it was still being promoted. The initial stage of the law realm, the middle stage of the law realm, and the high stage of the law realm. Half an hour later, driven by the 5th order high grade fire attribute flying sword, the fire sword intent was directly promoted to the high stage of the law realm, becoming the 3rd high stage law of the law realm that Chen Daoxuan comprehended. Come out, Chen Daoxuan called softly. The next moment, the transparent Chengiying sword, the light blue Fixu sword, and the sign unnamed flying sword all flew out from the Xingqian sword Dao diagram and appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan looked at them one by one, and finally cast his eyes on the sign unnamed flying sword. You are always flashing sign flames, so I will call you King Guyan. King Guyan seemed to understand what Chen Daoxuan said, and the sword body trembled slightly, making a crisp sound. After giving a good name to the immortal sword that embodied the fire law, Chen Daoxuan did not forget the last step, which was to separate the 4th thought and integrate it into the King Guyan sword. Because only in this way can Chen Daoxuan use the power of the Xiangang sword formation to forcibly merge the 3 laws of air, water, and fire together. But Chen Daoxuan didn't know to what extent the Xiangang sword formation created by his 6th level lower grade formation attainments could integrate the 3 higher level Dao laws of air, water, and fire. Generally speaking, if the 3 higher level laws of the Dao realm are integrated to 50%, one can choose to break through to the 6th level of the Dao realm, the world realm. To break through to the world realm, the first step is that the cultivator must integrate the 3 higher level laws of the Dao realm together, and the degree of integration must exceed 50%. The second step is that the cultivator takes this integrated law as the foundation and integrates it into the cultivator's Dao domain. At this point, the Dao domain becomes the world, and the integrated law is the foundation of this world. From then on, the cultivator can achieve the creation of a world with one thought and the destruction of a world with one thought. Only in this way can it be called the world realm. After the cultivator reaches the world realm, as the world expands, the Dao laws integrated into the world are no longer limited to the high-level law realm, and can continue to improve. Of course, no matter how much the Dao law improves, the cultivator must remember that the degree of law integration must not be less than 50%. Otherwise this world will collapse. Even if the world is big, it is still the same. Therefore, after a cultivator breaks through to the world realm, the progress of the law of the Great Way is very important, but it is more important to keep the degree of integration of the law not less than 50%. 1 month later, Chen Daoxuan carefully controlled his diamond-like mind and slowly integrated it into the King Guyan sword. After integrating the mind, Chen Daoxuan could feel that the King Guyan sword seemed to have become his new body, and he was no longer separate from it. Of course, this is not the point. The reason why Chen Daoxuan wanted to integrate the mind was to perform the Xiangang sword formation and forcibly integrate the 3 laws of air, water, and fire. Before this, Chen Daoxuan tried that the 2 laws of air and water could be integrated into 100% under the power of the Xiangang sword formation and the blessing of the mind. However, Chen Daoxuan could clearly feel that the power of the Xiangang sword formation was far more than that. Therefore, he ignored the consumption of the stars of enlightenment and forcibly comprehended the third sword intent. Now it seems that everything is going very well. The newly comprehended third fire sword intent not only reached the realm of law, but also reached the high stage of the realm of law, just like the two laws of air and water. The only thing Chen Daoxuan was looking forward to was how far these three laws could be integrated. Thinking of this, he summoned the Fixu and Chengying swords again. In front of him, the Chengying sword was in the middle, and Fixu and Qingyan were on the left and right, floating next to the transparent Chengying sword. The next moment, Chen Daoxuan used the Xiangang sword formation. Under the connection of his mind, the formation power of the Xiangang sword formation was fully erupted. The light blue Fixu sword and the cyan Qingyan sword spun wildly around the Chengying sword. The Chengying sword itself was also spinning. At this moment, the three immortal swords were like madly spinning tops, slowly approaching each other. At the moment, when the three immortal swords were attached together, the explosion that ordinary people expected did not occur. The three immortal swords merged together at a speed that ordinary people could not imagine. At the moment when the three immortal swords merged together, a golden giant sword appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. From time to time, cyan, light blue, and transparent light and shadow flashed on this golden giant sword, which looked extremely unstable. Chen Daoxuan tried his best to maintain the Xiangang sword formation. The mana in his body was almost exhausted in an instant, and he had to use the spare mana in the 5th grade creation White Lotus. As the power of the Xiangang sword formation was fully erupted, the integration of the three laws of air, water, and fire was also constantly improving 30%, 40%, 50%. It was reflected on the golden giant sword, that is, its sword body became more and more stable, and the various colors of light and shadow on the sword body became fainter and fainter. In the end, the golden giant sword was like a real immortal sword, not an unstable embodiment of the law. 70%. Chen Daoxuan's face was pale, and he suddenly dispersed the Xiangang sword formation. The next moment, the three immortal swords lost the suppression of the power of the Xiangang sword formation and dispersed instantly. Chen Daoxuan sensed it, and found that in less than 3 breaths, the mana in the 5th grade creation White Lotus had been consumed by nearly 10%. This ultimate move consumes too much mana. Chen Daoxuan murmured, with my own mana, I can't even last for a breath. Even if I use the 5th grade White Lotus of good fortune, I can only last for 30 breaths at most. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown, because he knew in his heart that there would be a fierce battle waiting for him when he went to King Louis Taoist sect. The problem of insufficient mana was once again placed in front of Chen Daoxuan. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan made up his mind and took out the 5th grade upper grade power spiritual armor while taking out the remaining 19 bottles of good fortune. Then, he poured all the good fortune power into the green spiritual armor. Under the impact of such a huge amount of good fortune power, the green spiritual armor began to tremble wildly, and its spiritual charm also soared again at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few months, Chen Daoxuan promoted his own life spirit armor twice in succession. It must be said that the good fortune power he invested in his life spirit armor is more than the good fortune power of all the immortal swords combined. But Chen Daoxuan knew that these investments were worth it. Otherwise, no matter how high his Dao realm was, without enough mana to support it, it would be in vain. All 19 bottles of the power of creation were poured out. Chen Daoxuan's 5th grade upper grade power spiritual armor jumped to the 6th grade upper grade. This grade of spiritual armor would make even the Yuan Chen Daojin excited. But at this moment, it appeared in the hands of a giant and cultivator. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan repeated the previous actions again, using the 10,000-year-old stalactite to madly infuse mana into the 6th grade White Lotus of creation. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Chen Daoxuan infused mana into the 6th grade White Lotus of creation for 2 months, before he could fill it to 90%. Just when Chen Daoxuan wanted to continue infusing, he found that the 10,000-year-old stalactite in the jade bottle had been consumed by him. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. closed his eyes and silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra before opening his eyes again with vigor and vitality. It's time to come out of seclusion. King Louis Taoist sect, here I come. Chapter 354, Praise to Death. Boom. As the heavy stone door of the retreat room opened, a white figure walked out slowly from the retreat room. Outside the retreat room, a white figure stood with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. Come out of retreat. Kinzan looked at Chen Daoxuan and nodded. Yes, your cultivation has been promoted from the first level of Jiandan to the 8th level of Jiandan, breaking through 2 small realms in a row. The reputation of Xingyuan fruit is well deserved. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately bowed to the other party and said, thank you, Palace Master Qin, for the gift of the treasure. Hearing this, Kinzan waved his hands. Your improvement in cultivation and strength will also help our next actions. I'm not just helping you. Having said that, Chen Daoxuan knew that he really owed Kinzan a big favor. Whether it was 2,300 drops of fortune power or the Xingyuan fruit that could quickly improve the cultivation of Jiandan cultivators, they were all rare treasures. But Kinzan gave it to him without any conditions. Chen Daoxuan could not help but remember this favor in his heart. Although the 2,300 drops of the power of creation were borrowed by Chen Daoxuan, he could see that Kinzan had no intention of asking Chen Daoxuan to repay them. Perhaps in Kinzan's view, he owed Chen Daoxuan a favor when he obtained the Great Dao Stone tablet containing the law of space from Chen Daoxuan during the trip to the true immortal origin realm. These 2,300 drops of the power of creation and the holy Yuan fruit were his way of repaying Chen Daoxuan's favor. As for Kinzan's promise to repay Chen Daoxuan's favor with the Tai divine water, this matter was still uncertain after all, and even Kinzan himself had no confidence that he would be able to take the Tai divine water from the King Louis Taoist sect. In Kinzan's view, the best result was to destroy the Tai divine water together with the Tai immortal pond of the King Louis Taoist sect, so that no one would get this treasure in the end. Not only him, but also the 3 major sects of Lingchang Valley, Xianan sect, and Qianji Hall, were probably thinking the same way. It was much more difficult to forcibly take away the Tai divine water from the King Louis Taoist sect than to destroy it by surprise. Kinzan certainly understood this simple truth. In fact, the order given to him by his senior sister was only to destroy the Tai divine water and the Tai immortal pond, not to take it away. Even Fei Chengsu had prepared the immortal weapon, the Yuhuang Bell, for Kinzan to destroy the Tai divine water. The Yuhuang Bell is not a growth type immortal weapon like the Star Sword Dao diagram in the 6 paths of Samsara banner. It is the immortal weapon of the Carnean sword sect. Its power is far greater than the Star Sword Dao diagram in the 6 paths of Samsara banner in Kinzan's hand. Normally, with Kinzan's late nascent soul cultivation, he could not use this immortal weapon at all, even if his Dao realm reached the world realm. But the Yuhuang Bell has been refined in the hands of Fei Chengsu for hundreds of years, and even in the hands of the previous master of the Carnean sword sect, it has been refined for countless years. After so many years of sacrifice and refinement, the cultivator can barely ignore the cultivation and forcefully use the Yuhuang Bell once. And this is the biggest trump card of Kinzan's trip to the King Louis Dao sect. Kinzan looked at Chen Daoxuan and nodded secretly in his heart. Chen Daoxuan had fought against top-level true lords before. Although he was defeated by the Lord of Yahoo Palace, in Kinzan's opinion, he was already infinitely close to the level of top-level true lords. Chen Daoxuan was able to be infinitely close to the top-level true lords with the cultivation of the early stage of Jiandan. Now that he has broken through from the early stage of Jiandan to the late stage of Jiandan, his strength must have reached a higher level and completely entered the level of top-level true lords. Although a top-level true lord cannot change the overall situation in the future, it is also a great help for Kinzan, who is alone. Even if Chen Daoxuan can't play a big role in the battle between the 2 sides, at least he can take him away after he uses the Yuhuang Bell and runs out of mana. Kinzan knows that Chen Daoxuan is not only proficient in the laws of space, but also masters treasures such as Michin Banner, and his ability to escape is absolutely first class. Seeing Kinzan looking at him, Chen Daoxuan also nodded slightly at him. He didn't know that Kinzan had already regarded him as a trump card to escape. Chen Daoxuan was still thinking about joining forces with Kinzan to kill people in the Qinghui Taoist sect and snatch the Taiyi divine water to build the foundation for Chen Xian. This is. Chen Daoxuan took the invitation from Kinzan and frowned slightly. The invitation from the leader of the Qinghui Taoist sect, Yi Xianqi? Yes. Kinzan nodded. Yi Xianqi not only invited us, he also invited the three major sects of Lingchang Valley, Qianji Hall, and Qianan sect. These three major sects are all large sects near the Zuanqing Taoist League. The strength is not weaker than that of the Zuanqing Taoist League and Maikai Sword sect. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan had a vague idea of the Zuanqing Taoist League's thoughts. In the eyes of the Qinghui Taoist sect, it is better to openly invite the major sects instead of waiting to be attacked by the major sects. In this way, the major sects may not necessarily join forces under the fear of the consequences. After all, the relationship between the above 5 major forces is not very friendly, especially Qianyan Sword Sect and Qianji Hall. Qianyan Sword Sect and Zuanqing Dao League have been fighting in Chuan country for more than 400 years, and Qianji Hall has been selling puppet beasts behind the back of Zuanqing Dao League for more than 400 years. In fact, Qianji Hall is definitely half an enemy of Qianyan Sword Sect. But Qianji Hall does not admit this. In Qianji Hall's view, selling puppet beasts to Zuanqing Dao League is just a normal business transaction. There is no intention to be hostile to Qianyan Sword Sect. Qianji Hall even revealed to Qianyan Sword Sect that it wanted to sell puppet beasts to Qianyan Sword Sect. However, this shameless idea of the other party was rejected on the spot by Qianyan Sword Sect's leader Fei Chengsu. This also brought the relationship between the two sides to a freezing point. As for Qianan sect, it has a closer relationship with Qianyan Sword Sect. Hu Yanshi, the master of Qianyan Sword Sect's refining hall, not only has a close personal relationship with Qianan sect's leader, but the two sides have also had many collaborations in the field of refining arrays. Many new magical instruments created by Qianyan Sword Sect's refining hall were technically supported by Qianan sect in terms of formations. As for Lingchang Valley, Chen Daoxuan didn't know much about this sect. According to the information from Shadow Hall, Lingchang Valley is very similar to those ancient sects with the Supreme Lord of Tribulation. Generally speaking, the cultivators of Lingchang Valley rarely move outside their own sphere of influence. In fact, when Kinzan went to Lingchang Valley, he was not sure that the other party would come to Qinghui Taoist sect. He just wanted to give it a try. Although Qinghui Taoist sect sent an invitation to Lingchang Valley, based on Kinzan's understanding of Lingchang Valley, they are very likely not to wade into this muddy water. In other words, the only 3 major sects that will definitely come to Qinghui Taoist sect this time are Qianyan Sword Sect, Qianji Hall, and Qianan sect. It is hard to say whether Lingchang Valley will send people. After pondering for a while, Chen Daoxuan raised his head and said, whether he is an enemy or a friend, we will be able to see it clearly after we attend the banquet of Qinghui Taoist sect. That's right. Kinzan nodded. A few days later, Qinghui Taoist sect, which is thousands of miles away from the gilded immortal city. On this day, the protective formations of Qinghui Taoist sect were all opened, and all the disciples of Qinghui Taoist sect with cultivation above the foundation building stage lined up in the air to welcome them, waiting for the arrival of people from major sects. Brother, do you think the sect is making such a big scene this time? To welcome which big person? Could it be to welcome some Yuan Shandaogen? In the eyes of the disciples of Qinghui Taoist sect, as a well-known and powerful force in the border area of Xianyantao, unless the Yuan Shandaogen came in person, ordinary cultivators were not worth the sect making such a big scene. The senior brother next to him shook his head and said, I don't know, but the steward said that there are a lot of big shots coming this time. We just need to do our part. The other things will naturally be taken care of by the sect master and elders. That's right, senior brother. The disciple lowered his head quickly. As soon as the two finished speaking, a 5-colored phoenix, pulling a carriage, flew over from the sky. The speed of the 5-colored phoenix flapping its wings seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it flew from the sky to the Qinghui Taoist sect. At this time, a chorus of voices resounding through the sky sounded. Welcome. The saint of the spirit insect valley is here. Not long after the people from the Spirit Insect Valley arrived, another chorus of voices followed. Welcome. The Lord of the Thousand Machines Hall and the disciples of the sect are here. Welcome. The Lord of the Cheyenne sect and the disciples of the sect are here. Finally, the chorus of voices revealed a murderous aura, and the giant and cultivator in charge of the chorus stared at the two cultivators who were flying quickly. Welcome. The master of the Zhenhe Hall of the Carnean Sword sect and Chens are here. Although this giant and cultivator hated the Carnean Sword sect, he finally did not lose face for the Qinghui Taoist sect and the Zuan King Taoist League in front of the major sects. Chen Daoxuan and Qinzhen walked side by side. The disciples who quickly passed through the Qinghui Taoist sect's formation stopped in front of the Zuan King Taoist League's engine led by Yi Xianqi. Qinzhen's face has not been very good since he saw Yi Xianqi and others, because he found that the leader of the Zuanyang sect, the Divine Fire's engine Wusheng, was actually standing next to the leader of the Qinghui Taoist sect, Yi Xianqi. You know, both the Zuan King Taoist League and the Qinghui Taoist sect have gathered heavy troops to fight on the front line of Chuan State. At this time, the leader of the Zuanyang sect was neither in the Zuanyang sect nor on the front line of Chuan State, but appeared in the Qinghui Taoist sect. What does this mean? It means that the Qinghui Taoist sect is ready to completely abandon Chuan State. Want to choose to keep the Tai Divine Water and make a last-ditch effort? Qinzhen stared at Yi Xianqi, who had a feminine temperament. Seeing Qinzhen staring at him, Yi Xianqi nodded at Qinzhen with a smile on his face. Are you Qinzhen, the master of Zhenhe Palace? It is me. It is rumored that Master Qin is the most talented cultivator in the history of Carnean Sword sect. Now it seems that the rumor is true. I didn't expect that Master Qin has reached the 6th level of the World Realm at such a young age. What? World Realm? Hearing this, not only the many true lords of Qinghui Dao sect, but also the Yuanying cultivators of Linchang Valley, Cheyenne sect and Qianji Palace all looked at Qinzhen with incredible eyes. Although there is only one realm difference between the Law Realm and the World Realm, the gap between the two is so large that it is unimaginable for outsiders. Generally speaking, although there is a huge gap in strength between the top true lords, it is easy for a top true lord to defeat another top true lord, but it is difficult to kill the other party. Because most of the top true lords have condensed an immortal body, and they all have 5th level upper grade spiritual armor to protect their bodies. With the help of various means, the defense of the top true lords has reached an incredible level. Even if the strength of this top true lord is far superior to that of the other, he can only suppress and defeat him, but cannot kill him at all. In order to kill a top true lord, in addition to letting his own law attack break the enemy's law attack, he must also let the remaining power break the 2 layers of defense of the 5th level upper grade spiritual armor and the immortal body. So, even if a top true lord has 2 high level laws in the law realm and the degree of integration reaches 100%, he cannot completely kill the top true lord who has 1 high level law in the law realm and 1 elementary law in the law realm, and the degree of integration is only 50%. At most, he can only defeat him in a crushing manner, but it is difficult to kill him. Unless this top true lord seeks death himself, takes off his 5th level upper grade spiritual armor and fights the enemy head on. Otherwise, he will never die. But this does not include the top true lords in the world realm. If any Yuanying's engine reaches the world realm, it is not about defeating the opponent, but about being able to completely kill an ordinary top Zenjin. Theoretically, if a top Zenjin like Yao Palace Master meets Qinzhen in a one-on-one battle, he will definitely die. Although there is only one realm difference between the world realm and the law realm, the two are completely 2 different worlds. Sure enough, after hearing their sect master talk about Qinzhen's realm, everyone in the Qinghui Taoist sect unconsciously took a step back and looked at Qinzhen with vigilant eyes. Only the sect master of the Qinghui Taoist sect, Yi Xianqi, stood in front abruptly and faced Qinzhen directly. Qinzhen glanced at the Yuanying's engine of the Qinghui Taoist sect, snorted coldly, and said, "Didn't sect master Yi also reach the world realm? It's different." Yi Xianqi shook his head and sighed. "I have been practicing for more than 2,500 years, and if you and I are not mistaken, you have been practicing for less than 500 years at most." Boom. This sentence completely ignited everyone's emotions. 500 years. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator who has practiced for less than 500 years. Not only that, this nascent soul cultivator has also reached the 6th level of the world realm in the Dao realm. At this moment, everyone felt that they had practiced for 1 or 2,000 years, and had practiced to the level of a dog. A feeling of indignation suddenly brewed in everyone's hearts. The nascent soul true lords of the other 3 sects also looked at Kinzan with abnormal eyes at this moment. A cultivator who has practiced for less than 500 years, and has reached the late stage of the nascent soul and the world realm in the Dao realm. Where will he go in the future? Yuanshan period. This is inevitable. No cultivator present would doubt that a cultivator who can practice to the late stage of the nascent soul in 500 years and reach the world realm in the Dao realm will not be able to break through the pass of the Yuanshan period. But, is the Yuanshan period the limit of Kinzan's future? I'm afraid not. For some reason, a terrifying answer emerged in everyone's hearts: the Heavenly Lord of Crossing Tribulation. In this borderland of Xian'an, there is actually a seed of the Heavenly Lord of Crossing Tribulation. Just when everyone was excited and couldn't calm down for a long time, Yi Xianqi looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was standing next to Kinzan. Are you Chen Daoxuan? Yes. Chen Daoxuan looked calm. Yi Xianqi nodded. If Palace Master Qin's talent only shocked me, then your talent makes me feel terrified. Am I right, Chen Daoxuan? Yi Xianqi stared at Chen Daoxuan intently. Chapter 355. Instant kill. What? This? As soon as Yi Xianqi said this in fear, everyone was in an uproar. The saint of Lingchang Valley, who was standing next to her, was wearing a white gauze dress, and her pretty face was covered by a cloud-like magic weapon, making it difficult to see clearly. When she heard that Yi Xianqi was afraid of Chen Daoxuan's talent, she couldn't help but look at Chen Daoxuan, and her beautiful eyes revealed a thoughtful look. As for the masters of Qianji Hall and Xianan sect, they frowned, with puzzled expressions on their faces. They had never heard of Chen Daoxuan's name before. In the past, the top masters of Wangxinghe that they knew were only Kinzan, Fei Chengsu, Hu Yanxi, Lin Wu Zhenjun and a few others. They had never heard of Chen Daoxuan in Qianyuan Sword Sect. It was not until the battle between Qianyuan Sword Sect and Zuan King Daomeng that Chen Daoxuan's name gradually became known to outsiders. He killed a late Yuanying cultivator with his Immortal Cultivation. Chen Daoxuan's record almost frightened the Yuanying Zhenjun, who knew the inside story. Crossing a large realm plus 2 small realms, killing the Yuanying Zhenjun. This kind of record, let alone in the border areas of Xian'an, even those ancient sects with the Xians and Uji sitting in the seat may not have such a peerless Xian duo. The eyes of the master of Qianji Hall flickered. So, this Chen Daoxuan is indeed extraordinary. But, that's all. No matter how talented a Jiandan cultivator is, he can't make the masters of the 3 major sects impressed. Even if Chen Daoxuan can kill a Yuanying cultivator, it's still the same. Not to mention Yi Xianqi, the top Zhenjun who has reached the world realm in the Dao realm. In Yi Xianqi's eyes, even ordinary top Zhenjun will not be taken seriously. In his eyes, only the top Zhenjun who has also reached the 6th level of the Dao realm and the Yuanshan Daojun who is 1 level higher than him can be taken seriously by him. As for Chen Daoxuan, he was at most a genius who surprised him, but it was not Yi Xianqi's turn to personally deal with him. This can be seen from the fact that Chen Daoxuan had previously attacked the logistics and transportation lines of Zuan King Dao League crazily, but Yi Xianqi did not personally take action. On the one hand, the Tai Divine Water was about to be born, and on the other hand, it was because Chen Daoxuan was not worthy of Yi Xianqi's personal action. But according to Yi Xianqi's current statement, it was obviously not the reason. Hearing everyone talking about it, the master of Yaoyu Palace on the side had a gloomy face. Others might doubt Chen Daoxuan's strength because of hearsay, but as a top-level true monarch who had personally fought with the other party, the master of Yaoyu Palace knew that Yi Xianqi was absolutely not exaggerating. If this boy is not eliminated, he will become a major concern for Zuan King Dao League and even the surrounding major sects in the future. But she knew that, if she said this now, she would definitely be laughed at. How could a giant unstage cultivator who was comparable to Yuanying Zhenjun have the strength to threaten the major sects? Which sect present here doesn't have hundreds or even thousands of Yuanying Zhenjuns in charge? Would they be afraid of a small giant in Zenran? This kind of joke is really not funny. Seeing the disapproving expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Xianqi laughed and said, "Do you think that I'm really afraid just because of the record of Chen Daoxuan's giant and fighting against Yuan Ying's engine? Isn't it?" On the side, the leader of Qianji Hall raised his eyebrows and folded his hands with interest. "Master Yi, if you invited us here just to show us the threat of Yuan sword sect and to stir up relations between the sects, then stop it." Seeing the leader of Qianji Hall was so straightforward, Yi Xianqi laughed and said, "Brother Qian, please be patient. Yes, I'm indeed explaining the threat of Yuan sword sect to you, but this is by no means to provoke your relationship, but Yuan sword sect has this kind of strength." As he said, he paused. "Brother Qian, and you have witnessed the talent and strength of Palace Master Qin. In time, let alone the Yuanshan period, even the realm of the Heavenly Lord of Crossing Tribulation may not be impossible for Palace Master Qin to enter. As for fellow Daoist Chen beside him, his talent is even more terrifying. According to my investigation, fellow Daoist Chen has been practicing for less than 50 years, right? What nonsense." Upon hearing this, the sect master of Qianji Palace had not yet spoken, but the sect master of Xianan sect, who had a good relationship with Yuan sword sect, could not help but stand up and say, "It takes less than 50 years of practice to kill a cultivator in the late Yuan Ying period. Do you think fellow Daoist Chen is the reincarnation of a true immortal, or do you think we are 3-year-old children who allow you, Zuan King Dao League, to deceive us? Ha ha ha." The sect master of Qianji Palace saw that the sect master of Xianan sect was angry and immediately laughed. It seems that the Zuan King Dao League is really desperate. In order to alienate the major sects, it is willing to tell such a lie that will be exposed at the first poke. Chen Daoxuan was indeed not well known before, and everyone had no interest in an unknown cultivator. But this time, Chen Daoxuan killed a cultivator in the late Yuan Ying period with his Chindan cultivation. He has long been on the focus list of major sects. I'm afraid that in a few years, detailed information about Chen Daoxuan will appear in front of the top leaders of major sects. The Zuan King Dao League is now telling such a clumsy lie, which really gives people the feeling of desperate efforts. Seeing that everyone was laughing at him, Yi Xianqi did not argue. He looked at Chen Daoxuan steadily and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Chen, they don't believe your age. Can you explain it in person?" "Humph," Chen Daoxuan sneered, as Sect Master Qian said, as the leader of the Zuan King Dao League, "Isn't it a bit mean to stir up trouble here?" "Alas, there is no way." Yi Xianqi spread his hands. "Who made your Yuan sword sect unsatisfied with its overwhelming success in Chuan country, and you are still thinking about the Tai divine water of my kingly Dao sect?" As he said that, he changed the subject. "There is a secret technique in our sect that can identify the age of a cultivator. Do you mind if fellow Daoist Chen mind letting me test it?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sect Master Yi, no matter what happens today, the Tai divine water of your kingly Dao sect cannot be kept. I think everyone present here doesn't want a Yuan Shandaojan neighbor to appear near the sect, right?" Chen Daoxuan's words instantly touched everyone's heart. This is exactly what everyone is most worried about. Compared to the Yuan sword sect, which was unstoppable in Chuan country, they were obviously more worried about the appearance of a Yuan Shandaojan in Zuan King Dao League, because this would completely break the balance of power between the major sects. At that time, facing the Zuan King Dao League with Yuan Shandaojan, even if they united together, they would probably have no power to resist. However, Yi Xianqi said nothing, and saw his hand seal, and a strange light shone on Chen Daoxuan's head. Yi Xianqi's speed was extremely fast, and the distance between the two was very close. Chen Daoxuan only had time to summon his life spirit armor before being illuminated by this strange light. At the moment when this strange light came to him, Chen Daoxuan's bone age was immediately exposed to everyone. 67. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Chen Daoxuan's bone age. They never expected that what Yi Xianqi said was actually true. Chen Daoxuan felt angry because he found that the eyes of the people from the three major sects looking at him and Kinzan were already slightly wrong. A Chinden cultivator defeated Yuan Ying's engine. And a 67-year-old Chinden cultivator defeated Yuan Ying's engine. These are two completely different things. Didn't you see that Kinzan became a Yuan Ying's engine of the world realm at the age of less than 500, which already amazed everyone. Compared with Kinzan, Chen Daoxuan's entry into the high stage of the law realm at the age of only 67 seems even more incredible. Finally, everyone focused their attention on Kanye and Jianzhang. Yi Xianqi felt the change in the emotions of the people present, and the string in his heart loosened slightly. Everyone, listen to me. Kinzan also noticed that there was something wrong with the way everyone looked at him and Chen Daoxuan, so he cupped his hands and said, no matter how talented brother Chen and I are, we don't know when we can break through to the Yuanshan stage. Especially brother Chen, he is talented, but he is only in the late Jiandan stage after all, not even the Yuan Ying stage. No matter how talented he is, how much threat can he pose to you? On the contrary, it is him, Yi Xianqi. Kinzan pointed at him and said, Sect Master Yi's Dao realm has reached the 6th world realm, and his immortal true body has long been condensed. He only needs the last level of the soul to completely step into the realm of Yuanshan Daojin. Everyone, no matter how talented brother Chen and I are, we are only future threats to you. Once Sect Master Yi obtains the Tai divine water, all sects will be destroyed in an instant. Which is more important? I hope you will think deeply about it. Kinzan's words came from the heart, and everyone was moved. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan's talents are more abnormal than each other, but talent does not equal cultivation, let alone strength. Just as Kinzan said, the threat of Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan is only in the future, and once the Kingly Taoist sect obtains the Tai divine water, it will immediately pose a threat to everyone. They can still distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Humph. You are misleading people with your lies. As soon as Kinzan finished speaking, Yi Xianqi shouted, everyone, the Kanyuan sword sect first sent a large number of troops to invade the Chuan kingdom of Maizuan King Taoist League, and then persuaded various sects to snatch the Tai divine water of our sect. Only a sect with such an aggressive nature would think of expanding its territory after the birth of Yuanshan Daojin. On the other hand, Maizuan King Taoist League has never violated the borders of various sects for thousands of years. Even if our Zuan King Taoist League really gave birth to Yuanshan Daojin, we would only take back the Chuan kingdom that belonged to Maizuan King Taoist League. How could we invade various sects? Who would have thought that Kinzan would be furious when he heard Yi Xianqi's shameless words? You bastard, you really know how to confuse right and wrong. When did Chuan Kingdom become the territory of your Zuan King Dao League? Back then, your Zuan King Dao League took advantage of the fact that my Kanyuan sword sect was coming to support Liang Jiuan and its strength was weak to invade my sect. This is something that all sects have witnessed. Do you still want to deny it? Kinzan became more and more angry as he spoke, staring at him with his eyes wide open. Stop talking nonsense, bastard. Let's see the truth with our hands. Seeing that Kinzan kept calling me a bastard, Yi Xianqi's face became completely gloomy. Okay, since Palace Master Qin wants to fight with me, I will accompany you. I also want to see what kind of person you are, who is known as the most talented cultivator in the history of Kanyuan sword sect. Bastard. Come. Kinzan had just finished speaking. He stretched out his hand and saw a black flag appear in Kinzan's hand. Chen Daoxuan was standing not far from Kinzan. When he saw the banner, he immediately recognized that it was one of the 3 treasures he had seen in front of the Tower of Babel, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation banner. The moment Chen Daoxuan saw the banner, he felt that his soul had been absorbed by the banner, and he felt dizzy. But the next moment, the golden scripture in the sea of consciousness shook slightly, and Chen Daoxuan's dizziness disappeared instantly. What a terrifying soul attack type immortal weapon. Chen Daoxuan was secretly shocked. Sure enough, compared with the auxiliary star sword Dao diagram, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation banner is a pure offensive immortal weapon, and it is also a soul attack type immortal weapon. In the distance, Yi Xianqi saw the black 6 Paths of Reincarnation banner in Kinzan's hand, and his heart was immediately shocked. Pure Yang immortal weapon. No, that's not right. Then, Yi Xianqi found something wrong. Pure Yang immortal weapon can't be so weak. That's right. In Yi Xianqi's eyes, although the black flag in front of him exuded a faint pure Yang aura, the spiritual fluctuations it exuded were only at the level of a 6th level magic weapon. This is definitely not an immortal weapon. In other words, this is not a complete immortal weapon. Thinking of this, Yi Xianqi breathed a sigh of relief, but then he thought, even if it is a real pure Yang immortal weapon, what if Kinzan really has a pure Yang immortal weapon? With his late nascent soul cultivation, how can he activate it? Having said that, the cautious Yi Xianqi still ordered Elder He beside him, go and try this magic weapon in his hand. As the person in charge of the Shadowless Palace, Elder He was promoted by Yi Xianqi, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is his first confidant. Even so, after hearing this order, Elder He still had some complaints in his heart. Not to mention the 6 paths of reincarnation banner in Kinzan's hand. The other part is world realm is not something Elder He can contend with. However, he dared not disobey Yi Xianqi's order. Besides, his strength is much stronger than that of the palace master of Yaoyu Palace. It is easy for Kinzan to defeat him, but it is almost impossible to kill him in front of the sect master. With this in mind, Elder He bravely stood up and said, do you have the qualifications to ask our sect master to take action? Let me meet you. After that, Elder He did not give Kinzan a chance to defend himself, and directly summoned a pair of golden wheels. On the golden wheels, the law of gold suddenly broke out. However, before Elder He could take action, Kinzan suddenly waved the 6 paths of reincarnation banner at Elder He. The next moment, Elder He, who was full of energy, leaned back straight, and his body fell to the ground. Elder He! Elder He! Seeing this, everyone in the kingly Taoist sect exclaimed, and Yi Xianqi directly reached out and scooped Elder He over. When everyone saw Elder He's appearance, they were all terrified. Elder He closed his eyes peacefully, and his body was not damaged at all. Yi Xianqi probed his consciousness directly into Elder He's Danshan. He found that in Elder He's Danshan Purple Mansion, the other party's Yuanying was like his body, with his eyes closed peacefully. The only thing in common was that both of them had no breath fluctuations. The soul dissipated. Elder He was dead, killed instantly by Kinzan. Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately frightened. The Yuanying's engine of the world realm is strong, but it is definitely not strong enough to kill the Top's engine in one blow. Especially Elder He is not an ordinary Top's engine. He is also one of the top ones among the Top's engines of Zuanqing Dao League. Such a powerful Top's engine was killed instantly by Kinzan. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Yi Xianqi stared at Kinzan and shouted, those whose souls are not strong enough, retreat behind me. Hearing this, most of the dozens of Yuanying's engine of Kingly Dao sect retreated behind Yi Xianqi. The remaining ones who stood in front of the crowd either boasted of their strong souls, or possessed soul defense magic weapons. Chapter 356 Siege. Elder He is dead. This is the top true lord who led the Shadowless Palace. Even in the Zuanqing Dao League, he is a well-known existence. How could he die just like that? The world realm true lord is too terrifying. No, Kinzan killed the palace master of the Shadowless Palace, not by relying on the Dao realm, but by the black banner in his hand. The master of the 1,000 Machines Hall focused his eyes slightly, looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation banner in Kinzan's hand, and said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their eyes on the 6 paths of reincarnation banner in Kinzan's hand. At this moment, the field fell into a dead silence. The true lords of the Zuanqing Dao League looked at Kinzan with anger and fear. Beside Kinzan, Chen Daoxuan also looked at Kinzan in surprise, but soon, Chen Daoxuan thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation banner was a little abnormal. As a treasure of the same level as it, the Star Sword Dao map can also kill a cultivator in the late Yuanying period in seconds, but the price paid is extremely high. In other words, the price Kinzan paid for killing the Shadowless Palace Master was far greater than it seemed. Don't look at me like that. Kinzan's voice rang out in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, it will let others find the flaw. Sure enough, Chen Daoxuan was slightly startled, and then said, are you okay? It's okay. Kinzan paused, it's just that the 6 paths of reincarnation banner consumes too much of the soul. In a short period of time, I can't use it again. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan asked, what should we do next? There are 34 Yuan engines in the Zuan King Dao League, and there are only 2 of us. Hearing this, Kinzan smiled slightly. Don't worry, there are many people from the 3 major sects. As he said, Kinzan turned his head and smiled at the leaders of the Qianji Hall, Xianan sect, and Lingchang Valley. Seeing Kinzan's smile, everyone nodded to him. Such a powerful Zenjin, they have to pay attention to him. Kinzan's strength is probably stronger than the leader of the Qingwei Dao sect, Yi Xianqi, who killed the top Zenjin of the Shadowless Palace Master. How could such a strong man not inspire respect from everyone? Seeing everyone nodding to him, Kinzan smiled and said, everyone, destroy Tai Immortal Pond now. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded. Good. Humph. Yi Xianqi shouted, with me here, you can't do it. After that, Yi Xianqi and Kinzan disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. This is. A Yuanying Zenjin from Lingchang Valley seemed to have thought of something, and was a little unsure. Beside him, the saint of the spiritual insect valley explained softly, it's a world. World? Yes, a world. The saint of the spiritual insect valley nodded. A strong man in the world realm can already achieve the level of creating a world with one thought, but this so-called world creation with one thought does not mean that a world is created by his one thought. In fact, the world of a strong man in the world realm is very similar to the source world of a world monster, except that the source world of a world monster is the world inside the body, while the world of a strong man in the world realm is a companion world, or it can be said that it is a portable world that they have opened up on their own. Hearing this, the Yuanying's engine next to him fell into deep thought. His Dao realm at the moment is still too far away from the world realm, and he can't understand what the saint means at all. In his opinion, how can the lore of the lore realm and the Dao domain be combined to create a world? Unable to figure it out, he simply bowed and asked, Your Highness, since the world opened up by a world realm cultivator is similar to the source world of a world monster, it shouldn't be a big deal. Why are the top Zenjin so afraid of the Zenjin of the world realm? Hearing this, the saint of the spiritual insect valley glanced at her, but he still patiently explained, how can the source world of a world monster be compared with the world opened up by a world level cultivator? The source world of a world monster is a kind of bloodline talent, while the world opened up by a world level cultivator is completely controlled by the cultivator. A world level cultivator can absorb outsiders into the world he has opened up in just a thought. Moreover, a world level cultivator can also let the world power of the entire world bless himself, so that his own strength will skyrocket several times or even dozens of times out of thin air. These are not what ordinary world monsters can do. Just as the two were discussing, new changes occurred on the field. The people of Zuan King Dao League saw Kinzan being dragged into his own world by their leader, and only Chen Daoxuan was left in Qianyuan Sword Sect. Seeing this, the originally nervous Zuan King Dao League true lords all looked at Chen Daoxuan with unfriendly expressions. Even Chen Daoxuan felt vaguely that the people of the 3 major sects would most likely not help him. In the final analysis, Yi Xianqi's previous words still worked. For a peerless genius like Chen Daoxuan who could defeat a late Yuanying cultivator in the Giant stage, only his death could make everyone feel at ease. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually cooled down. He knew that before Kinzan escaped, he could only rely on himself. There were 33 top-notch true lords on the Zuan King Dao League side, not to mention the true lords of the 3 major sects who did not add insult to injury at the critical moment. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would face the siege of the 5 major sects, Zuanyang sect, Qingwei Dao sect, Qianji Hall, Xianan sect, and Lingchang Valley alone. This situation, just thinking about it, would make any Yuanying cultivator feel desperate. Chen Daoxuan was no exception. Although his strength had skyrocketed after half a year of seclusion, he could not be the opponent of nearly 100 Yuanying true lords from the 5 major sects. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan said nothing and disappeared instantly. Want to run? Just as Chen Daoxuan tore the space apart, a space barrier suddenly appeared behind Chen Daoxuan, blocking his way. Unfortunately, this Yuanying's engine of Zuan King Dao League obviously misjudged Chen Daoxuan's idea. Chen Daoxuan did not flee to the outside of the Qingwei Dao sect, but teleported directly to the depths of the Qingwei Dao sect. Not good. Tei Immortal Pond. The palace master of Yaoyu Palace swept his consciousness and immediately found Chen Daoxuan's location. Above Tei Immortal Pond, mist filled the entire Immortal Pond. If there was a Yuanying's engine here, he could only see a radius of 10 feet in front of him at most. Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared as soon as he entered the range of Tei Immortal Pond. At this moment, all the Yuanying's engines in King Li Dao sect understood Chen Daoxuan's idea. Tei Immortal Pond can breed Tei Divine Water, a treasure that can transform the souls of top engines, and it itself has incredible power. This can be seen from the fact that the Zenjins of King Li Dao sect have been in seclusion on Tei Immortal Pond for many years. Yuanying monks can retreat in Tei Immortal Pond with the help of the special mist of Tei Immortal Pond to temper their souls and consciousness, allowing them to grow slowly. But at the same time, due to the special function of this mist in tempering consciousness and souls, Tei Immortal Pond also has a disadvantage, which is that it greatly reduces the detection range of consciousness. Under normal circumstances, Yuanying monks who have not practiced the secret art of spiritual eyes can see less than 100 feet in the mist of Tei Immortal Pond, and the range of consciousness is compressed to 1,000 feet. Maybe for key refining monks, 1,000-foot range of consciousness is already amazing. But for Yuanying's engine, 1,000-foot range of consciousness is almost the same as a blind person. Chen Daoxuan dived into the Tei Immortal Pond of King Li Taoist at a critical moment, which was indeed somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Seeing that the true lords of Zhu and King Dao League were somewhat surprised, Elder Yun immediately comforted them. It's okay. If this boy had just escaped from the sect, he would still have a chance of survival. Unfortunately, he ran to the important place of our sect, which is really a way to death. Elder Yun's words were not entirely comforting. It is true that the mist of Tei Immortal Pond does have the effect of hindering the spiritual consciousness of cultivators, but as the important place of the sect of King Li Dao sect, it has long been under the control of King Li Dao sect. The mist on Tei Immortal Pond is also under the control of King Li Dao sect. In King Li Dao sect, except for the sect master Yi Xian Qi, the other top true lords can also control the mist of Tei Immortal Pond through the formation flags in their hands. After saying that, Elder Yun took out a 3-foot-long formation flag first, signaled to the other top true lords with his eyes, and flew straight to Tei Immortal Pond. Then, all the Yuanying true lords of Zhu and King Dao League followed Elder Yun and flew towards Tei Immortal Pond. Seeing this, the Yuanying cultivators of the 3 major sects looked at each other and then followed the many Zenjin of Zhu and King Dao League and flew towards the direction of Tei Immortal Pond, leaving behind the King Li Daoist disciples who were lined up in the sky to greet them, standing there at a loss. But at this moment, no one cared about the thoughts of these low-level King Li Daoist disciples. Tei Immortal Pond. As soon as Chen Daoxuan stepped into the range of Tei Immortal Pond, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Because he found that, since he entered Tei Immortal Pond, his spiritual sense seemed to have no effect, and the maximum detection range was only more than 200 feet. This made Chen Daoxuan a little panic. All along, cultivators are used to using their spiritual sense to explore everything. Losing spiritual sense is as terrifying to cultivators as losing their eyesight for ordinary people. But Chen Daoxuan was not nervous for a few seconds, and his heart gradually calmed down. He had seen the characteristics of the Tei Immortal Pond of King Li Daoist sect in the classics of Cunning and Sword sect long before he came to Chuan country. There are different opinions about how Tei Immortal Pond was formed, and it is impossible to investigate. But this Immortal Pond has a characteristic, that is, it can temper the strength of the cultivator's soul and enhance the cultivator's consciousness. Refining the soul, as one of the pillars of cultivation, that is as important as refining the body and refining the ki. It has always been the top priority of the cultivator's cultivation path. However, refining the soul is extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators. First, there is no suitable method for refining the soul. Second, there is no suitable environment for refining the soul. Although Chen Daoxuan's Shenhe chapter is only one of the Xingqian Sword Dao Tu Gongfa, it is undeniable that this is a top-level method for refining the soul. Even so, Chen Daoxuan's soul and the range of his consciousness are not considered strong. The strength here refers to compared with Yuan Ying's engine. Up to now, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness has a range of only more than 2,300 miles, which is far less than the terrifying consciousness of Yuan Ying's engine that covers an area of 10,000 miles. This shows how difficult it is to refine the soul. But at this moment, Chen Daoxuan found that his consciousness was strengthened by visible tempering during the release. It is exactly the same as what is recorded in the Carneo and Sword Sex classics. Chen Daoxuan quickly stopped his escape light and reached out to grab a handful of misty mist. Is it the effect of this special mist? The mist was like an naughty elf, and it passed through Chen Daoxuan's palm in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan slowly released his consciousness, and he carefully felt how his consciousness was strengthened. This time, under Chen Daoxuan's careful feeling, he found that the moment his consciousness was released, it attracted the surrounding mist. These mists entangled Chen Daoxuan's consciousness and tried desperately to drill into his consciousness. But strangely, these mists that tried desperately to drill into Chen Daoxuan's consciousness did not cause him too much pain, but instead made him feel numb. If you have to use a state to describe this feeling, it is like being drunk and feeling light all over. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan woke up in shock. According to the records in the Carneo and Sword Sex classics, the mist in Taiyai Immortal Pond seems safe, but it is actually dangerous. If a Yuan Ying cultivator dares to indulge in the pleasure brought by the rapid improvement of his spiritual consciousness and the light and numb feeling, it won't be long before the spiritual consciousness of this Yuan Ying's engine will be completely assimilated by the mist of Taiyai Immortal Pond. Even with the strength of Yuan Ying's engine's spiritual consciousness, Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness is not as good as Yuan Ying's engine. Although there is a golden scripture in his sea of consciousness, ordinary souls and spiritual consciousness attacks can't hurt him. But that is Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness gathered in the sea of consciousness. If the spiritual consciousness is out of the sea of consciousness, he really can't guarantee whether the golden scripture can save his life. It is related to his own life and property, so Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to gamble, so he had to honestly put his spiritual consciousness into the sea of consciousness and rely on vision to identify the direction. Without the guidance of spiritual consciousness, Chen Daoxuan's escape speed suddenly slowed down. It's not that he can't fly fast, but he doesn't dare to fly around in this white fog. Because Chen Daoxuan knew that at this moment, the cultivators of Zhuan King Dao League and the three major sects must have entered Taiyai Immortal Pond to look for him. If they found him and besieged him again, Chen Daoxuan would really be unable to escape. He had caught Zhuan King Dao League off guard before and did not escape to the outside of King Li Dao sect, but teleported to the hinterland of the other party's sect. This time, Chen Daoxuan dared to guarantee that the outside of Taiyai Immortal Pond must be surrounded by the true lord of King Li Dao sect with array formations, and there would be no chance for him to escape. For Chen Daoxuan, the only way to break the deadlock was in this Taiyai Immortal Pond. It seemed that he thought of something. Chen Daoxuan immediately unfolded the Dao domain. The next moment, the invisible Dao domain slowly unfolded, but Chen Daoxuan found that, although the Dao domain was unfolded, he could not sense any fluctuations of life breath through the Dao domain. Sure enough, only the world realm cultivators can use the world projection to investigate everything in Taiyai Immortal Pond. Chen Daoxuan frowned. At present, among all the forces present, only Kinzan and Yishai and Qi are clearly aware of the world realm masters. But these two must be fighting each other in the worlds they created. It is basically unreliable to rely on Kinzan. Since Kinzan cannot be relied on, where can he get the world projection? Although his current Dao realm has long reached the conditions for breaking through the world realm is the 6th level of the Dao realm, and it is not so easy to break through. Otherwise, there would not be only 2 Yuan Ying's engines who have reached the world realm among the hundreds of thousands of Yuan Ying's engines in Carneo and Sword Sect and Zhuan King Dao League. Chapter 357 Hunting Time. Since Dao doesn't work, then what about this? Chen Daoxuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately summoned the Star Sword map from his danshan. As soon as a Star Sword map flew out of the danshan key C, it flew towards Chen Daoxuan's head. Then, the Star Sword map was like a sky curtain, covering the entire Taiyai Immortal Pond. Humph, the formation is indeed activated outside the Taiyai Immortal Pond. Chen Daoxuan said secretly. But soon, he couldn't help but feel extremely shocked by the vastness of the Tei Immortal Pond. According to the results measured by the Star Sword map, the Tei Immortal Pond covers an area of more than 10,000 miles. Such a large area of water, in the previous life, would definitely be called a sea, not a pond. But in Xianyantao, such a water area can only be called a fairy pond. Chen Daoxuan didn't get too entangled in the name of Tei Immortal Pond. After all, the world of immortal cultivation is too different from the world of mortals. As his cultivation became more and more profound, Chen Daoxuan gradually realized that the land under his feet might not be a planet, but a bit like the round sky and square earth in ancient myths and legends. However, Chen Daoxuan had only practiced for a short time, and his exploration of this world was more focused on the Kangshao area of the Huangxing Sea. Although he had been in Xianyantao for a while this time, most of his energy was focused on the war between Kainiuan Sword Sect and Xuanqing Dao League, and he had no time to take care of other things. Chen Daoxuan had been thinking in his heart that when the war between the two sides subsided, and his uncle 13th successfully built his foundation, he must take Eluoli to visit Xianyantao, see the real scenery of the world of cultivation. Chen Daoxuan came back to his senses because he found through the Star Sword Dao map that there were nearly 100 powerful auras constantly searching in Tei Xianqi. If his guess was correct, these people should be the Yuanying Zhenjin of Xuanqing Dao League and the three major sects. Sure enough, after he carefully sensed it, Chen Daoxuan saw a white-haired Taoist in the lead, holding a formation flag, clearing the way ahead. Behind the white-haired Taoist, followed by 32 Yuanying Zhenjin of Xuanqing Dao League, among whom 11 were at the top Zhenjin level, and the rest, the lowest cultivation level, was no lower than that of Minghuang Zhenjin, who was killed by Chen Daoxuan. It can be said that the people present were definitely the most cultivated group of Xuanqing Dao League. Even Chen Daoxuan found an old acquaintance among the crowd, the palace master of Yaoyu Palace. Young Kun stopped the escape light and saw him gently wave the formation flag in his hand, and then the fog on Tei Immortal Pond directly dissipated. In less than half a cup of tea, all the fog within a radius of 100 miles was forced back by the formation flag in his hand. As the fog dissipated, everyone had no scruples and released their spiritual consciousness to explore. Although they could only explore a radius of 100 miles, it was much better than following a blind man before. For the Yuanying Zhenjin of Xuanqing Dao League, they have now evolved from blind to weakly sighted. Young Kun looked at everyone and said, the formation flags in my hand can only disperse the fog within a radius of 100 miles, so I suggest that everyone spread out to search for Chen Daoxuan. Although the Tei Immortal Pond is vast, with our speed of escape, we can fly back and forth in half a cup of tea at most. As he spoke, Young Kun took out 10 formation flags and 10 special communication jade talismans, handed them to the other 10 top Zhenjin of the Xuanqing Dao League, and said, this is a boundary light talisman, which is specially used for communication in the Tei Immortal Pond. The outside of the Tei Immortal Pond has been blocked by my formation. Now, we must find Chen Daoxuan and kill him, as a warning to the three major sects. The leader of the Xuanyang sect took the formation flags and boundary light talismans in Young Kun's hand, frowned and said, Elder Yun, the leader. Young Kun smiled slightly, and arched his hands to Wu Sheng and said, don't worry, Deputy Leader Wu, the leader has entered the world realm longer than Kinzan has embarked on the path of cultivation, and there will be no problem. He paused. Besides, before the sect master pulled Kinzan into his world, he told me that the immortal weapon in Kinzan's hand was at most the power of a 6th level magic weapon. With Kinzan's strength, he could not bring out the full power of that immortal weapon, and the sect master also had the soul defense magic weapon to protect his body, so he would definitely defeat Kinzan. Hearing this, everyone's mind settled down a little. After all, Kinzan's record of killing Elder He in 1 second with the 6 paths of Samsara banner was too scary. Elder He didn't even use any means to defend himself, and died in Kinzan's hands inexplicably. Among the people present, who dared to say that he was definitely stronger than Elder He? How could everyone not be afraid when they met such a pervert? After all, everyone was an old monster who had practiced for more than 1,000 years. Although everyone valued the interests of the sect, no matter how important the interests of the sect were, they could not compare to their own lives and property. On this point, everyone didn't say it, but their thoughts and their hearts were basically the same. Especially the Yuanying Zenjin of Zhuanyang sect. Although Zhuanyang sect and Kingly Daoist sect are close, they are not the same sect after all. Does Zhuanyang sect really want to sacrifice the lives of more than 10 of its own true lords for the Tei divine water of Kingly Daoist sect? At least Wu Sheng, as the leader of Zhuanyang sect, would never do such a thing that would harm the interests of the sect. Seeing that the situation is not good, he will definitely be the first to run away with the people of Zhuanyang sect. Wu Sheng nodded and said, in this case, we will act separately. After discovering Chen Daoxuan, don't rush to act, and be sure to send a message as soon as possible. Yes, Deputy Alliance Leader. Everyone bowed. As the top true lord of Kingly Daoist sect, the Palace Master of Yaoyu Palace also received a formation flag and jade talisman, and formed a temporary team with the late Yuanying cultivators. 32 Yuanying true lords formed 11 teams to search for Chen Daoxuan. The last team was led by Yun Kun and consisted of only 2 people. Although the team led by Yun Kun is composed of 2 people, in terms of strength, his team is definitely not weak among the 11 teams, because Yun Kun's strength is second only to Yi Xianqi and the Kingly Taoist sect. Even Wu Sheng, the leader of the Zhuanyang sect, may not be his opponent. The people of the Zhuanying Taoist League arranged all this, but they didn't know that their every move was under the eyes of Chen Daoxuan, who saw it clearly through the Star Sword chart. About 1,000 miles away from the Zhuanying Taoist League, Chen Daoxuan sneered. Split up to catch me? You are really courting death. The people of the Zhuanying Taoist League did not know that Chen Daoxuan's strength was different from the past. In their perception, Chen Daoxuan's strength was still the same as before, and he couldn't even beat the Palace Master of Yaoyu Palace. Although it was shocking enough to be comparable to a late Yuanying cultivator with a giant unstage cultivation, insufficient strength was insufficient strength. Others would not send people with low cultivation to find Chen Daoxuan just because his cultivation was low. This is not a turn-based game. Who wants to play Calabash Brothers to save Grandpa with you? However, the people of Zhuanying Dao League would never have thought that in just over half a year, Chen Daoxuan's strength has changed dramatically. This is the tragedy brought about by information asymmetry. After monitoring the movements of Zhuanying Dao League, Chen Daoxuan quickly shrank the night curtain formed by the Star Sword map to a range of 2,000 miles. Although the Star Sword map is a pure Yang fairy weapon, its full expansion range is definitely more than 10,000 miles, but the use of the Star Sword map consumes too much mana. Even if Chen Daoxuan has the 6th grade Fortune White Lotus, he dare not let it cover the area of 10,000 miles. What's more, Chen Daoxuan will have a hard battle next. Not to mention the 32 Yuanying's engine of Zhuanying Dao League. The attitudes of the people of the 3 major sects are also somewhat ambiguous. Chen Daoxuan can see that they want to get rid of him by the hand of Zhuanying Dao League. Yi Xianqi's flattery did work. Performing the perfect state of Jing cicada breathing technique, Chen Daoxuan's breath continued to weaken until it completely disappeared. Chen Daoxuan estimated that, even if he stood next to a Yuanying cultivator now, the other party would find it difficult to find him. In addition, with the fog covering the Tei Immortal Pond, Chen Daoxuan at this moment completely transformed into a top assassin, and he was the kind with perspective. In the blink of an eye, he and Zhuanying Dao Meng switched their offensive and defensive positions. The first person Chen Daoxuan targeted was his old acquaintance, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace who had chased him in Jinyu and Immortal City. The reason why he targeted the Lord of Yaoyu Palace, Chen Daoxuan was not completely out of a grudge mentality, but because he knew the strength of the Lord of Yaoyu Palace best. After all, among the many top true lords of Zhuanying Dao Meng, he had only fought with the Lord of Yaoyu Palace. Thousands of miles away, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace was dressed in black spiritual armor, and on her left and right, there were 2 Yuanying late-stage cultivators wearing black spiritual armor. The 2 Yuanying's engines around her all came from the Kingly Daoist sect. Yun Kun knew that the strength of the Yaoyu Palace Master was not strong among the top engines, so this arrangement was also a care for the Yaoyu Palace Master. Although the Yao Palace Master was proud by nature, she did not show off her strength because she knew that if Chen Daoxuan was not completely killed this time, the Zuan King Dao League would probably never have the opportunity to kill him again in the future. As the only top Zenjin who had fought with Chen Daoxuan, the shock that Chen Daoxuan brought to the Yao Palace Master was far beyond what other top Zenjins who heard about him could experience. Because the Yao Palace Master knew that Chen Daoxuan did not rely on special secret methods and magic tools to fight her, but relied on the real Dao realm. In fact, the opponent's Dao realm was even higher than hers. And how long has Chen Daoxuan been practicing? It's not even 1/10 of the practice time of Qin, who is known as the most evil cultivator in the history of Kainyuan Sword Sect. If this goes on, in another 10 years, won't Chen Daoxuan be able to hang her up and beat her? At most 100 years, I'm afraid even the master of the sect is not Chen Daoxuan's opponent. Compared with Qin, Chen Daoxuan's threat is really frightening, because you don't know when this Avildoa's strength will leave you far behind. The master of Yao Palace waved the formation flag in his hand and flew slowly along the agreed route. There was no fog within 100 miles, and 100 miles away, it was white. And Chen Daoxuan, at this moment, just arrived at the position of the master of Yao Palace 100 miles away, hiding in the fog. 100 miles away, it's enough. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength, 100 miles away, even if using escape light, is a blink of an eye. As for using a flying sword, it is many times faster than escaping light. Because his Chengiying sword is the embodiment of the law of space, it has the ability to shuttle through space. Even if it is integrated with the law of water, it is still the same. In the fog, while observing the three masters of Yao Palace, Chen Daoxuan summoned the Chengiying and Fixu swords. That's right, he wants to sneak attack the master of Yao Palace and his party. Originally, Chen Daoxuan wanted to attack Yao Palace Master directly, but after thinking carefully, he was not sure that he could kill Yao Palace Master with one strike. Although Chen Daoxuan was confident that with his current strength, he could definitely defeat Yao Palace Master easily. But whether he could kill the opponent, Chen Daoxuan was not sure. Only the world level Zenjin could kill the top Zenjin head on. And even Yuan Shen Daojin might not be able to kill the top Zenjin with one strike. This is why Qinzhen killed Eldahi in one strike, scaring everyone to death. But Qinzhen killed Eldahi in one strike, relying on the ability of the 6 paths of Samsarabhana to attack the soul. Otherwise he would not be able to do it at all. Although the 6 paths of Samsarabhana is strong, it also has great disadvantages. On the one hand, it consumes the power of the soul. If the opponent's soul is strong, or has the means to resist the attack of the soul, the effect of the 6 paths of Samsarabhana will be greatly reduced. In addition, the 6 paths of Samsarabhana cannot attack in groups. In terms of strategic deterrence, Qinzhen in the 6 paths of Samsarabhana are far inferior to a Yuan Shen Daojin. Yi Xianqi saw this clearly, so he dared to pull Qinzhen into his world. Otherwise, if Qinzhen really had the strength comparable to Yuan Shen Daojin, he would not dare to pull Yi Xianqi into his world, even if he killed him. Under the joint blessing of the Xiangang sword formation and the power of the mind, Fixu and Chengiying sword slowly merged into one. Compared with Chen Daoxuan's strongest means, the golden giant sword formed by the fusion of 3 laws, the power of Fixu and Chengiying swords after fusion is weaker. However, because the formation power of the Xiangang sword formation is much stronger than the repulsive force of the fusion of the 2 laws, the fusion of the 2 immortal swords is silent, which is suitable for sneak attacks. In an instant, the 2 immortal swords were 100% fused, and a slender dark blue immortal sword appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. The 2 laws are at the high level of the law realm, and the degree of fusion has reached 100%. After the fusion, the concrete immortal sword is like a substance, and becomes very stable. With a sudden inspiration, Chen Daoxuan removed the power of the Xiangang sword formation, but the dark blue sword did not change at all, and was still quietly suspended in front of Chen Daoxuan. It seems that my feeling last time was not an illusion. After the 2 laws are completely integrated, the repulsive force between them will indeed disappear. Chen Daoxuan murmured. Then, his eyes became extremely sharp. His spiritual sense reached out and instantly locked onto a Lechuaning cultivator on the left hand side of the palace master of Yaoyu Palace. At the moment when Chen Daoxuan's spiritual sense locked onto the other party, the unknown Yuanying cultivator immediately reacted. Just as he was about to summon his life weapon, a dark blue sword light directly penetrated the 5th level upper grade spiritual armor on his body. Elder Zeng. Enemy attack. 2 shouts rang out almost at the same time. Chen Daoxuan's figure was also completely exposed. However, the body and Yuanying of this late Yuanying cultivator named Zeng slowly dissipated under the power of Chen Daoxuan's sword. Even if the other party's body was integrated with the immortal true meaning, the recovery ability was amazing. But when the power of the attack exceeds the opponent's endurance limit, no matter how strong the body is, it will be destroyed. Chen Daoxuan, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace, looked at the figure slowly emerging from the mist and gnashed his teeth. Si estás escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 358, The Birth of the Divine Water. Soon, Chen Daoxuan's figure retreated into the mist again and disappeared in a flash. Don't run. When the Yaoyu Palace master saw Chen Daoxuan sneak attack and kill the true lord of her kingly Taoist sect and tried to escape, she was immediately filled with anger. In anger, she even forgot to send a message to the other true lords of kingly Taoist sect at the first time and chased Chen Daoxuan alone. The formation flag waved and the mist dissipated. The Yaoyu Palace master's figure was like lightning, and she quickly followed the direction where Chen Daoxuan left, chasing him closely. Chen Daoxuan sensed the Yaoyu Palace master, who was 100 miles behind him through the star sword map, and couldn't help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth. It's so easy to take the bait. Palace Master 1. Behind the Yaoyu Palace master, the surviving late-stage nascent soul cultivator was still in shock and saw the Yaoyu Palace master chasing after him like lightning. As the Yaoyu Palace master left, the mist enveloped him again. This time, he directly degenerated from weak eyesight to blind. In addition, his companion had just died in front of him, which frightened the Yuanying's engine of the kingly Taoist sect, and he didn't dare to chase after the Yaoyu Palace master. Who? Alone in the Tei immortal pond filled with white mist, his breathing gradually became rapid. Suddenly, he remembered something. Boundary light communication talisman. His consciousness probed into the storage ring, and then he realized that the boundary light talisman was on the Yaoyu Palace master. Damn it, Palace Master 1 is too impulsive. On the other side, the Yaoyu Palace master was not aware of her companion's complaints. In her eyes, the only person left in the world was Chen Daoxuan, who had repeatedly played tricks on her and escaped from her hands. 100 miles, 80 miles, 60 miles gradually. The Yaoyu Palace master's figure was getting closer and closer to Chen Daoxuan, so close that with the speed of the Yuanying's engine, it only took a few breaths to catch up with Chen Daoxuan. In fact, although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was only in the late Jiandan stage, due to his high level of the Great Dao, his speed of escape was no less than that of the Yuanying's engine. The reason why he was caught up by the Lord of Yaoyu Palace so quickly was to give him a little hope. However, this little hope soon turned into despair when the distance between Lord of Yaoyu Palace and Chen Daoxuan was reduced to 50 miles. Chen Daoxuan estimated the location of the two and found that they were about 1,500 miles away from the location where the Yuanying's engine of Kingly Dao sect was killed. It would take Lord of Yaoyu Palace at least dozens of breaths to return to the place where the Yuanying's engine of Kingly Dao sect was killed. Dozens of breaths, that's enough. Just when Lord of Yaoyu Palace was accumulating the phantom spirit true fire in her hands and wanted to give Chen Daoxuan a hard blow, she found that a terrifying repressive force suddenly enveloped her body. Then, Lord of Yaoyu Palace's speed of escape dropped sharply, and she watched Chen Daoxuan escape into the mist again. No. Lord of Yaoyu Palace saw that her enemy had killed his engine of her sect and left in front of her so openly that she was powerless. This unparalleled humiliation made Lord of Yaoyu Palace almost collapse. But the battle flag in the hands of the Yaoyu Palace master could only disperse the fog within a radius of 100 miles at most. Once Chen Daoxuan escaped into the fog and turned a corner, she would no longer be able to tell where he had fled to. After stopping the escape light, the Yaoyu Palace master stood there blankly. The huge sense of frustration made her doubt herself. If there were cultivators of the same level here, they would be able to see at a glance that the Yaoyu Palace master, who was famous for the kingly Taoist sect, was now on the verge of a hidden demon in her heart. Although she had only dealt with Chen Daoxuan twice, the losses were greater each time. The first time was when the entire genuine immortal city was destroyed in the confrontation between her and Chen Daoxuan. The second time was even worse, causing the kingly Taoist sect to directly lose a Yuanying late-stage engine. After a long time, the Yaoyu Palace master came to her senses, frowned slightly, and thought secretly, how did this guy become so strong? It was not until now that the Yaoyu Palace master realized that Chen Daoxuan had just killed a Yuanying late-stage cultivator with one strike. Although Chen Daoxuan took advantage of the sneak attack, but the late Yuanying cultivator who was traveling with her was not unprepared. At least, the 5th grade upper grade spiritual armor on his body was directly pierced by the immortal sword that Chen Daoxuan's law materialized. One strike to kill the late Yuanying cultivator. Yaoyu Palace master frowned. Since you have such strength, why do you still want to run away? Isn't it good? Yaoyu Palace master suddenly realized something, and the expression on her pretty face suddenly changed. On the other side, the last late Yuanying cultivator in the trio hesitated for a while after Yaoyu Palace master chased him out, and the figures of Chen Daoxuan and Yaoyu Palace master completely disappeared in front of him. Now, without the formation flag to dispel the fog, he became a blind man again, and did not dare to rush around in Taiyai Immortal Pool. He could only stay where he was, and wait for Yaoyu Palace master and other true lords to come and find him. Don't wait, she won't be back for a while. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, frightening his heart. He didn't care that his consciousness was eroded by the mist, and he tried his best to explore it. Finally, 1,000 feet away, he found the figure of a young monk, Chen Daoxuan. In front of Chen Daoxuan, a golden giant sword was suspended in front of him. On the golden giant sword, various law patterns flickered faintly, and the 3-color streamer kept fluctuating, giving people a feeling of extremely unstable state. However, the law in this golden giant sword was restrained by a powerful formation force, forcing it to merge together. Constraint and confrontation formed such a terrifying immortal sword. The moment he detected this golden immortal sword, the Yuanying's engine of the kingly Taoist sect felt that his eyes suddenly went black. Then, he was completely unconscious. Chen Daoxuan silently watched the Yuanying's engine, who was blasted into nothingness by the golden giant sword, and disappeared directly on the spot. Boom. At the same time Chen Daoxuan disappeared, a terrifying black hole formed where the Yuanying's engine disappeared. The black hole frantically swallowed the mist of Taiyai Immortal Pond. Soon, a huge mist vortex with the black hole as the center formed above Taiyai Immortal Pond. Moreover, the diameter of this mist vortex was constantly expanding. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. In the blink of an eye, the mist vortex expanded to a range of 1,000 miles. The huge movement also attracted the attention of all parties. The first to pay attention to this place were the Zenjins of Xuanqing Dao League, because they knew that this was just one of their search routes. The Lord of Yaoyu Palace was the first to react. With a flash of light, she flew towards the center of the mist vortex. But before she entered the center of the mist vortex, a sense of horror surged into her heart. Mental warning. Feeling this mental warning, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace did not dare to move forward, but waited 100 miles away from the center of the vortex. Soon, one team of Yuanying's engines of Xuanqing Dao League rushed over. When the leader of Xuanyang sect saw the Yaoyu Palace master, who was alone, he was about to ask questions, but when he saw the other party's sullen face, he held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Anyway, the one who was with Yaoyu Palace master was a true lord of kingly Dao sect. Even if he was killed, it would not be the turn of the people of Xuanyang sect to question him. But this Chen Daoxuan is really not simple. Wu Sheng thought to himself. Young Kun was the last one to arrive. When he saw Yao was alone, his face suddenly changed. Palace Master 1, where are Elder Zeng and the others? Yao Palace Master took a deep breath, stretched out a trembling finger, pointed to the terrifying vortex in front, and said, "They are dead. All died in the hands of Chen Daoxuan." What? How is this possible? How could Chen Daoxuan, with his mere kind and cultivation, kill 2 Yuanying True Lords in succession under the care of the top True Lords? Everyone looked at Yao Palace Master with suspicion. Feeling everyone's doubts, the Yao Palace Master felt even colder in her heart. She pursed her lips and said nothing, but her knuckles were tightly clenched. Young Kun saw the Yao Palace Master's appearance and knew that she must have underestimated the enemy. But when it comes to underestimating the enemy, he should be the first to underestimate the enemy. If he hadn't misjudged Chen Daoxuan's strength and dispersed everyone, he wouldn't have been defeated one by Chen Daoxuan, and even lost 2 True Lords. So, in the entire Qinghui Taoist sect, there are already 3 Yuanying late True Lords who have fallen at the hands of Chen Daoxuan. Just when Young Kun was frowning, a series of tyrannical auras rushed over one after another. Looking closely, it was the people from the 3 major sects of Xianan Sect, Lingchang Valley, and Qianji Hall. Compared with the 31 Yuanying True Lords of Zuanqing Taoist Alliance, the 3 major sects have the most Yuanying cultivators, adding up to 62 people. Among them, the Yuanying's engine of Qianji Hall has the most, with a total of 27, while the Yuanying's engine of Lingchang Valley has the least, with only 13. The number of Yuanying's engine of Xianan Sect is slightly less than that of Qianji Hall, with only 22. Of course, although the number of Yuanying's engine sent by the 3 major sects is large, the number of Top's engine is not large. The Top's engine of the 3 major sects combined is only 9. Among the others' engines, the lowest cultivation level is even a cultivator in the early stage of Yuanying. Although they dispatched 62 Yuanying's engine, if it were not for Qinzhen and Chen Daoxuan of Qianyuan Sword Sect, their strength would really not be comparable to that of Zuanqing Daomeng. The master of the 1,000 Machines Hall had just arrived at the scene. When he saw the terrifying vortex of fog in front of him, he was shocked. This is. On the side, the Saint of the Spirit Insect Valley had a flash of green in her eyes, and she whispered. The center of this fog was pierced through by a top powerhouse, forming a black hole. Pierced through the space? The master of the 1,000 Machines Hall looked surprised. It was nothing for Yuanying's engine to break the void, but it was not easy to keep the void in a damaged state. Generally speaking, even if Yuanying cultivators broke the void would return to normal in the blink of an eye under the repair of the world power of Feng'an realm. Only world realm cultivators or even stronger Yuanshan stage cultivators can cause long-term damage to the void. Therefore, generally, when the Dao realm of cultivators reaches the 6th world realm, they will be more cautious than Yuanying's engine when fighting each other. Even if the strong men in the world realm want to fight, they will pull the opponent into their own world to fight like Qinzhen and Yi Qianqi. On the one hand, cultivators fight in the world they created, which gives them the advantage of being at home. On the other hand, they do not want to cause indelible damage to the main world and owe a huge cause and effect. You know, although the cause and effect is illusory, it does exist. Many Yuanshan Daojins who do not believe in evil fought with cultivators of the same level in the Yuanshan period, causing huge damage to the main world. After reaching the crossing tribulation period, they could not even survive the first thunder tribulation, and died directly. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. This is the punishment of the main world on cultivators, after owing cause and effect. Hearing this, the leader of the Xianan sect could not help but look at the people of the Zuanqing Dao League with vigilance, and finally, he set his eyes on Yun Kun and Wu Sheng. In the Zuanqing Dao League, apart from Yi Qianqi, the top Zenjin of the world realm, Yun Kun and Wu Sheng are the strongest. If we say who caused this void black hole, these 2 people are the most likely. Thinking of this, the leader of the Xianan sect could not help but be secretly shocked. The Zuanqing Dao League is really too strong. In front of them is Yi Qianqi, a world level True Lord, and in the back are Yun Kun and Wu Sheng, top True Lords who are second only to Yi Qianqi. In addition, the Zuanqing Dao League has a large number of Yuanying True Lords and top True Lords. In the border area of Xianantao, the Zuanqing Dao League is really the strongest among the major sects. In fact, the Zuan King Dao League is indeed powerful, otherwise it would not have chosen to invade Carnean Sword Sect thousands of years ago. The leader of the Cheyenne sect looked deeply at Yun Kun and Wu Sheng, and was secretly glad that it was fortunate that the Zuan King Dao League had Carnean Sword Sect, the number one enemy. Otherwise, the neighboring Cheyenne sect would never have a good life. After all, the leader of the Cheyenne sect estimated that his strength was very likely not even as good as Yun Kun and Wu Sheng. Especially when he saw the terrifying fog vortex in front of him, he felt this way. Yun Kun saw the leader of the Cheyenne sect looking at him, and immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. He looked back at the other party and said, "Master Shi, you don't have to look at me like that. This void black hole was not caused by me. It's not you." The master of Cheyenne sect frowned. The master of Qianji Hall and the saint of Lingchang Valley also looked over, and then looked at Wu Sheng. Since it's not Yun Kun, it must be Wu Sheng, the master of Zuanyang sect. Wu Sheng was quite helpless when he saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him. At this moment, there is only disadvantage and no benefit in the limelight. As the master of Zuanyang sect, he naturally can't pretend to be someone else. Just as he was about to refute, the master of Yaoyu Palace on the side said, "It's not Deputy Alliance Leader Wu, but Chen Daoxuan." Hearing this, the master of Qianji Hall laughed immediately. "I find that you Zuan King Dao League are quite shameless for the support of our three major sects. What? Do you think that, if you Zuan King Dao League say this, we can give up the idea of destroying Tei Divine Water?" The master of Qianji Hall said coldly, "To tell you the truth, we cannot care about Chen Daoxuan's life or death, but Tei Divine Water must be destroyed." Although the master of Qianji Hall showed an uncontrollable greed in his eyes when talking about Tei Divine Water, but he knew in his heart that this Tei Divine Water was not only not a treasure for his Qianji Hall, but a poison that would cause trouble. Nowadays, any force that gets Tei Divine Water will instantly become the target of public criticism. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense, below Tei Immortal Pond, a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation spread wildly in all directions. Sensing this spiritual energy fluctuation, the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. Tei Divine Water. It's out. Chapter 359 Success. As this terrifying spiritual energy fluctuated, the white mist above the Tei Immortal Pond began to boil. Even the spiritual energy vortex in front of everyone could not stop the boiling of the white mist. In the eyes of everyone, the boiling mist gradually sank. To be precise, it gathered towards the center of the Tei Immortal Pond. Countless mists gathered towards the center of the Tei Immortal Pond, and the thick mist above the Tei Immortal Pond gradually became thinner. This ghost fog has dissipated. If it is true, the fog's restraint on the spiritual consciousness has disappeared. Finally, we don't have to be restrained anymore. The cultivators of the Zuan King Taoist Alliance and the three major sects found that as the fog above the Tei Immortal Pond dissipated, they regained the ability to detect with their spiritual consciousness, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Without the ability to detect with their spiritual consciousness, the cultivator's strength was at least weakened by half. Not only did they lose the ability to fight remotely, but even in close combat, it was difficult to anticipate the opportunity. Just like the two Yuanying's engine of the Qinghui Taoist sect who were ambushed by Chen Daoxuan. Although they were not as strong as Chen Daoxuan, if they had the help of divine consciousness, they would not have had no time to react, and were killed by Chen Daoxuan. Not far from the center of Tei Immortal Pond, Chen Daoxuan clearly sensed that the mist of Tei Immortal Pond was not dissipating, but gathering towards the inside of the pond. Inside the pond, it seemed that a peerless treasure was about to be born. If his guess was correct, this treasure was exactly the ultimate goal of his trip, Tei Divine Water. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan went straight to the bottom of Tei Immortal Pond. Although the water quality of Tei Immortal Pond and Wangxing Sea was slightly different, as an old hand who often dived into the seabed, Chen Daoxuan's water escape technique had long been cultivated to the perfect state of perfection. Diving into the Tei Immortal Pond was no problem at all. Although not everyone in Zuan King Dao League and the three major sects was good at water escape, they were all highly skilled after all, and a little pond water was nothing more than that in their eyes. They all frowned and dived into the pool. Chen Daoxuan used his full strength to perform the water escape technique. His speed in the water was nearly twice as fast as that of other Yuanying's engine. In addition, he was closer to the Tei Divine Water than the Yuanying's engine. If this continued, Chen Daoxuan would definitely be the first to arrive at the place where the Tei Divine Water was born. This scene was witnessed by all the other Yuanying's engine. They were all anxious, especially the people of Zuanqingdao League. They were not afraid that Chen Daoxuan would snatch the Tei Divine Water. In their opinion, Chen Daoxuan was alone, and no matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the siege of so many Yuanying's engines present. Compared with snatching the Tei Divine Water, Chen Daoxuan was more likely to destroy it. Chen Daoxuan, how dare you? Don't be impulsive. The Tei Divine Water only appears once in 10,000 years. Fellow Daoist Chen, let's discuss it. This was the telepathic voice of the Zuanqingdao League's engine. There were also true masters from the three major sects who were fanning the flames. Chen Daoxuan, don't just stand there. The Tei Divine Water must not be left. Once this thing is obtained by the Zuanqingdao League, there is no way that the major sects will survive. Chen Daoxuan, destroy it. Whether it was intimidation, pleading, or joking, all kinds of complicated divine consciousness transmissions were transmitted into Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan was determined, and was not moved at all. His purpose was not to destroy the Tei Divine Water. In fact, he wanted to get the Tei Divine Water more than any other cultivator. Chen Daoxuan pursed his lips tightly, and his speed of escaping under the water became faster and faster. Finally, he arrived here at the same time when the Tei Divine Water took shape. The Tei Divine Water was the size of an adult's fist, like a pitch black gem, quietly suspended in the depths of the Tei Immortal Pond. After absorbing all the mist, the amazing spiritual fluctuations emitted by the Tei Divine Water also converged. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face was happy. With a wave of his hand, he put the Tei Divine Water into his storage ring. The true lords of the three major sects saw this scene with their spiritual senses, and they all went crazy. Chen Daoxuan did not destroy the Tei Divine Water, but took it away. What did he want to do? The cultivators of Zuanqingdao League breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the Tei Divine Water was not destroyed. At least they still had the possibility of taking it back. The battle between Cunning Sword Sect and Zuanqingdao League was in jeopardy. The leaders of Zuanqingdao League all hoped to use this Tei Divine Water to turn the tide. There must not be any risk with this thing. But no matter what, the people of Zuanqingdao League and the three major sects would not allow the treasure of Tei Divine Water to fall into the hands of Cunning Sword Sect. Chen Daoxuan, hand over the Tei Divine Water. Chen Daoxuan, there are 100 of us here, and one person's spit can drown you. Not to mention that you haven't reached the world realm. Even if you are a world realm true lord, you will only have one way, to die under the joint siege of 100 true lords. Leave the Tei Divine Water, and my Zuanyang sect can save your life. The Zuanyang sect leader said sincerely. Chen Daoxuan, destroy the Tei Divine Water, and our three major sects can work together to save your life. The Xianan sect leader also persuaded him with a voice transmission. Splash. Chen Daoxuan flew straight out of the Tei Immortal Pond, and then, with the teleportation, he disappeared on the surface of the Tei Immortal Pond. After a few flashes, Chen Daoxuan's figure came to the edge of the Tei Immortal Pond. The edge of the Tei Immortal Pond has been surrounded by the Qinghui Taoist formation. Seeing the transparent formation light curtain, Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. The next moment, he directly summoned the Star Sword Dao diagram, poured all his mana into it, and the Star Sword Dao diagram directly enveloped the entire Tei Immortal Pond. Yongkun had just flown out of the Tei Immortal Pond, and before he could perform teleportation, he felt that the space was extremely solidified, and he could not perform teleportation at all. Dao magic weapon. Wu Sheng also just emerged from the water at this moment. He sensed it, and shook his head and said, it's not a Dao magic weapon, at least not a 5th level Dao magic weapon. The power of a 5th level Dao magic weapon would never be so strong. This magic weapon is a bit like a 6th level domain magic weapon, but with Chen Daoxuan's Chindan period magic power, How can he activate a 6th level magic weapon? Wu Sheng was puzzled. No matter what, take back the Tei divine water first, and then catch Chen Daoxuan afterwards, and these secrets will be revealed. Brother Yun is right. Although the two of them communicated with each other, the escape light did not decrease at all, but under the suppression of the Star Sword Dao diagram, the speed of everyone's escape was reduced by several levels. If it was said that under normal circumstances, it would only take them half a cup of tea to fly across the entire Tei Immortal Pond, then now, in a cup of tea, they might not be able to reach Chen Daoxuan's position. A cup of tea is about 10 minutes. Chen Daoxuan must break the 6th order formation in front of him within 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. The next moment, 3 transparent, light blue, and cyan swords that embodied the law appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Under the power of the formation and the guidance of the mind, the 3 swords, Chen Gying, Fixu, and King Gaian, merged together again. Perhaps it was because of the multiple fusion of laws that Chen Daoxuan's understanding of the Xiangang sword formation has improved, or perhaps Chen Daoxuan's potential has exploded in a hurry. In short, his fusion of the 3 laws this time seemed to be smoother. The degree of fusion of the laws also faintly exceeded 70%. The fusion degree of the 3 high-level Dao laws of the 3 law realms exceeded 70%. In terms of the degree of fusion of the Dao laws alone, even many world-level true lords are not as good as Chen Daoxuan. After all, there are many world-level true lords who broke through to the world level when the degree of integration of the 3 laws reached only 50%. In terms of the degree of integration of the laws alone, they are naturally not as good as Chen Daoxuan at this time. Soon, a golden giant sword appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan again. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Chen Daoxuan suddenly withdrew the suppression of many Yuanying true lords by the Star Sword Dao diagram, and instead poured all the suppression power of the Star Sword Dao diagram into the 6th order formation light curtain in front of him. Suddenly, the formation light curtain in front of him made a creaking sound. Behind, without the suppression of the Star Sword Dao diagram, the true lords of Zhuan King Dao League and the 3 major sects increased their speed, especially the true lords who were proficient in the laws of space, such as Yun Kun. Simply perform space teleportation and teleport to Chen Daoxuan. At the moment, when Yun Kun appeared behind Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan's golden giant sword slashed at the 6th order formation light curtain with all its strength. Seeing this, Yun Kun's face changed drastically. Regardless, he slapped Chen Daoxuan's back. In addition to Yun Kun's terrifying physical strength, there were 3 laws entangled on his palm. Although he was not well prepared, Yun Kun also exerted 80% of his full strength. Feeling the horror of this blow from behind, Chen Daoxuan could only hope that the defense of the 6th level power spirit armor was strong enough. Otherwise, today would be the day of life and death. While Chen Daoxuan activated his life spirit armor, he continued to control the golden giant sword and slashed at the formation light curtain. Boom. One after the other, the 2 attacks fell almost at the same time. Under the suppression of Chen Daoxuan's Star Sword diagram and the full strength sword attack, the formation light curtain was directly blasted open. Chen Daoxuan himself was directly knocked out by Yun Kun's palm. Puff. Chen Daoxuan was hit by a top-level true lord second only to Yi Xianqi. He felt a little sweet in his throat, and at the same time, a trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. But, that's all. This injury was just a tickle for Chen Daoxuan, who had the physical cultivation of the Skull Crusher realm. As for the 6th level power spiritual armor on his body, it was not damaged at all. The reason why Chen Daoxuan vomited some blood was because of the vibration after the attack. Although the defense of the spiritual armor is strong, it is impossible to block all attacks 100%. The residual power of some attacks is always inevitable, and this is the same for any advanced spiritual armor. Thank you. Under Yun Kun's palm, Chen Daoxuan's body shot out the 6th level defense formation at a faster speed. The light curtain that was blasted with a huge crack by Chen Daoxuan's sword also slowly recovered under the infusion of the spiritual energy of the entire King Louis Taoist spiritual vein. 6th level spiritual armor. Yun Kun looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was sent away by his palm, and was slightly stunned. It was just this moment of days that the 6th level formation had been restored again. Damn it. Young Kun immediately reacted, took out the formation token from the storage ring, and dispersed the formation outside the Tei Immortal Pond. When he dispersed the formation, Chen Daoxuan had already rushed to the exit of the Kingwei Taoist Sect's defense formation in a few flashes. Activate the formation. Activate the formation. Young Kun's voice kept ringing in the ears of the giant and cultivator who was in charge of the formation, but his movements were still a bit slower. At the critical moment, Chen Daoxuan directly rushed out of the Kingwei Taoist Sect's mountain protection formation. Just as Chen Daoxuan stepped out of the Kingwei Taoist Sect's mountain protection formation, two figures fell out of the void. Chen Daoxuan looked carefully and saw who else was it, if not Kinzan and Yi Qianqi. However, at this moment, the auras of Kinzan and Yi Qianqi were all a little weak. Especially Kinzan, although he was also a world realm true monarch. He had only entered the world realm for a short time, and could not compare with Yi Qianqi who had entered the world realm a long time ago. Palace Master Qin, I admire you. Yi Qianqi looked at Kinzan with a complicated expression and said sincerely, ahem, are you still going to pull me into your world? Kinzan coughed lightly and sneered. Hearing this, Yi Qianqi thought of the world that was destroyed by Kinzan, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan who flew to Kinzan's side. Yi Qianqi had just fought with Kinzan in the world he created, and he didn't know what happened in the outside world. Until Young Kun rushed over and shouted, Tei divine water is in Chen Daoxuan's hands. The master must not let this thief run away. Hearing this, Kinzan and Yi Qianqi's faces changed suddenly. Yi Qianqi's face was gloomy, and Kinzan was shocked. He couldn't imagine how Chen Daoxuan snatched Tei divine water from the hands of nearly 100 Yuaning's engine. But now is not the time to go into these details. He quickly grabbed Chen Daoxuan's wrist and shouted, why are you standing there? Run. After that, he wanted to disappear on the spot with a teleport. But Kinzan moved quickly, but Yi Qianqi moved even faster. Chen Daoxuan felt a terrifying pressure restraining his body. World projection. He immediately realized that this was a method that only a true lord of the world realm could perform. World projection is somewhat similar to the source world projection of a world monster, but its power is much stronger than that of an ordinary world monster. Of course, which one is more powerful depends on the strength of the world monster and the cultivator. Kinzan was surprised to see that Yi Qianqi could still perform world projection. Old man, your world is in a mess, and you still dare to perform world projection forcibly. Aren't you afraid that your world will completely collapse? Palace Master Qin doesn't need to worry about this. Hearing this, the relaxed expression on Kinzan's face disappeared and became extremely serious. He sent a message to Chen Daoxuan, I want you to help me hold these people back for half a cup of tea. Seeing this serious expression on Kinzan's face for the first time, Chen Daoxuan had a bad feeling in his heart and asked quickly, what do you want to do? Kinzan looked at the Kingwei Taoist sect and said coldly, give them a hard blow. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan had a vague guess in his heart. He immediately agreed, okay, hurry up, I'll stop them. Good brother. Kinzan patted Chen Daoxuan on the shoulder and then took out a golden bell. The moment he saw the bell, Yi Qianqi, who had always been indifferent, changed his expression. Yu Huang Bell. Immediately, he shouted at the group of Yuaning's engine who kept rushing over, stop him. Quick. Chapter 360, The Power of Immortal Weapon. In the distance, one after another, the Yuaning's engine flew over quickly. The Yuaning's engines of the three major sects later did not understand the reason and shouted loudly, asking Chen Daoxuan to hand over the Tei divine water. However, the people of Zhuan King Daomeng were all staring at Kinzan beside Chen Daoxuan. Being locked by dozens of Yuaning's engines with their spiritual sense, Chen Daoxuan felt an unprecedented psychological pressure. More importantly, he could only deal with this battle and could not escape. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and said, come in first. Kinzan trembled with his hands, glanced at the cave magic weapon in Chen Daoxuan's hand, and nodded. Chen Daoxuan waved his sleeves and immediately put Kinzan into the small tower. However, perhaps Kinzan's Yu Huang Bell was too powerful. As soon as the other party entered the cave magic weapon, a crack appeared faintly on the tower of the small tower. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face changed slightly. He knew in his heart that the cave magic weapon in his hand would not last long. Kinsan, hurry up. I'll try my best. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan summoned the Star Sword Path diagram again. Swish. The Star Sword Path diagram unfolded directly, and a terrifying domain force erupted within the coverage of the Star Sword Path diagram. This terrifying domain force directly repelled Yi Xianqi's world projection. Seeing this scene, Yi Xianqi's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he looked at Chen Daoxuan straight in the eye. 6th level domain magic weapon. Chen Daoxuan did not answer, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Want to run? Yi Xianqi felt a little headache when he saw Chen Daoxuan break the shackles of the world projection and perform teleportation again. The nascent soul cultivators who are proficient in the laws of space are considered the most difficult of all the nascent soul true lords, because they can perform teleportation at any time. Even if other true lords are much stronger than the nascent soul true lords who are proficient in the laws of space, it is difficult to catch them. Logically speaking, it would be much easier for a world realm true lord to deal with a nascent soul true lord who is proficient in the laws of space. After all, once the world projection is out, whether it is to confine the space or to take the other party into the world created by himself, it can easily solve the problem of the other party's proficiency in teleportation. However, Chen Daoxuan is obviously not among them, because he is not only proficient in the laws of space, but also has a high-level domain-type magic weapon in his hand that can compete with the world projection of the world realm true lord, the Star Sword Dao map. With this map, Yi Xianqi can neither confine the space around Chen Daoxuan, nor take the other party into his own world. He can only watch the other party teleporting continuously within the range of his spiritual consciousness, but he can't catch him. Master, this kid is stalling for time. On the side, Yun Kun saw Chen Daoxuan's plan at a glance. Wu Sheng also frowned and said, Alliance leader, this boy can use this treasure to escape, but now he is deliberately delaying time. Could it be that Kinsan is really capable of using the Yuhuang Bell? It has been rumored that Guanyuan sword has the immortal weapon, the Yuhuang Bell, but this rumor has never been confirmed. After all, thousands of years ago, Guanyuan sword sect suffered a disaster that almost wiped out the clan, and the other party did not use the Yuhuang Bell. Therefore, Zuan King Dao League believes that the Guanyuan sword sect's possession of immortal weapons is mostly fabricated. Unexpectedly, the other party actually has a pure Yang immortal weapon. You know, this is a pure Yang immortal weapon with a grade higher than all magic weapons. Not to mention the first class sects, even many Xianzhen who cross the tribulation may not have a pure Yang immortal weapon. It can be predicted that, if the fact that Guanyuan sword sect has the Yuhuang Bell is exposed today, it is possible that Yuan Shandaogen or even Xianzhen who crosses the tribulation will come to ask for treasures in the future. After all, the attraction of the pure Yang immortal artifact to cultivators above the Yuan Shen stage is much greater than that of the Tei divine water. I don't know. Yi Xianqi replied, while trying to lock Chen Daoxuan's position with his divine sense, but we can't gamble, and we can't afford it. Hearing this, Wu Sheng looked back at the huge sect of King Wei Taoist and knew what Yi Xianqi meant. The sect of King Wei Taoist not only has a high-level spiritual vein, there are also countless inheritances and disciples. Once attacked by the immortal artifact, King Wei Taoist will probably decline completely. Although Yuan Ying's engine is the foundation for the sect power, the sect inheritance and the large number of disciples are also the foundation of the sect power. Once these no longer exist, Yi Xianqi and his people can only be regarded as a group of Yuan Ying casual cultivators. As the leader of Zuanyang sect, how could Wu Sheng not know Yi Xianqi's thoughts? But at the moment, Chen Daoxuan avoided fighting, and they had no good solution. Chen Daoxuan, Yi Xianqi roared, you have already taken the Tei divine water. Are you still going to kill us all? The repeated attempts to lock him with his spiritual sense were still in vain. Yi Xianqi was anxious. From his tone, he actually began to give in. On the side, Wu Sheng looked at Yi Xianqi in surprise, but in the end he said nothing. No matter what, the King Wei Taoist sect must not be attacked by immortal weapons. Wu Sheng glanced at the mountain protection formation of the Qinghui Taoist sect and knew in his heart that this 6th level formation in front of him could definitely not withstand the attack of immortal weapons. Chen Daoxuan, what do you want? Make an offer. Yi Xianqi continued to yell, I know that you are not a disciple of Kainyuan Sword Sect. Kainyuan Sword Sect can give you Chen's family. My Zuan King Dao League will give you 10 times. No, 100 times. As long as you hand over Kinsan, I can even swear on the Great Dao. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was unmoved, Yi Xianqi threatened, Chen Daoxuan, do you think it is a good thing that your strength has reached the level close to the World Realms engine? You are totally wrong. I think you are still unaware of the disaster. Have you ever thought about how Kainyuan Sword Sect will deal with the top powerhouse like you in the Chen family? As a family cultivator of Wang Xinghe, you must know the disaster of the Qi family in Yuzhou, right? Now your Chen family is 10 times more threatening than the Qi family. How do you think Kainyuan Sword Sect will treat your Chen family once it destroys my Zuan King Dao League? Thousands of miles away, Chen Daoxuan's heart beat violently when he heard what Yi Xianqi said. It must be said that Yi Xianqi's words really hit Chen Daoxuan's soft spot. Although he is now powerful, he still cannot compare with Kainyuan Sword Sect. But his rise is too fast. Wouldn't Kainyuan Sword Sect feel afraid? If his Chen family has such a talented guest official, would he be happy or worried? After all, his Chen family cultivators are not direct disciples of Kainyuan Sword Sect. There is always a layer between the two sides. In the cave of the small tower, Kinzan seemed to sense Chen Daoxuan's inner restlessness, and he quickly said, Brother Chen, don't listen to that dog's nonsense. The Qi family's affairs are complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. I, Kinzan, can swear a great oath here. From now on, as long as your Chen family does not take the initiative to attack my Kainyuan Sword Sect, my Kainyuan Sword Sect will never do the thing of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Brother Qin is serious. Kainyuan Sword Sect has ruled Wang Xinghe for so many years. No matter how reputable it is, my Chen family can still trust it. Hearing this, Kinzan breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. This damn Yi Xianqi is really good at instigating. Kinzan secretly hated it in his heart. Time passed by little. Yi Xianqi could not lock Chen Daoxuan's position all the time, and his heart sank little by little. He immediately sent a message to Young Kun, notify the disciples in the sect to open the formation with all their strength. Then, he sent a message to the much younger Yaoyu Palace Master, take the elite disciples of the sect and escape. The beautiful eyes of the Yaoyu Palace Master were stunned. Quick! Yi Xianqi glared. Without saying a word, the Lord of Yaoyu Palace flashed and flew into the sect. The Yuanying's engine of the 3 major sects also stood quietly by the side. No one expected that things would develop to this point. They never thought that the 2 people of Kainyuan Sword Sect not only snatched the Tei Divine Water, but also had the possibility of severely damaging the entire Qinghui Taoist sect in one fell swoop. At this moment, the 3 major sects finally felt the fear of Zuan King Taoist alliance when facing Kainyuan Sword Sect. After an incense stick, Chen Daoxuan saw that there were more and more cracks on the small tower, and his face suddenly changed. He immediately released Kinzan and the Yuhuang bell. Kinzan and the Yuhuang in his hand turned into a scorching sun. In the sky, in addition to the original sun, another sun appeared. The terrifying momentum directly forced Chen Daoxuan to retreat hundreds of miles. Looking at the Yuhuang bell in Kinzan's hand, Chen Daoxuan murmured, is this the real pure yang immortal weapon? Brother Chen, hold on for a while. Okay. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yi Xianqi who was rushing towards Kinzan. In front of him, the 3 immortal swords merged into one again. Get lost. Yi Xianqi roared, regardless of anything, trying to punch Chen Daoxuan away and interrupt Kinzan's use of the Yuhuang bell. Humph. Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly. The golden giant sword rushed towards Yi Xianqi. At the same time, the Star Sword Dao diagram burst out with all its strength, and the terrifying domain power suppressed Yi Xianqi, directly compressing his world projection to less than 10 miles in radius. Yi Xianqi shouted, Yun Kun, stop him. Yes, Sect Master. In Yun Kun's hand, a golden seal swelled in the wind. On the seal, the power of 3 laws was entangled. Chen Daoxuan sensed that the power of this attack might be able to flatten the peak of tens of thousands of feet. But Chen Daoxuan did not retreat but advanced, and the Star Sword Dao diagram suppressed him, blocking the speed of the Golden Seal's attack for a moment. Then, the Golden Giant Sword slashed straight at Yi Qianqi. Boom. Forced to do so, Yi Qianqi fought Chen Daoxuan head-on, and his figure was suddenly bounced hundreds of miles away. At this time, Yunkun's Golden Seal finally arrived. Chen Daoxuan's face was solemn, and the Golden Giant Sword dissipated in an instant. In front of him, it recondensed into a round shield composed of 3 laws. His hands were also tightly crossed in front of his chest. Boom. With one blow, the law round shield exploded, and Chen Daoxuan was smashed hundreds of miles away by the Golden Seal. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out, and Chen Daoxuan's arms trembled slightly. But fortunately, the 6th level power spirit armor had amazing defense, and after this blow, it was actually unscathed. Yi Qianqi and Yunkun, who were chopped away by Chen Daoxuan's sword, were about to regroup and attack Kinzan again, but they found that the space in front of them was like a gel, becoming extremely sticky. Immortal weapon. He succeeded. Yunkun looked at the golden Yuhuang bell in Kinzan's hand in horror, grabbed Yi Qianqi who was still ready to fight, and shouted, "Go. Go quickly. Haha, you want to go." Kinzan's face was pale, but his eyes were bright. He looked at Yi Qianqi, Yunkun, and the Yuanying's engine of the Zuanqing Dao League who were rushing behind him, and said coldly, "Go to hell. Master, let's go." Yunkun held Yi Qianqi down, used 90% of his magic power, and finally tore a crack in the sticky space that was big enough for one person to pass through. "My life is almost over, but the master cannot die, and the Kingly Dao sect cannot be destroyed." As he said that, he pushed Yi Qianqi into the space crack. After making this move, Yunkun looked at the blazing sun in front of him, swallowing him up bit by bit. At this moment, everything that stood in front of the Yuhuang bell, whether it was people or other things, melted and vaporized like snow under the scorching sun. The first to bear the brunt was the second strongest man of the Kingly Taoist sect, Elder Yunkun. The Yuhuang bell pushed forward all the way, and the Yuanying's engines standing in front of it were vaporized and melted one after another. The Yuanying's engines of the Zuanqing Taoist League wanted to run, but they were like insects on a spider web. They could only struggle, but could not escape. This was because Kinzan could not fully exert the power of the immortal weapon, otherwise these people would not even be able to struggle. On the side, Chen Daoxuan stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He was extremely shocked. This is the pure Yang immortal weapon, the biggest trump card of the Carnean sword sect. Under one blow, the Zuanqing Taoist League, including Yunkun, lost a total of 17 Yuanying's engines. The people of the 3 major sects avoided it early. However, the attack of the Yuhuang bell did not stop. Boom. The Yuhuang bell hit the mountain protection formation of the Kingly Taoist sect fiercely. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the 6th grade upper grade mountain protection formation with extremely terrifying defense power was as fragile as a piece of paper under the attack of the Yuhuang bell. The light curtain of the formation was easily torn apart. The next moment, the main spiritual vein of the Kingly Taoist sect was directly hit by the Yuhuang bell. A terrifying shockwave, like a water ripple, erupted in the main spiritual vein of the Kingly Taoist sect, one circle after another, as if it would never stop. The space was torn into pieces by this explosion. One by one, space black holes formed in this void. This is not the small void black hole caused by Chen Daoxuan's attack. The void black holes caused by the Yuhuang bell's attack are large and small. The large one is 100 times larger than the one caused by Chen Daoxuan, and the small one is the same size as the one caused by Chen Daoxuan. Such void black holes are densely packed and spread throughout the Kingly Taoist sect. Under the pull of these void black holes, the sacred mountains and disciples of Kingly Daoism were all attracted and torn by it, and finally became the nutrients to repair the void black holes. There were cries and wails. At this moment, whether it was a cultivator in the key refining stage or a cultivator in the golden core stage, there was no difference in front of the void black hole. Looking at this scene, a Yuanying's engine from the 3 major sects in the distance murmured, "Kingly Daoism is over. Yes, it's over." The leader of Xiaonan sect had a very complicated look. Then, they looked at Qinzhen and Chen Daoxuan. Qinzhen just waved his hand to put away the Yuan bell at this moment, his face as pale as paper. "Let's go." Chen Daoxuan nodded, grabbed Qinzhen's arm, and with a flash of his figure, the two disappeared on the spot. From beginning to end, no one dared to stop them. Chapter 361 Daoxuan returns. Shuangsheng Peak. In an exquisite and elegant fairy palace, a graceful and beautiful woman leaned on the railing to look at the sea of clouds in the mountain stream. Beside her, a female servant in the key refining period lowered her head and waited quietly. Since Chen Daoxuan killed the two giant monks entrenched in Shuangsheng Peak, most of the low-level monks on this spiritual vein changed their minds and relied on Ziling. Chen Daoxuan had no intention of paying any attention to these low-level monks from Chuan country. Usually, he would leave it to Ziling to take care of it. During this period of time, Ziling has been managing it in an orderly manner. Chen Daoxuan used Shuangsheng Peak as a base and constantly attacked the transportation line of Zuan King Dao League, but no low-level monks from Shuangsheng Peak reported it. It can be seen that Ziling's means of managing subordinates are very good. The personal maid Xiaolu beside her was selected by Ziling from many low-level key refining monks in Shuangsheng Peak. Ziling looked at the sea of clouds, holding her chin with both hands, and said to herself, "Do you think he will come back?" On the side, the maid who had been lowering her head and wearing a light green gauze dress raised her head, thought for a moment and said, "I think Chen Zhenren will definitely come back." Oh. Ziling was immediately interested when she heard this and turned to look at her. "Why do you think so?" Seeing the joyful expression on her master's pretty face, Xiaolu's courage gradually grew. She bowed and said slowly, "With the beauty of the young lady, how can men in the world not be moved when they see you?" Although Chen Zhenren has a high level of cultivation, he is also a man. In addition, the young lady's 9-yin Zuanka body has already made countless male cultivators salivate. If Chen Zhenren is looking for a Taoist partner for dual cultivation, he will definitely choose you, the young lady. Hearing this, Ziling's pretty face first blushed, and then she spat lightly, and said coquettishly, "What salivation? You are so shameless to say." Seeing the master's appearance, Xiaolu apologized and covered her mouth and laughed softly. Seeing that Xiaolu dared to laugh at her, Ziling's face immediately turned redder, and she raised her hand, as if to hit him. Who knew? The space in front of them began to fluctuate like a stream of water. Then, two figures appeared in front of Ziling and Xiaolu. One of the figures staggered, and then stood firm. But Ziling didn't pay attention to the staggering cultivator. Even if the other party was a Yuanying's engine, all her attention at this moment was focused on the cultivator next to Qinzhen. "Brother Chen." Ziling was very surprised and hurried forward, and couldn't help but pull Chen Daoxuan's sleeve. "You're back." "Hello, Master Chen." Xiaolu saw Chen Daoxuan and bowed quickly. "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded, then waved his hand and said, "You go out first." "Yes, Master Chen." Xiaolu immediately obeyed the order and slowly left the Immortal Palace. Now, only Ziling, Chen Daoxuan and Qinzhen were left in the Immortal Palace. Qinzhen first glanced at Chen Daoxuan, then looked at Ziling, with a faint smile on his face. He sent a voice message to Chen Daoxuan and teased, "Brother Chen is really unrestrained and uninhibited. He came to Chuan country to fight, but he still didn't forget to find a confidant." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at him expressionlessly, then looked at Ziling and introduced, "This is the master of the Zhenhe Hall of Guanyuan Sword Sect, Qinzhen, and this is the fairy Ziling whom I saved by chance in Jinyuan Fairy City." After a brief introduction, Chen Daoxuan said to Ziling, "Fairy, don't worry, since I promised to protect you, I will never break my promise. But I have an important thing to do now, so I will ask the Master Qin to take care of you for the time being." As he said, Chen Daoxuan looked at Qinzhen again. "This is a secluded place. It is an excellent place for cultivation. You can recuperate here, and Fairy Ziling will be temporarily entrusted to you to take care of." Hearing this, Qinzhen sighed and said, "I hope Brother Chen will handle the affairs of the Jiang family carefully. This battle seems to be a great victory for my Guanyuan Sword Sect, but the Tei divine water you obtained is not used to improve your own cultivation, but to save people. The strength of my Wang Xinghe has not been substantially improved, but in the eyes of the outside world, my Carnioan sword sect may have become their biggest concern. After this battle, the three major sects are very likely to join forces with the Zhuan Qingdao League, so there must be no chaos in my Wang Xinghe, do you understand? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan first pondered for a while, and then said, I can't guarantee what I will do. It depends on how the Jiang family treats my 13th uncle. Although Chen Daoxuan's tone was calm, Qinzhen felt the uncontrollable anger under his calm tone. Jiang family. Qinzhen shook his head, forget it, it's up to you. After that, Qinzhen stopped persuading. Chen Daoxuan bowed to the other party and disappeared in an instant. Until he left, Chen Daoxuan did not say a second word to Ziling. Ziling looked at the place where Chen Daoxuan disappeared, lost in thought. The southwest sea of Wang Xinghe. Taizhou, Ji Fairy City. Most of the buildings in Ji Fairy City are dominated by blacktones, which look very solemn and solemn. In the fairy city, in the Jiang family's land, in a towering floating fairy palace, a monk with silver hair and wearing a black Taoist robe was standing with his hands behind his back, holding a jade talisman in his hand. The silver-haired monk turned around and saw that it was Jiang Taiyuan, the head of the Jiang family who had kidnapped Chen Xian, the old patriarch of the Chen family, half a year ago. Come in. Outside the door, a purple mansion monk walked in trembling. Seeing the ancestor of the family, his body trembled even more. The purple mansion monk in front of him was Jiang Chenai, the Taoist of the Jiang family. During this period, he was responsible for taking care of Chen Xian. Moreover, Jiang Taiyuan had already made arrangements in advance to ask Jiang Chenai to take good care of Chen Xian and not let Chen Xian have any accidents. Just now, Jiang Taiyuan had just received a piece of news. Qinzhen, the master of Zhenhe Hall, and Chen Daoxuan raided the Qingwei Taoist sect and snatched the Tai divine water from the Qingwei Taoist sect. After hearing this news, Jiang Taiyuan's heart was like an 18 magnitude earthquake. Carnioan sword sect actually snatched Tai divine water from Qingwei Dao sect. The reason why Jiang Taiyuan was willing to bet on Zhuan Qingdao League when Carnioan sword sect was unstoppable was that the Jiang family could not refuse the treasures given by the other party, and there was another important reason, that is, Qingwei Dao sect had Tai divine water. In Jiang Taiyuan's view, Tai divine water was an excellent artifact for Zhuan Qingdao League to turn the tide and change the situation. Such a treasure, Zhuan Qingdao League actually lost it. This made Jiang Taiyuan so angry that he almost wanted to vomit blood. But now that things have come to this, regretting it will not help. Now, all the Jiang family can do is to try to make up for their relationship with the Chen family, and in the next period of time, the Jiang family must be as low-key as possible, and in the future team, the Jiang family must stand firmly behind Carnioan sword sect. In this way, the Jiang family can be kept safe. Fortunately, in Jiang Taiyuan's eyes, Carnioan sword sect should not touch the Jiang family in a short time. First of all, the Jiang family is the pillar of the faction of Yu Yin, the third elder of Carnioan sword sect. Secondly, the crisis faced by Carnioan sword sect is not over. Although Carnioan sword sect has seized the Tai divine water, Carnioan sword sect has not produced any Yuanshan stage cultivators. As long as there are no Yuanshan stage cultivators, it cannot be said that Carnioan sword sect has established victory. At least, Zhuan Qingdao League still has the power to resist. At worst, Zhuan Qingdao League can still seek help from the surrounding sects. I believe that no sect wants to see a sect that is in its heyday rise near them. Next, these sects will inevitably frantically pull Carnioan sword sect's legs. In this way, Carnioan sword sect will have to rely more on the local forces of Wang Xinghe. Although the scattered cultivators have exploded with unprecedented brilliance in this battle between Carnioan sword sect and Zhuan Qingdao League, the family forces are not weaker than those of the scattered cultivators. Maybe the number of Yuanying cultivators in the family forces is not as many as the scattered cultivators, but the cultivation and strength of the Yuanying true lord of a single family are far greater than those of the scattered cultivators. The Jiang family has always tolerated Yuanshan's engine, not because they don't have the strength to destroy him, but because destroying Yuanshan's Iron Sheng involves too many people. Doing so is equivalent to giving Carnioan Sword Sect an opportunity to destroy his Jiang family openly. Jiang Taoyuan is not stupid, so he will naturally not do such a stupid thing. By the same token, although what the Jiang family did to the Chen family this time made the Chen family extremely angry, all this was within the rules set by Carnioan Sword Sect. Even if Carnioan Sword Sect is dissatisfied, it can't touch his Jiang family. Otherwise, there will be civil strife in Wangxinghe. At that time, under internal and external troubles, Carnioan Sword Sect may have to follow the footsteps of King Li Dao Sect. No matter how powerful a sect is, it will only take a few minutes to decline. There are many such lessons in the history of Xian'an Tao. Seeing Jiang Chenai, Jiang Taoyuan showed a kind look on his face. Although Jiang Chenai's talent is far from comparable to Chen Daoxuan, he is also considered to be one of the top geniuses in the Jiang family. Seeing the outstanding younger generations of the family, Jiang Taoyuan is always sincerely happy. Chen Yi, what's the matter? Hearing this, Jiang Chenai's body trembled even more. He trembled and said, reporting to the ancestor, Chen Xian. The kind look on Jiang Taoyuan's face disappeared instantly. He flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chenai. He grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, tell me quickly, what happened to Chen Xian? Jiang Chenai's heart was determined, and he closed his eyes and said, I'm afraid Chen Xian is dying. What? Jiang Taoyuan was immediately anxious. How could he not die? Didn't I ask you to take good care of him? Are you taking revenge for personal gain and deliberately torturing him? Jiang Taoyuan's eyes were cold, and his whole body exuded coldness. Hearing this, Jiang Chenai was so frightened that he fell to his knees, kowtowed, and cried out in sorrow, Grandmaster, please understand. Chen Xian is just a low-level cultivator of the 9th level of the key refining stage. With his lifespan, it is a miracle that he can hold on until now. His lifespan is almost over. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, with your order, even if I have 10 guts, I dare not retaliate against Chen Xian. Seeing Jiang Chenai's appearance, Jiang Taoyuan said coldly, get up first, and go with me to see. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Chenai stood up immediately. Jiang Taoyuan waved his sleeves, and the two of them disappeared directly from the spot. Chuan Kingdom, Zenon Fairy City. At this time, it has been almost a year since the Zenon army recaptured Zenon Pass. During this period, Zenon Fairy City, under the vigorous governance of Fairy Kaiyao, not only has it regained its vitality, but also has been transformed from a frontline fairy city to a logistics supply fairy city. Now, as Carnioan Sword Sect continues to win the war against Zhuan Qingdao League, the battle lines of both sides are constantly advancing towards the control area of Zhuan Qingdao League. It seems that the entire Chuan Kingdom is almost under the control of Carnioan Sword Sect. This Zenon Fairy City, which was originally located on the front line, naturally became a rear supply base. In Zenon Fairy City, in the City Lord's mansion located in the core position, Eluoli, Chen Daolian and Kai Yao are walking in the courtyard. The last time Chen Xian was abducted by the Jiang family, Chen Daolian took Eluoli to Carnioan Sword Sect as soon as possible, and took the space teleportation array of Carnioan Sword Sect to Zenon Fairy City. Originally, Chen Daolian hoped to find Chen Daoxuan here. After all, the Jiang family abducted Chen Xian, which involved Yuan Ying's engine, was beyond Chen Daolian's ability. But she didn't expect that Chen Daoxuan was not in Zenon Fairy City, but went to the enemy's hinterland. This time, Chen Daolian was a little blind. In fact, due to the distance between the two sides, Chen Daoxuan's location was erratic. Not to mention that her communication J talisman could not contact the other party. Even the Shadow Palace of Carnioan Sword Sect did not know the specific location of Chen Daoxuan. So Chen Daolian decided to stay in this fairy city. This stay lasted for half a year. In addition to waiting for Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daolian stayed here because she was afraid that the Jiang family would continue to attack Eluoli. Before that, Chen Xian risked his life to save Eluoli, so Chen Daolian would naturally not let Eluoli fall into Jiang Taoyuan's hands again. Seeing that Eluoli and Chen Daolian were frowning, Kai Yao comforted them. Don't worry, my two sisters. When the war here is over, my Carnioan Sword Sect will give the Chen family an explanation. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan forced a smile on her face and nodded. Thank you, Fairy Kaiyao. On the side, Luoli was about to say something. The space in front of her was fluctuating, and then a figure that she had been waiting for an unknown period of time appeared in front of her. Chen Xinlang. Luoli covered her mouth and shouted this sentence almost tremblingly. Then, she rushed towards Chen Daoxuan and hugged him tightly with both hands. At this moment, Luoli's tears were like pearls that had broken off the string, constantly sliding down her cheeks. Sorry, I'm back late. Chen Daoxuan knew that Luoli had been under too much psychological pressure during this period, because in her opinion, Chen Xian was voluntarily captured by Jiang Taixu for her. In the eyes of kind people, no matter what problems arise, they will always find their own reasons at the first time and attribute all the faults to themselves. Luoli is such a person. Young clan leader. When Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Daoxuan, her eyes were red with excitement and her voice became trembling. Then, she didn't care about anything else and rushed up to hug Chen Daoxuan. On the side, Fairy Kaiyao looked at the three people hugging each other with a complicated expression. After a long while, Chen Daoxuan patted the shoulders of the two women and said, "Let go, there are still people here." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't think anything of it, but Luoli's face flushed, and she quickly let go of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan then bowed to Kaiyao and said, "Fairy, I want to borrow the space teleportation array in the city." Okay. Fairy Kaiyao nodded. Chapter 362 How do you want to die? Wang Xinghei. Kaiyan Sword Sect's headquarters. In front of the space teleportation array, one after another, figures appeared on the giant space teleportation array. The cultivators who maintained the operation of the teleportation array stood beside the giant teleportation array and shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoists, please quickly leave the teleportation array base, and don't block the fellow Taoists behind you. Fellow Taoists, please quickly leave the teleportation array base, and don't block the fellow Taoists behind you." Swish. Suddenly, three figures appeared on the space teleportation array base. They were Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan and Luoli. Compared with Chen Daoxuan's steady steps, Chen Daoxuan and Luoli staggered, and their bodies were a little unstable. Chen Daoxuan stroked his forehead and sighed. This long-distance transmission array is convenient, but it is not friendly to low-level cultivators like us. Every time I use it, I feel uncomfortable for a long time. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "That being said, it is much more convenient than taking the immortal boat." He paused, and then looked at Luoli again. "Liu, you and Daoxuan will take the immortal boat back to the clan later. I will go to the Jiang family first." Hearing this, Luoli's heart tightened. She stepped forward, grabbed Chen Daoxuan's sleeve, and said, "Be careful." Chen Daoxuan patted her weak shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry, it's not me who should be careful, but Jiang Taoyuan." After that, Chen Daoxuan nodded to Chen Daoxuan and disappeared instantly. When his figure appeared again, Chen Daoxuan had already arrived in front of the Kaiyan Sword Sect's mountain protection array. "Who dares to trespass into our Kaiyan Sword Sect?" Chen Daoxuan's reckless behavior immediately attracted the monks guarding the Kaiyan Sword Sect's defensive formation to fly over on their swords. "Open the formation." Chen Daoxuan shouted coldly, looking at the Kaiyan Sword Sect disciples who were flying over with a stern look. Hearing this, the Jinden Zenran who was leading the group immediately showed an angry look on his face. Since he started practicing, this was the first time he had seen such a rude person in the Kaiyan Sword Sect's sect headquarters. However, when he saw Chen Daoxuan's face clearly, he held back the curse before he could say it. "Master Chen." The Jinden monk who was leading the group immediately lowered his head in fear, and his face no longer had the anger that had just risen to the sky. The low-level monks who followed him heard the name of Master Chen, and immediately remembered something, and all bowed their heads to salute Chen Daoxuan. Although the record of Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan's defeat of the Qinghui Taoist sect has not yet spread, but his previous achievements had long been spread throughout the Wanxing Sea. Chen Daoxuan first killed a late Yuanying cultivator alone, and recovered Zenon Pass, and then went deep into the enemy's rear alone to destroy the enemy's logistics and transportation. All these incredible achievements had long made Chen Daoxuan famous in the Wanxing Sea. Chen Daoxuan's fame this time was not only limited to the circle of giant and cultivators, but from top to bottom, from Yuan Ying's engine to the bottom level key refining cultivators, all heard of Chen Daoxuan's name. What is the name of Huangxingxi? This is it. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Daoxuan's current reputation in Huangxingxi is even greater than that of Qinzan, the master of Zhenhe Hall. This is not to say that Chen Daoxuan's strength must be stronger than Qinzan, as long as Qinzan was mainly responsible for suppressing the underwater aliens in Huangxingxi. For the outside world, if his cultivation and strength were not at a certain level, he would not have heard of Qinzan's name. But Chen Daoxuan is different. The war of Izumo Kingdom has attracted the attention of the whole people in Huangxingxi. Even mortals who don't care much about the war between monks have heard about the war between Huangxinghe and Chuan Kingdom, not to mention the monk circle. In the eyes of monks, the war between Huangxinghe and Chuan Kingdom is the best way for casual cultivators to achieve class crossing. In the cultivation world, casual cultivators are the largest in number. This has led to the fact that anyone who has made a name for himself on the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom will become famous in the monk circle of Huangxinghe. This is the case with Ji family monk Jizuhu, who was killed by Chen Daoxuan before. In terms of strength, although Zutu Zenran Jizuhu's strength belongs to the top level among Chindan monks, it is far from the level of invincible Zenran, let alone compared with Chen Daoxuan today. But such a person who is not ranked among the high-level monks of Huangxinghe has a great reputation in Huangxinghe. The main reason is that Jizuhu's reputation on the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom is very bluffing. Perhaps in the eyes of the real strong, Jizuhu's wanton slaughter of the weak is despicable, but for the lower level cultivators, Jizuhu's reputation is even louder than that of ordinary Yuan Ying's engine. It can be seen how exaggerated Chen Daoxuan's current reputation is in Huangxinghe. This is also the reason why Jiang Taiyuan was so panicked when he learned that King Li Dao sect had lost Tai divine water. To describe Chen Daoxuan now in one word, that is, the general trend has been established. Today's Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family behind him are not inferior to any Yuan Ying family in Huangxinghe. Although the family accumulation of the Chen family is slightly weak, these gaps will soon be made up with the unique industrial production capacity of the Chen family. Most importantly, in terms of high-end combat power, the Chen family is not inferior to any Yuan Ying family in Huangxinghe, and even stronger. Based on Chen Daoxuan's estimation of his own strength, with his current strength, he dare not say that he is in the top 3 in Huangxinghe, but at least he is in the top 5. The specific ranking can only be known after the fight. At least from the brief encounter between Chen Daoxuan and Yi Xianqi, he felt that the world realm true lord was no more than that. Southwest of the Huangxingxi, Taizhou, Gi Fairy City. Boom. A heavy door was pushed open, and then 2 figures walked into the fairy palace one after the other. In the center of the palace, an old man with messy white hair and a listless spirit sat cross-legged on a cushion. The old man was extremely thin, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. Jiang Taiyuan walked into the fairy palace and saw this. His face turned pale. After a while, he took a deep breath. His face returned to calm, and he walked slowly to Chen Zian. Chen Zian. Jiang Taiyuan called softly, but Chen Zian was unaware. Jiang Taiyuan frowned slightly and raised his voice. Chen Zian. This time, Chen Zian finally noticed something and slowly raised his head. The turbid eyeballs slowly opened, and after a long time, the focus in his eyes was realigned, and he saw the person clearly. Chen Zian smiled and wanted to say something, but found that his voice was already hoarse. Jiang Taiyuan walked forward. He stroked Chen Zian's head with his palm, and a purple light was injected into Chen Zian's body. Suddenly, Chen Zian became energetic again. Nascent solescence. On the side, Jiang Chenai swallowed lightly, and his heart was shaken. He didn't expect that the ancestor valued Chen Zian so much that he was willing to inject nascent solescence into his body. You know, nascent solescence is related to the foundation of a nascent soul cultivator. Too much loss will cause the cultivation of the nascent soul cultivator to regress, and the consequences are very serious. Generally speaking, even if it is his own son, the nascent soul cultivator will not easily waste nascent solescence for him. After getting this nascent solescence from Jiang Taiyuan, Chen Zion was finally able to speak. Ancestor Jiang, don't waste your energy. My lifespan has come to an end, and no medicine can save me. I know. Jiang Taoan nodded. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with my Jiang family, but the problem is that you can't die in Taizhao, let alone die in my Jiang family. Hearing this, Chen Zion's face suddenly showed joy. He grabbed Jiang Taoan's sleeve and said excitedly, my nephew won. He won, right? Chen Zion murmured, I know. He will definitely win. He will definitely win. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough cough. Jiang Taoan saw Chen Zion so excited, and his heart couldn't help but twitch violently. He was really afraid that the other party would not be able to breathe and die directly in the Jiang family. Based on his understanding of Chen Daoxuan, once Chen Zion died in the Jiang family, the two sides would really fight to the death. Jiang Taoan had learned about Chen Daoxuan in detail. The more he knew about him, the more Jiang Taoan was afraid of him. If it weren't for the price offered by King Li Dao sect that he couldn't refuse, and he knew that King Li Dao sect also had the trump card of Tai divine water, he would never choose to stand on the side at this moment. Unfortunately, the most lacking thing in this world is regret medicine. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Chen family. Don't waste your energy. Chen Zion shook his head. Do you think that in my current situation, I can still withstand the fatigue of going from Taizhao to Kangzhou? Hearing this, Jiang Taoan frowned. Indeed, Chen Zion's situation is worse than he imagined. It is really unbelievable that he is still in such a bad state after getting a mouthful of his nascent solescence to prolong his life. Jiang Taoan can feel that Chen Zion's soul is on the verge of collapse. Unless he has a treasure to refine his soul, he will never be able to save this person. But if he has such a treasure, it would not be his turn to save Chen Zion. Jiang Taoan would have used it to improve his own strength. The Jiang family has been developing in a low-key manner for so many years, and Jiang Taoan himself is also extremely low-key. The outside world has never known that Jiang Taoan has already entered the top level of Zhenjin. It's ridiculous that Zhenjin Yuanchen thought that he didn't kill him because he was not strong enough. In fact, it was just a show for outsiders. If the Jiang family really wanted to kill Yuanchen, why did they need the 3 Yuanying Zhenjins of the Jiang family to take action? Jiang Taoan alone was enough. Jiang Taoan looked at Chen Zion and thought quietly. Taking the other party to the Chen family in Kangzhou through continuous space teleportation is undoubtedly sending a corpse to the Chen family. Even Chen Daolian and Luoli couldn't bear the damage caused by continuous teleportation, let alone Chen Zion who was only hanging on for a breath. As for using the spirit boat to send Chen Zion back, Jiang Taoan doubted whether Chen Zion could hold on until that time. From Taizhao Ji Zion Sheng to Xuanhu Island in Guanghan Prefecture, Kangzhou, even if taking the fastest spirit boat, it would take at least 10 days and a half a month. But with Chen Zion's physical condition, how could he hold on for another 10 days and a half a month? Even if he continued to inject Yuanying essence into Chen Zion, the other party could only hold on for 3 days at most. For a moment, Jiang Taoan couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Thinking of this, he was even more dissatisfied with Jiang Chenai's actions. Chen Zion was in such a bad health. Why did he wait until this time to inform him? Fortunately, Jiang Chenai didn't know what his ancestor was thinking. Otherwise he would definitely cry out for injustice. Because before, Jiang Taoan didn't care about Chen Zion's life or death. In his opinion, Zuan King Dao League has Tai divine water, and there is a great possibility of a comeback against the wind. The Jiang family's capture of Chen Zion is just the first step. When Zuan King Dao League gave birth to Yuanshan Daochen and organized a large army to counterattack, his Jiang family would have to cooperate inside and outside to welcome the other party. But Jiang Taoan didn't expect that Zuan King Dao League would be so disappointing. Even the treasure of Tai divine water was not kept under control. Jiang Taoan couldn't help but glare at Jiang Chenai beside him, not knowing whether it was Jiang Chenai or Zuan King Dao League, and whispered, "What a bunch of trash." When Jiang Chenai heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground and dared not refute. Chen Zion laughed even more happily. It was a rare story for a mere key refining cultivator to see a Yuanying Zhenjin in such a miserable state before his death. When Chen Daoxuan appeared again, He had already entered the territory of Taizhou. From the headquarters of Kainiuan Sword Sector Taizhou, it was millions of miles away. The farthest distance Chen Daoxuan could teleport each time was only more than 2,300 miles. In theory, Chen Daoxuan had to perform more than 1,000 teleportations in succession to get from Kainiuan Sword Sector Taizhou. Even with Chen Daoxuan's cultivation, he could not sustain the longest distance teleportation for more than 1,000 times in a row. It was not that Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm was insufficient. In fact, with Chen Daoxuan's understanding of the laws of space, let alone performing more than 1,000 teleportations, even if he performed it 10,000 times or 100,000 times, as long as his mana was sufficient, it would not be a big problem for him. For Chen Daoxuan, the biggest problem was that his body was too weak. Each teleportation was not only a test of his Dao realm, but also a test of his physical body. Unfortunately, this kind of test was difficult to offset with spiritual armor. Although his innate spiritual armor could weaken some of the spatial pressure, more of the spatial pressure was directly applied to his body. If one must make an analogy, it was somewhat similar to a thunder tribulation, but not as extreme as a thunder tribulation, which required one to completely rely on oneself to resist. Who? Chen Daoxuan looked in the direction of the Jia Immortal City, and after a little breath adjustment, he teleported towards the Jia Immortal City again. Is it funny? Jiang Taoan looked at Chen Ziyan, who was laughing at him wantonly, and his face gradually became colder. He was already in a very bad mood, and now seeing that Chen Ziyan, a mere key refining stage cultivator, dared to laugh at him, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Ahem. Funny. Of course it's funny. Chen Ziyan grinned. I feel very comfortable when I think of your Jiang family's current situation. Humph. Do you think Chen Daoxuan can definitely beat me? Jiang Taoan lowered his head and looked at him. Or do you think that Kainiuan Sword Sect will destroy my huge Jiang family for a small key refining cultivator like you? Chen Ziyan, you think too highly of yourself and underestimate my Jiang family. In that case, why are you still afraid? Chen Ziyan sneered. I'm afraid? Jiang Taoan laughed. Do you think that I, a Yuan Zhenjin, will be afraid? Do you think Chen Daoxuan can kill me by killing a Yuan Zhenjin of King Li Dao sect? Jiang Taoan shook his head. You don't know at all that Zhenjin and Zhenjin are different. Really? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in the Immortal Palace, and then a figure appeared in front of the three people. Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan stood beside Chen Ziyan and took him into the small tower with a wave of his hand. Then, he turned to look at Jiang Taoan and said coldly, tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 363 Misunderstanding. In the Immortal Palace, Jiang Taoan saw Chen Daoxuan suddenly appear in front of him and put Chen Ziyan into the cave magic weapon, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Fellow Daoist Chen, long time no see. Jiang Taoan seemed not to hear Chen Daoxuan's provocative words, and a smiling expression appeared on his face. He pointed to the place where Chen Ziyan had just sat and said with a smile, I was just having a good chat with the old clan leader Chen, and fellow Daoist Chen just happened to arrive. It's really a coincidence. Behind Jiang Taoan, Jiang Chen I had been lowering his head. When he heard his ancestor's shameless words, he had the urge to deafen his ears on the spot. Chen Daoxuan looked at Jiang Taoan expressionlessly and sneered. From what the Jiang clan leader said, I have to thank you Jiang family for taking care of my 13th uncle during this period. Jiang Taoan smiled and waved his hands. I dare not take credit. I dare not take credit. I take credit for it. Chen Daoxuan shouted. Immediately, his innate spiritual armor covered his entire body, and then the laws of water and fire wrapped around his fist, and he punched Jiang Taoan. Boom. With a loud bang, the huge fairy palace was instantly reduced to dust by this punch. Jiang Chenai, who was standing not far from Jiang Taoan and Chen Ziyan, was the first to be hit. Under this terrifying shockwave, he was directly vaporized. A cultivator in the late Purple Mansion stage could not even block the aftermath of the fight between the two. In the GI Fairy City, countless cultivators were shocked by the explosion of the floating fairy palace in the sky, and then they shouted, Yuan Zhenjin. Could it be that Yuan Zhenjin invaded GI Fairy City? I don't know which Zenjin this is. Is it Yuan Chen's engine? He dares to attack Gi Fairy City. Isn't he afraid that Jiang Laozu will kill him? The high-level cultivators also reacted quickly. The moment the floating fairy palace exploded, they all flew towards the outside of Gi Fairy City, as if they were escaping. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to watch the battle between the Yuanying's engine. As for the low-level cultivators in Gi Xiancheng, they were in a more miserable situation. The high-level cultivators could at least fly by light, but due to the existence of the Gi Xiancheng forbidden air formation, the low-level cultivators could only rely on spells such as light body magic to speed up their walking speed. But considering the area of Gi Xiancheng, how long would it take to escape by walking? For a time, Gi Xiancheng was in chaos. In the sky, two figures flew out from the ruins of the fairy palace. They were Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Taoyuan. Chen Daoxuan was wearing a green spiritual armor. Under the sunlight, the spiritual armor reflected a dazzling brilliance. As for the other side, Jiang Taoyuan forcibly endured Chen Daoxuan's punch that merged the two laws of water and fire. It was really uncomfortable, especially Chen Daoxuan's punch was particularly abrupt. Although he put on the spiritual armor at the critical moment, the injury he suffered was really not light. Cough cough cough. Jiang Taoyuan coughed violently, and black mist continued to escape from his body. Chen Daoxuan recognized at a glance that these black mists were the immortal true meaning that Yuanying's engine had integrated into his physical body. It seems that Jiang Taoyuan has not yet condensed an immortal true body. Chen Daoxuan judged the other party's physical realm at a glance, otherwise it should not be the physical body that is emitting black mist at this moment, but the immortal true meaning is recondensed. You actually stepped into the level of the top Zenjin. Jiang Taoyuan pointed at Chen Daoxuan, his eyes full of disbelief. Although he knew that Kinzan and Chen Daoxuan had snatched Tai divine water from King Wei Taoist sect, he did not know the process of the snatch. In his eyes, Chen Daoxuan was just a bystander, and the main force to snatch Tai divine water must be the master of Zhenhe Palace. In his opinion, things may not be as simple as he imagined. But why? Jiang Taoyuan's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Chen Daoxuan and said in confusion, "Ahem, why do you have to hide your strength so hard?" As if thinking of something, Jiang Taoyuan said to himself, "Yes, you are also a family cultivator. I guess you, like me, don't trust the current leader of Carnean Sword Sect." As he said that, Jiang Taoyuan smiled. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you and I don't have to fight to the death. In my opinion, the interests of your Chen family and my Jiang family are the same. I don't think fellow Daoist Chen wants to have a mountain on his head, right?" As he spoke, Jiang Taoyuan's recent injuries had healed. Chen Daoxuan looked at Jiang Taoyuan, who had returned to normal, and roughly judged the opponent's strength in his heart. This person is stronger than the Lord of Yahoo Palace, but weaker than Young Kun. After the battle with King Wei Dao sect, Chen Daoxuan also had a vague estimate of his own strength. According to his estimate, if he used all his strength should be slightly higher than Young Kun, but generally at the same level. This kind of strength is basically the strongest level below the world realm. Generally speaking, after the integration of the three laws reaches 50%, the Yuanying's engine will choose to break through to the world realm. People like Chen Daoxuan who have integrated the three laws to 70% are originally very rare. In terms of the law of the Great Dao, he should be much stronger than Young Kun. But in terms of cultivation, he is much lower than Young Kun. Although he has a blessing of the 6th grade White Lotus of good fortune, this is only sufficient in quantity, and the quality is still much worse. Coupled with the shortcomings in the realm of the physical body, Chen Daoxuan's strength is only comparable to Young Kun. But who is Young Kun? The second strongest person in the King Wei Taoist sect, and one of the top 3 in the Zuan King Taoist League. Chen Daoxuan is as strong as such a top strongman, and it can be said that he is at the same level as Kinsan before he broke through the world realm. With his strength, not to mention killing Jiang Taoyuan on the spot, it is no problem to abuse him. In fact, with Chen Daoxuan's strength, it is not impossible to kill Jiang Taoyuan, but the premise is that Jiang Taoyuan does not run away. Because Jiang Taoyuan is also good at the laws of space like Chen Daoxuan, and his spiritual awareness is stronger than Chen Daoxuan, and his teleportation distance is much farther than Chen Daoxuan. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything, Jiang Taoan thought that his words had moved him and continued to persuade him. Outsiders say that Kinzan is a rare genius of Carnean sword sect, but in my opinion, you have much greater potential than him. As long as you join our camp, with your potential, you will become the leader of our camp in the future. Your camp? Chen Daoxuan sneered. Third Elder Yi Yin's camp? That's right. Jiang Taoan nodded and said, but it's not Yi Yin's camp, but the camp of the family cultivators. Fei Chengsu is perverse, supporting casual cultivators, disregarding the interests of family cultivators, and allowing this girl to serve as the leader of Carnean sword sect. The cultivators of my family will be worse and worse in the future. I'm sure you have also seen the war with Zhu and King Daomeng this time. The trend of casual cultivators in Wangxinghe is already established. If our family cultivators don't unite to resist, there will be no place for us in the future. After all, how can the number of our family cultivators compare with the huge number of casual cultivators? Chen Daoxuan could hear that Jiang Taoan's words were from the bottom of his heart. However, he remained unmoved. Because what he cared about was never the family cultivators or the independent cultivators. He had always cared about only the Chen family cultivators. As for the other family cultivators, independent cultivators, and even the disciples of the Carnean sword sect, there was no difference in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. After saying this, Jiang Taoan had been paying attention to Chen Daoxuan's expression. He found that Chen Daoxuan's expression did not change at all. Gradually, Jiang Taoan's heart sank completely. Well, he sighed. It seems that today, I can't keep you. In Fei Chengsu's camp, there was already a person like Kinzan who had extraordinary strength and potential. In addition, Chen Daoxuan had even more terrifying potential. Their family cultivator camp simply gave up. Just surrender directly to Fei Chengsu and the others. But how could Jiang Taoan be willing? The next moment, Jiang Taoan waved his hand, took out a set of array plates from the storage ring, and then threw it into the sky. The array plate spun around and flew into the sky. Then, an inverted ball-shaped light curtain enveloped the entire sky. Chen Daoxuan looked around. The range covered by this array light curtain was not large, only about 100 miles in diameter. As for the Gi fairy city below, it was deliberately isolated by Jiang Taoan. I think the head of the Jiang family did not want his Jiang family's nest to be destroyed. 7th level array plate. Jiang Taoan, you really surprised me. The 7th level magic weapon should be a treasure used by the Heavenly Lord of Crossing Tribulation. Although he was not surprised at all that the Jiang family had several 6th level magic weapons in their hands, the 7th level magic weapon should not appear in the hands of the Jiang family. It can be said that even a large sect like the Kingly Taoist sect may not have this thing. The Carnean sword sect has the pure Yang immortal weapon, which is completely the legacy of their ancestors. In addition, the Carnean sword sect does not even have a 7th level magic weapon. This shows how precious the 7th level magic weapon is. Although Chen Daoxuan had a component of a 7th level magic weapon, the Heavenly Secret Talisman, it was only one of the components of the 7th level magic weapon set. A mere Heavenly Secret Talisman itself was not a 7th level magic weapon. However, what Jiang Taoan took out was a complete 7th level array. This made Chen Daoxuan wonder where the other party's 7th level magic weapon came from. If it was said that the Kingly Taoist sect gave it to his Jiang family, Chen Daoxuan would be the first to disbelieve it. If the Kingly Taoist sect really had this treasure and gave it to the Jiang family, it would have been placed on the Tei Immortal Pond long ago. It can be predicted that if the Kingly Taoist sect used the 7th level array to block the Tei Immortal Pond, Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan would not necessarily be able to seize the Tei Divine Water. At most, they could only rely on the power of the Yuhuang Bell to destroy the Tei Immortal Pond. This array is called the Zumi 9 Palaces Array. Please appreciate it, fellow Taoist, Jiang Taoan said with a smile. As a 6th level array master, although Chen Daoxuan could not see the flaws of this array, he could also faintly sense that this large array was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the Jiang family's spiritual veins. In other words, Jiang Taoan does not need to expend his own mana to activate this formation. In this way, Jiang Taoan will be able to exert the power of this formation to a greater extent. Sumeru 9 Palaces Formation, so this is still a space formation. Chen Daoxuan looked at the formation, and then looked at Jiang Taoan. But I don't understand why brother Jiang locked both of us in this formation. Because only in this way can I maximize the power of this formation. No more idle talk, die. Jiang Taoan's expression was cold. A formation flag appeared in his hand, and then he waved it fiercely. The next moment, countless space blades slashed towards Chen Daoxuan. With Chen Daoxuan's attainments in the law of space, he recognized at a glance that this was a method that only the higher level realm of the law of space had, space strangulation. But compared with the space strangulation performed by the cultivator, the range and power of the spatial strangulation in the Zumi 9 Palaces formation have been upgraded to a higher level, and the frequency is even more terrifying than the spatial strangulation performed by the Yuanying's engine. Seeing the dense spatial blades constantly slashing at Chen Daoxuan's life spirit armor, killing his body, and making it retreat violently, Jiang Taoan laughed wildly. Chen Daoxuan, how does the Zumi 9 Palaces formation taste? Each of these spatial blades is close to the attack power of the top's engine. With so many, I wonder how long you can last. It's a pity that this Zumi 9 Palaces formation has 9 kinds of offensives, and now you can only taste this one. Jiang Taoan saw Chen Daoxuan holding on for so long under the Zumi 9 Palaces formation, and immediately judged the grade of the other party's life spirit armor. What about the 6th grade upper grade spirit armor? With so many spatial blades, let's see how long you can last. Jiang Taoan thought to himself. In front of Chen Daoxuan, the 3 laws kept circling, either turning into shields or swords, constantly resisting the attacks of the spatial blades. Otherwise, if you only rely on your own spiritual armor, you will be broken by the endless space blade sooner or later. Chen Daoxuan resisted the attack while saying, it's not that I only want to taste one, but your Jiang family's spiritual veins can't support this formation, right? Hearing this, Jiang Taoan's face rose. HMPH, let's see how long you can be stubborn. After that, the attack of the space blade became more violent. Below, countless spiritual energy was pulled to the sky by the formation plate, and a spiritual energy column was formed between the formation plate in the sky and the underground spiritual vein. Die. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was still struggling to hold on, Jiang Taoan's face flushed. This is the Jiang family's bottom line method. Except for him, no cultivator in the Jiang family knows about it, including the other 2 Yuanying's engine in the Jiang family. The so-called trump card is when no one knows about it, so that it can play the greatest role at the critical moment. If Chen Daoxuan knew that the Jiang family had a 7th level formation plate, he would definitely not rush directly into the Jiang family's base camp. However, he was not unprepared. Outside the light curtain of the 9 Palaces Zuayu formation, a purple mansion late-stage cultivator in a black robe was looking at the sky with burning eyes. This person was the clone that Chen Daoxuan left in the GI Immortal City before ushering into the Jiang family Immortal Palace. The strength of his clone was so different from that of the original body that it was difficult to calculate with reason. But at this moment, this clone was the key to Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough. Now, the Jiang family stared blankly at Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Taoan, who were covered by the light curtain of the formation. They didn't know how the Patriarch and the strange True Lord were fighting. The Jiang family only saw that their spiritual veins were constantly being drained of spiritual energy by a strange formation. Jiang Taoan was another Yuanying cultivator of the Jiang family. On weekdays, the Jiang family only had Jiang Taoan and Jiang Taoan in charge. The battle between Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Taoan happened so fast that Jiang Taoan, who was in retreat, just rushed out and saw that the Zumi 9 Palaces formation had completely covered the Jiang family's floating fairy mountain. And he was sure that this formation was not the Jiang family's formation. Since it was not the Jiang family's formation, it must be the enemy's formation. Thinking of this, Jiang Taoan looked at the spiritual energy column in the air and had some thoughts in his mind. He flew into the air, his consciousness enveloped the entire fairy city and sent a message to all the cultivators. Are there any formation masters above the 4th level present? Chapter 364, Digging Your Own Grave. Hearing the sound transmission in the sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone paused, turned his head to look at Jiang Taiheo's position, and then thought of something. The muscles on his face moved, and he turned into a middle-aged cultivator. Originally, he wanted to take the risk to cast a large formation to block the spiritual veins from supplying spiritual energy to the Zumi 9 Palace formation, but now it seems that there is no need to take the risk. The black-robed clone flashed, and in the blink of an eye he flew to the gathering place of the Jiang family cultivators. At the same time, in the Jia Immortal City, many higher-level formation masters who heard the sound transmission of Jiang Taiheo's spiritual consciousness all flew over. Now that the Jia Immortal City is being invaded by a powerful enemy, as Taizhou cultivators, they should fight the enemy together with the Jiang family. It must be said that, although the Jiang family is all-powerful in Taizhou, their reputation among the casual cultivators is much better than that of the Yi family in Kangzhou. At present, Jiang Taiheo only sent a sound transmission to the whole city, and he can get so many high-level formation masters to respond, which can be seen. Jiang Taiheo watched the rays of light flying towards him. Among them were cultivators from the Jiang family, and also casual cultivators from the outside world. Seeing this, Jiang Taiheo, a dignified Yuanying Zhenjin, actually bowed to everyone and said sincerely, "Masters, I will never forget the kindness of helping my Jiang family in times of crisis." Seeing that Jiang Taiheo, a dignified Yuanying Zhenjin, actually treated the cultivators so politely, all the cultivators present felt extremely honored. "Zhenjin Jiang, you are too polite. Jia Xiancheng is the largest fairy city in Taizhou. How can we allow others to invade?" "That's right. Dao is right. How can we, Taizhou cultivators, be bullied by outside cultivators, even if they are Zhenjin?" Everyone talked at once, denouncing the strange Zhenjin who invaded Jia Xiancheng. On weekdays, when they met a Yuanying Zhenjin, they didn't even dare to breathe, but now that they were following the Jiang family, they could follow everyone to accuse a Yuanying Zhenjin, which made everyone feel that the Zhenjin was just like this. In the crowd, Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone quietly watched the scene of indignation in front of him, and remained silent. Seeing Jiang Taiheo stretched out his hand to suppress it, the voices of the cultivators gradually became smaller. "Masters," Jiang Taiheo looked at the crowd. "You all saw that the thief is now using the formation to extract the spiritual energy of my Jiang family's spiritual vein, to attack my Jiang family's head. Such rampant behavior cannot be tolerated by my Jia Immortal City. Therefore, I implore all masters to work together to cast the Great Sealing Spirit formation to block the spiritual energy supply of the spiritual vein to this formation." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a while, a 5th level low-grade formation master stood up. Seeing this thin 5th level formation master wearing a green Taoist robe with an immortal look, everyone made way for him and bowed to him. "Master Qi. Hello, Master Qi. Master Qi." Amid the greetings of the crowd, Master Qi flew to Jiang Taiheo, bowed and said, "Jiang Zhenjin, I see that the level of this formation is very high. I'm afraid that ordinary soul-sealing formations will hardly work." Hearing this, Jiang Taiheo frowned. He had just sent a message to the whole city. The main purpose was actually to ask for help from several 5th level formation masters. This formation master surnamed Qi was one of them. "Master Qi, is there nothing you can do with your attainments in formations?" Master Qi shook his head and said, "It's difficult. The level of the formation in the sky is at least above the 6th level. If you want to block the transmission of spiritual energy, you must have a 6th level soul sealing formation at least. Not to mention, whether I can set up a 6th level soul sealing formation. I don't even have the formation plate for this 6th level soul sealing formation." Master Qi said with a wry smile on his face. 6th level soul sealing formation. Jiang Taiheo frowned when he heard this. His Jiang family did have a 6th level formation plate, but among these formation plates, there was no 6th level soul sealing formation. Just when he was at a loss, Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone stood up, and he took out a formation plate and a set of formation flags from his storage ring, and said, "Jiang Zhenjin, fellow Taoists, please look. 6th level soul sealing formation. Let me see. I have never seen a 6th level formation. It is a 6th level soul sealing formation. I have seen this formation in Yazhou, As everyone talked about it, Jiang Taihao immediately relaxed his brows, his face full of surprise. "Thank you for your help, master." He glanced at Chen Daoxuan's face and found it a little strange. "May I ask your surname, master?" "My surname is Chen." Chen Jiang Taihao felt a little strange, but he didn't think much about it for a while. There are many people with the surname Chen in Wangxinghai, not just the Chen family in Kangshao, not to mention that the man in front of him is a casual cultivator. Jiang Taijin, it's not easy to set up a 6th level formation. We should act without delay. Hearing this, Jiang Taihao suddenly woke up and said, "Master, you are right." Then he looked at everyone. "Please help Master Chen to set up this formation. After the enemy is defeated, my Jiang family will reward you handsomely." When the cultivators heard this, their faces were excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "I will follow the order of Master Jiang's engine. We will spare no effort. Count me in too." After a few polite words, 7 5th level formation masters flew out first, of which 3 were from the Jiang family and 4 were independent cultivators. They all flew towards Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone. The black-robed clone was not stingy and handed the formation flags and the formation jade slips for setting up the 6th level soul sealing formation to the 7 5th level formation masters, saying, "Please lend me a hand." Master Qi took the formation flags and jade slips handed over by Chen Daoxuan, smiled and bowed, and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, no problem." The other 6 formation masters also nodded to Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone, and then each selected a group of people from the many 4th level formation masters, and flew towards the main spiritual vein of the Jiang family. Seeing this, the black-robed clone also specially selected a group of 4th level formation masters from the Jiang family, and flew towards the direction of the main spiritual vein. Floating Fairy Island, inside the light curtain of the Zumi 9 Palaces formation. Jiang Taoyuan watched Chen Daoxuan being submerged by the sharp blades of space, and laughed heartily. "Chen Daoxuan, you probably didn't expect that a genius like you would die in the hands of Jiang Taoyuan, right?" Jiang Taoyuan seemed to have a sure win, and his disguise completely disappeared. "I'll tell you that the most important thing in the world of cultivating immortals is to be cautious, and you are too sharp. I know your details very well. Even if I miscalculated your strength, it would not affect my final killing of you. What about you? In addition to knowing that I'm the head of the Jiang family, how much do you know about me? So today, you will definitely die." Jiang Taoyuan looked at Chen Daoxuan still holding the line of defense, and he couldn't help but get a little anxious. He began to use all kinds of trash talk to hit Chen Daoxuan's confidence and make him make defensive mistakes. You know, when facing a space strangling attack like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, any negligence of Chen Daoxuan may cause the entire defense line to collapse. And relying on the 6th level spiritual armor alone, it is impossible to withstand so many space strangling sieges. Maybe a space blade will cause little damage to Chen Daoxuan wearing the 6th level spiritual armor, but the cumulative attack of countless space blades will inevitably cause fatal damage to him. This is also the horror of the Zuoyujiagang formation. Moreover, this is because Jiang Taoyuan's cultivation is not enough, and he cannot display more mysteries of the Zuoyujiagang formation. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would face more than just the attack of the spatial blade. Chen Daoxuan manipulated the 3 laws to resist the fierce offensive, while turning a deaf ear to Jiang Taoyuan's psychological offensive. Jiang Taoyuan would never have thought that the trump card he prepared, which no one knew, would become the last straw that killed him. Otherwise, with Jiang Taoyuan's strength, even if Chen Daoxuan could defeat him, it would be difficult to kill him. Under countless spatial strangulation attacks, Chen Daoxuan could not dodge except to resist. As for teleporting to avoid, it was completely courting death. At this moment, within the coverage of the Zuoyujiagang formation, the space was like a wrinkled piece of paper. Not to mention performing spatial teleportation and teleportation, Chen Daoxuan even found it extremely difficult to manipulate the spatial laws. Jiang Taoyuan attacked Chen Daoxuan with words for a while, and seeing that he was not moved at all, he sneered and then concentrated on controlling the formation, no longer harassing him with words. He knew in his heart that with the tenacity of Chen Daoxuan's heart, he would never be shaken by his words. Jiang family's main spiritual vein. Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone raised his head, looking at the spiritual energy column that rushed straight into the sky, and ordered the Jiang family monks to arrange the formation flags. It is quite difficult to arrange a 6th level formation, especially if you want to cut off the spiritual energy supply of a 7th level formation such as a Zhuaojiagang formation. Fortunately, Jiang Taoyuan's formation master's rank and cultivation are not high, and he cannot exert the full power of the Zhuaojiagang formation. Otherwise Chen Daoxuan would never be able to cut off the opponent's spiritual energy supply. But now, a Jiang family monk of the Chen generation flew towards Chen Daoxuan excitedly and reported, "Master Chen, all the formation flags have been arranged." After a while, the other 7 5th level formation masters also rushed over and bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, you have fulfilled your mission." "Master Chen, the formation flags are ready." "Master Chen, I'm ready too." Fellow Daoist Chen. Seeing that many formation masters worked together and finally set up this 6th level soul sealing formation in less than an incense stick of time, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, thank you all for your hard work." At this time, Jiang Taihao also flew over and bowed to Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone and said, "Master Chen and all the masters have worked hard. Master Chen, please quickly cut off the spiritual energy supply." "Okay." The black-robed clone nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the black-robed clone took out the formation plate in his hand. This set of 6th level soul sealing formation was one of his original practice works. After breaking through the 6th level formation master, unexpectedly, it was actually used at this time. The black-robed clone held up the array plate, pinched the spiritual formula with his hands, and shouted, "The Great Sealing Array, start." As soon as he finished speaking, on the Jiang family's main spiritual vein, rays of light burst out from the array flags everywhere, and then these rays of light connected into one piece, and finally gathered on the array plate in the hands of Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone. At the moment when all the rays of light gathered, the spiritual energy column of the Jiang family's main spiritual vein was instantly cut off. Great, it succeeded. Seeing this, Jiang Taihao's eyes showed a touch of excitement. He raised his head and looked at the Zhuaojiagang array that isolated everything in the sky. He prayed in his heart, hoping that his actions could help the clan leader. As the third person in the Jiang family, Jiang Taihao didn't know how strong his clan leader was, but he knew that his clan brother's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator. It shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Taihao said silently. "Impossible." Jiang Taoyuan looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had lasted a whole stick of incense under the continuous spatial strangulation, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "You know, during this period of time, the space blades in the Zhuaojiagang formation have never stopped. Although these space blades cannot reach the top level of Zhenjin, they are comparable to the attacks of late Yuanying cultivators." In other words, Chen Daoxuan actually withstood the siege of a group of late Yuanying cultivators for an incense stick of time. Jiang Taoyuan could clearly see that Chen Daoxuan had to withstand the attacks of at least a dozen space blades every moment. He could actually block the siege of more than a dozen late Yuanying cultivators for an incense stick of time. Jiang Taoyuan's eyes were full of disbelief. How could his magic power be so strong? Is he still a late giant cultivator? Die. I want you to die. Jiang Taoyuan was completely crazy. He knew that Chen Daoxuan must die today, otherwise, the next one to be destroyed must be him, and the Jiang family. "Heh, you want me to die?" Chen Daoxuan, who had not spoken, transmitted his voice. "Jiang Taoyuan, I suggest you take a look below first." "Childish means." Jiang Taoyuan sneered, and was not moved at all. But soon, the light curtain of the Zhuaojiagang formation shook violently, and only 3 of the space blades that had cut into Chen Daoxuan's body remained. "What's going on?" Jiang Taoyuan frowned, and then he couldn't help but look down. But the scene he saw next almost made Jiang Taoyuan so angry that he died on the spot. "Who sealed the main spiritual vein of my Jiang family? Who?" Jiang Taoyuan looked at the spiritual energy column that gradually became thinner and even disappeared, and he was completely crazy. The Zhuaojiagang formation lost its energy supply. Not to mention maintaining the offensive, it was already a high-grade formation that could keep the outer light curtain from dissipating. At this moment, The Zhuoyujiagang formation not only lost all its means of attack, but also turned into a cage. Wait, cage. Jiang Taoyuan just thought of something and quickly pinched the spiritual formula with his hand, trying to cancel the formation. But what greeted him was a golden giant sword. Boom. An attack that was several times more terrifying than the previous destruction of the Immortal Palace blasted Jiang Taoyuan's tiny figure away. Moreover, a small black hole slowly appeared at the place where he was attacked. Bang! Jiang Taoyuan's body hit the light curtain of the formation of the Zhuoyujiagang formation fiercely, and then was violently bounced away. But Chen Daoxuan did not give the other party a chance to breathe. Under the traction of the Xiangang sword formation and the power of the mind, the water and fire laws merged instantly. Chen Daoxuan tried it. With his current state of the Great Dao, the attack power after the fusion of the three laws is the strongest, followed by the water and fire laws, and then the air and fire laws. The weakest power is the fusion of the air and water laws. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan used his second strongest attack method. The reason why the three laws are not fused is that the air, water, and fire laws cannot be 100% fused. Due to the existence of repulsive force, there will be a little delay before launching an attack. But obviously, Chen Daoxuan did not intend to give Jiang Taoyuan a chance to breathe. Boom. 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 Jiang Taoyuan's figure was nailed to the light curtain of the Zhuoyujiagang formation. Before his figure was bounced off by the light curtain, another attack fell on him. The continuous attacks made Jiang Taoyuan completely confused. At the beginning, he could still resist with his 5th level upper grade spiritual armor and strong physical cultivation, but soon, Jiang Taoyuan found that he could not bear it. What was even more desperate was that, because the confinement range of the Zhuoyujiagang formation was too small, this space was completely disrupted, and Jiang Taoyuan could not even teleport to escape. Jiang Taoyuan never expected that his so-called trump card would become the grave he dug for himself. Si estás escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas y encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 365 Chen Daoxuan builds his foundation. Boom. 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 The flying swords transformed by the laws of water and fire kept bombarding Jiang Taoyuan's body, nailing him to the light curtain of the formation, unable to move. With Chen Daoxuan's unremitting attacks, the laws lingering on Jiang Taoyuan's black spiritual armor gradually couldn't hold up. In the end, the law patterns on the spiritual armor were directly bombarded and dissipated by Chen Daoxuan's flying sword, leaving his life spiritual armor completely exposed. HMPH. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly, and his hands did not slow down at all. Water, fire, air, water, air, fire. The three fusion laws took turns to attack Jiang Taoyuan without stopping. In an instant, Jiang Taoyuan's 5th level spiritual armor was completely shattered. The 5th level upper grade spiritual armor that was indestructible in the eyes of ordinary Yuanying Zenjin was nothing to the top Zenjin who had achieved a 100% fusion degree of the two laws. The slender immortal sword kept penetrating Jiang Taoyuan's body, forcing the immortal true meaning of his flesh out of his body. In just a few dozen breaths, Jiang Taoyuan's location was covered with black mist. All of this black mist was the immortal truth that escaped from Jiang Taoyuan's body. Just when Jiang Taoyuan thought he was going to die, the 9 palaces array lost the spiritual energy support of the Jiang family's main spiritual vein, and the array light curtain finally couldn't hold on. Seeing the array light curtain slowly dissipating, Jiang Taoyuan seemed to grab the last straw and laughed wildly. Haha, Chen Daoxuan, you can't kill me. Chen Daoxuan, who had been attacking, of course also noticed the situation of the array light curtain. He waved his hand, and a scroll of star map unfolded instantly, covering thousands of miles in radius. Then, a terrifying pressure pressed on Jiang Taoyuan's body. Not only that, Chen Daoxuan cast a space cage, and trapped Jiang Taoyuan in it. Star Sword chart. Space cage. Suppress it. Chen Daoxuan's eyes flashed with an intimidating cold light. Jiang Taoyuan, you must die today. As if feeling the despair of being imprisoned in place and unable to move, and as if being shocked by Chen Daoxuan's terrifying momentum, Giant Aowen was stunned at this moment. At the moment he was stunned, a golden giant sword slowly took shape in front of Chen Daoxuan. Then, the golden giant sword cut through the sky, cut through the black fog, and slashed towards Giant Aowen's body. Boom. With a violent explosion, the terrifying shockwave spread wildly. Even with the suppression of the Star Sword chart, the floating fairy island in this area was still crushed into pieces. I don't know how many giant family monks on the floating fairy island died, but the battle between high-level monks is so cruel. Low-level monks can easily encounter a fight between gods and immortals, and the mortals suffer. Fortunately, with the dual suppression of the Star Sword chart and the space cage, the golden giant sword did not cause much damage to the space this time. The void black hole only appeared for a moment, and then it was completely repaired, without causing more damage. Below, Jiang Taihao originally saw the formation light curtain dissipate, and his family leader laughed. He thought that he had helped his family leader in time, but the next scene made him completely collapse. Damn, it was just a little bit short. Jiang Taihao felt deeply guilty. Although the formation light curtain only dissipated for a moment, he also saw the scene inside the formation light curtain clearly. Chen Daoxuan had already forced his giant family leader into a desperate situation. The dissipation of the formation light curtain was a way out. Unexpectedly, it was still a step too late. Chen Daoxuan, Jiang Taihao's escape light flashed, soared straight up, and rushed towards Chen Daoxuan madly. But the next moment, the sword light flashed in the sky. Jiang Taihao fell to the ground at a faster speed, and finally smashed a huge sinkhole in the Jia Immortal City. Ahem. Jiang Taihao stood up from the Xiankeng tremblingly, his eyes full of fear. How can you be so powerful? You are obviously only in the late Jiandan stage. Chen Daoxuan slowly descended and hovered above everyone's head. He first glanced at the cultivators of Jia Xiancheng. When the cultivators met Chen Daoxuan's gaze, they all lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at him. Finally, Chen Daoxuan cast his eyes on Jiang Taihao. Jiang Taihao has been executed, and the matter of your Jiang family kidnapping my Chen family leader has come to an end. He paused. Of course, if you Jiang family members are dissatisfied, you can come to Kang's house to find me at any time. I'm waiting for your Jiang family to come. Do you understand? Hearing this, Jiang Taihao almost bit his teeth. But he didn't dare to resist. If Jiang Taihao was alone, he would have to compete with Chen Daoxuan, even if he died today. But Jiang Taihao still had a huge Jiang family and countless clansmen behind him. He had to swallow this breath. Jiang Taihao took a deep breath, and bowed to Chen Daoxuan, saying, Jiang Taoxuan secretly kidnapped the head of the Chen family. Our Jiang family didn't know about this. I'd like to trouble Master Chen to kill this beast. At this time, our Wang Xinghe is fighting with the Zuan King Dao League. I hope this incident will not affect the unity of our two families. Upon hearing this, the surprise on Chen Daoxuan's face flashed away. This person is really patient. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan said calmly, in this case, I will not disturb you to deal with the aftermath. Goodbye. After saying this, Chen Daoxuan disappeared in an instant. Seeing Chen Daoxuan leave, the cultivators dared to breathe. Chen Daoxuan was hanging over everyone's head just now, and the oppression he caused to everyone was too great. It is hard to imagine that this is the power of a late giant and cultivator. Seeing this scene, many casual cultivators in Jia Xiancheng had other thoughts in their hearts. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Jiang family and the Chen family have formed a deadly feud. It's just that the Chen family took into account the overall situation of the war between Wang Xinghe and Zuan King Daomeng, and did not completely kill the Jiang family. Otherwise, before the war between Wang Xinghe and Zuan King Daomeng was completely decided, Wang Xinghe might be in chaos. Although Kinzhan said that the affairs of the Jiang family would be fully handled by Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan had to give face to Kainiu and Sword Sect. After all, whether it was his Chen family or himself, they were far from being able to compete with Kainiu and Sword Sect. Watching Chen Daoxuan leave, Jiang Taihao put away the respectful look on his face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After a long while, He put away the cold light in his eyes. The other scattered cultivators saw that Giant Taiheo's face was not right, and they said goodbye to him one after another, so that they did not dare to mention the reward promised by the Giant family before. When Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone also said goodbye to him, Giant Taoxuan suddenly said, "Master Chen, wait a minute." The black-robed clone paused and frowned. "I wonder if the true lord has any other instructions?" Hearing this, Giant Taoxuan sighed. "I can see that Master Chen has done his best today. My brother's death is really bad luck." Giant Taoxuan felt very aggrieved when he thought that Giant Taoxuan had escaped from the light curtain of the formation, but was finally killed by Chen Daoxuan. Otherwise, with his brother's attainments in the law of space, even if he couldn't beat Chen Daoxuan, he would have no problem escaping. "True lord, please speak frankly." "Okay, Master Chen is quick to speak." Giant Taoxuan paused. "I want to hire Master Chen as a guest of my Chen family. I wonder what Master Chen thinks." "Guest?" Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone frowned. "Master Chen, don't rush to refuse." Giant Taoxuan said, handing over a jade slip. "This is the condition that my Giant family has offered to Master Chen as a guest official. Please take a look at it, Master Chen." After this battle, the biggest pillar of the Giant family fell, and the Giant family suddenly fell into a precarious situation. As one of the only two remaining Yuanying's engine of the Giant family, Giant Taoxuan had to consider the Giant family's way out. Fighting hard with the Chen family, Giant Taoxuan knew in his heart that this was simply a dead end. With only Chen Daoxuan in the Chen family, no one in the Giant family could stop him. Although he had just fought with Chen Daoxuan briefly, Giant Taoxuan could feel that Chen Daoxuan might not even use 1/10 of his strength. He had a hunch that, if the other party went all out, he might be killed instantly by Chen Daoxuan. The gap between the two sides was so big. Nowadays, the two Yuanying's engine of the Giant family are only in the middle stage of Yuanying, and their Dao realms are not much different. This kind of strength is mediocre among Yuanying cultivators, and it is impossible to compete with Top's engine like Chen Daoxuan. Although Giant Taoxuan's strength is not strong, his vision is still very accurate. He knows that for a long time in the future, the Giant family will live under the shadow of the Chen family, and the high-level defense formation is the biggest confidence for the Giant family cultivators to survive. This battle also made Giant Taoxuan see the role of high-level formations in the battle of Yuanying cultivators. Although Giant Taoxuan did not hope to defeat Chen Daoxuan with the help of high-level formations, he still thought of using high-level defense formations to protect himself. As for the candidate for the 6th level defense formation, Giant Taoxuan naturally tended to Master Chen, who had just broken the Zuoyujiagang formation. The black-robed clone took the jade slip handed by Giant Taoxuan, quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense, and said, "The reward offered by the Giant family is really impossible to refuse. Okay, my Giant family will be as stable as Mount Tay with Master Chen joining." Hearing this, Giant Taoxuan was overjoyed. It was worth his investment. You know, the jade slip he just gave was not a guest of the Giant family, but a tribute from Giant Taoxuan himself. But for this 5th level or even 6th level formation master in front of him, Giant Taoxuan felt it was worth it. An island thousands of miles away from the Gi Fairy City, Chen Daoxuan appeared on the island. Without taking the time to look at the environment of the island, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged and took out a small tower with cracks on the surface. This cave heaven magic weapon obtained from the true immortal origin realm seemed to be on the verge of being scrapped. Chen Daoxuan didn't care about these, and his figure flashed and flew into the cave of the small tower. In the cave, a skinny old man sat in a thatched house in the valley. This old man was Chen Daoxuan's 13th uncle, Chen Zian. Looking at Chen Zian, whose lifespan was running out and whose eyes were cloudy, Chen Daoxuan took 2 or 3 steps forward and immediately knelt down in front of him, saying with red eyes, "Uncle 13, Daoxuan is late." Hearing Chen Daoxuan's voice, Chen Zian was slightly more energetic, and a smile appeared on his dry face. He gently patted Chen Daoxuan's hand and said in a hoarse voice, "It's not too late. It's not too late. I'm very relieved to see you before I die." Chen Daoxuan seemed to remember something, and immediately took out a Tei divine water in the shape of a black gem from the storage ring, and said happily, "Uncle 13, don't say discouraging words. What do you think this is?" "This is..." Chen Zion's cloudy eyes revealed a trace of confusion. "This thing is called Tei divine water, which can help cultivators cleanse their souls. With this thing, it will definitely help you, Uncle 13, wash away the decay of your soul and successfully build your foundation." Building a foundation. When Chen Zion heard this word, while he was sitting and dying, he undoubtedly felt like he was dreaming. Throughout the ages, how many people can break through their cultivation and extend their lifespan before they are about to die? Even if there are such cultivators, they can be counted on one hand. Chen Daoxuan didn't care about Chen Zion's thoughts and took out all the sets of foundation building for the Chen family cultivators. "Uncle 13, this is the foundation building pill. This is the blood and ki pill for replenishing ki and blood, and this is the fortune white lotus that my Chen family's ki refining period cultivators use to build their foundation." Chen Zion looked at the fortune white lotus in Chen Daoxuan's hand and couldn't help but touch it gently. As the head of the Chen family, Chen Zion certainly knew that the fortune white lotus was a treasure that helped countless Chen family cultivators build their foundation. But can I really build a foundation? Chen Zion was a little happy and even a little terrified. No one is not afraid of death, even Chen Zion who has been prepared. But compared to death, Chen Zion is more afraid of despair. Because since he escaped from Zenon Pass with the desperate rescue of his brothers, Chen Zion has fallen into despair. After that, the Chen family was in turmoil, and Chen Zion lived in despair almost every day. But he was the head of the Chen family. He could not show any despair in front of his clansmen. He had to endure and bear it, and describe to his clansmen how bright and hopeful the future of the family was. Until the appearance of Chen Daoxuan. The appearance of Chen Daoxuan made Chen Zion feel for the first time that the Chen family really had hope. After that, Chen Daoxuan developed and expanded the Chen family step by step and brought the Chen family to the position of the largest clan in Kangzhou. So far, Chen Zion felt that he had no regrets in this life. Of course, it cannot be said that there are no regrets. After all, Chen Zion is also a cultivator. Since he is a cultivator, it is impossible for him not to pursue the Tao. It's just that Chen Zion has dedicated everything to his family in this life, and it is inevitable that he has some regrets in his heart when he is dying. But Chen Daoxuan told him at this time that he still has the possibility of building a foundation and seeking the Tao. How can Chen Zion not feel panic? He trembled as he took the Tei divine water from Chen Daoxuan's hand, raised his head and said, "Can it really build a foundation? It can really build a foundation." Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. Good, good, good. Chen Zion cried with joy, tears streaming down his face. "Uncle 13, Daoxuan will protect you. Please build a foundation here." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan took out a large amount of spiritual stones from the storage ring, and with a slight shake of his magic power, the spiritual stones collapsed in an instant, and countless spiritual energy swarmed out, filling the cave in an instant. If other cultivators saw Chen Daoxuan's wasteful behavior, they would probably curse him. But Chen Daoxuan didn't care at all. For Chen Zion's foundation building, he even took out the Tei divine water that helped Yuanian cultivators break through to Yuanshan period. What was a few spiritual stones? Chapter 366 Return to the family. Wangxinghe, the main sect of Kainyuan sword sect. In front of the space teleportation formation, Fei Chengsu stood among the Yuanian Zhenjin of Kainyuan sword sect, looking at the space teleportation formation base in front of her like many stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Because at this moment, they were going to welcome a heavyweight figure of Kainyuan sword sect, Linwu Zhenjin. As a top Zhenjin who has been stationed at the border for hundreds of years, Linwu Zhenjin's reputation in Wangxinghe is even greater than that of the leader of Kainyuan sword sect. His reputation in the sect is also louder than that of Kinzan, Yuyin and others. No matter which faction people are from, as long as they mention Linwu Zhenjin, they can't help but give a thumbs up, and a heartfelt respect surges in their hearts. Here we come. Fei Chengsu stood in front of the formation in a gorgeous dress. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she said softly. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became more focused. Sure enough, the next moment, the space teleportation formation base suddenly lit up, and a giant space vortex appeared in front of everyone. When the space vortex dissipated, a burly figure first came into everyone's sight. Behind this burly figure, there were about 300 figures standing. These figures all had one common feature, that is, they were all wearing spiritual armor, only their heads were exposed, and they exuded a murderous aura. At first glance, they were elite warriors who had fought hundreds of battles. Although there were more disciples of Carnean Sword Sect, their momentum suddenly weakened when they saw these people. The group of people behind Lin Wu's engine had different cultivation levels. Some were in the key refining stage, some were in the golden core stage, and some were in the nascent soul stage. It seemed that they should be a group of representatives specially selected by Lin Wu's engine from the cultivators of different cultivation levels. Among these figures, especially the cultivators in the key refining stage and the foundation establishment stage with lower cultivation levels. When they were saluted by countless disciples of Carnean Sword Sect, they all couldn't help but straighten their chests, and a feeling of excitement and pride spread in their hearts. Lin Wu's engine strode forward, clasped his fists, and bowed to Fei Chengsu, saying loudly, "I'm Lin Wu, the last general, and I pay my respects to the sect master. I pay my respects to the sect master." Behind him, a uniform wave of voices resounded through the sky. Fei Chengsu showed a gentle smile on her beautiful face. She walked forward quickly, gently helped Lin Wu's engine up, and said sincerely, "Lin Wu, thank you for your hard work." Lin Wu raised his head, and found that not only Fei Chengsu, but also Hu Yanxi, Yu Yin and the masters of various halls were almost all there to greet him. It can be said that the pomp and courtesy have been achieved to the extreme. Lin Wu's engine bowed again and said solemnly, "This is what I should do." Fei Chengsu nodded and said nothing. Soon, a banquet to welcome Lin Wu's engine was held in Carnean Sword Sect. With Lin Wu's engine's return to the sect, it indicated that an unprecedented celebration ceremony would be held at the Carnean Sword Sect. The banquet to welcome Lin Wu's engine lasted for 10 days before it stopped. But the heated atmosphere in Carnean Sword Sect did not stop, but rather intensified, because everyone knew that this time Carnean Sword Sect had taken over all the territory of Chuan State, and would certainly reward everyone according to their military exploits. Next, it was a celebration ceremony for the division of benefits. How could everyone not be excited? At this moment, whether it was the disciples of Carnean Sword Sect, or the major family forces attached to Carnean Sword Sect, and the largest number of independent cultivators, all looked eagerly. Carnean Sword Sect. In a large cave. There were many floating fairy islands in this cave. Among them, on the giant floating fairy island in the center, a huge palace complex was looming in the clouds. In one of the fairy palaces, Dad, Master Lin Wu has returned to the sect, and the sect's hall masters and elders are all rushing to visit and make friends with him. Why are you not moved at all? A young cultivator with a divine pattern on his forehead said anxiously. If Master Lin Wu is also taken away by Fei. The young cultivator saw Yu Yin, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe, glanced at him indifferently, and his momentum suddenly shrank. He said embarrassedly, If Master Lin Wu is taken away by the sect master and hall master Qin, then our life will be even more difficult." Yu Yin gently fanned the incense burner in front of him, and the faint fragrance of the concentration incense immediately filled the entire hall, which made people feel refreshed. "You don't need to worry too much about making friends with Master Lin Wu." Yu Yin paused, raised his head, and looked at Yi Wu Dao. "But there is one person you can go and make friends with. If you can do this, the status of Fei Chengsu and I in the sect will even be reversed immediately." "Who?" "Chen Daoxuan," Yu Yin said indifferently. Hearing this name, Yi Wu Dao was stunned at first, then his face twisted into a ball, and his teeth were clenched. He said in a muffled voice, "Dad, even if I don't care about my face," and begged him humbly, "will Chen Daoxuan be willing to accept us? You know, I offended him to death at the beginning." Yu Yin shook his head. "This is a different time. Now the entire territory of Chuan Kingdom has been taken over by my sect, and Fei Chengsu is in the heyday. She has a top-notch Zenjin with extraordinary talent like Qin's, and under her, Whether it is now or in the future, the general trend is on Fei Chengxu's side. But, a leader of the Kainian sword sect with absolute power, is it really what the major immortals in Wang Xinghe want to see? Yu Yin looked at Yu Wu Dao. Don't forget, Chen Daoxuan is also a family cultivator, and he has the Kang Zhao Chen family behind him. Hearing Yu Yin's words, Yu Wu Dao was silent. Although he could not compare with Kinzan and Chen Daoxuan in terms of talent, and he was also very arrogant, he was not stupid. He knew that his father Yu Yin's words made sense. But, how can I meet Chen Daoxuan? If I go to Chen's house now, I'm afraid Chen Daoxuan will kill me. Yu Yin looked at Yu Wu Dao, who was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, and sighed in his heart, but said, the upcoming celebration ceremony is a good opportunity. And, you have enough reasons to meet him. After all, Zenon Pass was recaptured by Chen Daoxuan. He is kind to you, and it is your duty to thank him. Hearing Yu Yin mention his most humiliating black history, Yu Wu Dao bowed his head deeply and burst out, yes, Dad. Kang Zhao. Shuanghu Island. A beam of light flew towards Shuanghu Island at a high speed. The defensive array light curtained on the island was useless to this beam of light. Stop the light. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, Uncle 13, how does it feel to fly with the sword after building the foundation? Chen Zion successfully built the foundation, and his face returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man, but his hair was still the same silver white as before. At this moment, Chen Zion's face was full of excitement, and he laughed and said, this flying with the sword is really different from the wind control technique. If flying with the wind is crawling, then this flying with the sword is running. There is no comparison. After so many years, it was the first time that Chen Daoxuan saw such a relaxed and happy smile on Uncle 13's face. He also smiled and said, let's go, Uncle 13, let's go home. Okay, go home. There was a faint tremor in Chen Zion's words. Chapter 367 Succession to the Patriarch. Shuanghu Island. The industrial area on Shuanghu Island has long been moved to Guanhai Ferry City on Redwood Island. The former Shuanghu Island Industrial Park has been built into a large experimental base, such as the headquarters of the Chen family's famous Magic Instrument Research Institute, which is located here. The palace complex built around the Sun and Moon Twin Lakes has become the highest power center of the Chen family. Generally speaking, the Chen family's clan meetings and the promulgation of various policies are all in this palace complex. Kaiming Hall, the fairy hall where the Chen family holds clan meetings. On this day, the high-level monks of the Chen family scattered in various corners of Kangzhou all quickly rushed back to the Chen family's land, Shuanghu Island. Before they could rest for a while, they hurriedly flew to the Kaiming Hall in front of the Sun and Moon Twin Lakes. Dong dong dong. The melodious bells echoed in the palace complex, and the bells rang a total of 9 times. A purple mansion cultivator of the Chen family had a solemn expression. While performing the escape light, he frowned at his companion beside him and said, 9 bells are ringing. I wonder what is so urgent in the clan. I don't know. The clan suddenly called us back. Could it be that the young clan leader has returned? Hearing this, the purple mansion cultivator immediately became excited and said, my cousin is right. The young clan leader must be back. Well, as long as the young clan leader comes back, he will definitely take revenge for my Chen family. The purple mansion cultivator knew what the cousin beside him was talking about. The head of the Chen family, Chen Zian, was abducted by the Jiang family of Taizhou. Although the Chen family kept this matter highly confidential and announced to the outside world that Chen Zian was invited to the Jiang family to discuss the conquest of Chuan Kingdom, everyone with a discerning eye knew that it was not the Jiang family that invited the head of the Chen family, but it was the old patriarch of the Chen family who was forcibly abducted by the Jiang family. Over the past 6 months, the prestige of the Chen family among the cultivators in Kangzhou has been greatly reduced because of this incident. If Chen Daoxuan had not led the Kangzhou cultivators to seize Zenon Pass and win victory after victory on the front line, the Chen family's position as the #1 family in Kangzhou would probably have been shaken. Even so, all the cultivators of the Chen family were filled with a ball of anger that could not be vented. The capture of the patriarch of a family is a great shame for any family of immortal cultivation, let alone the Chen family, which is in its heyday in Kangshao. But the cultivators of the Chen family knew that, although the Chen family was known as the largest family in Kangshao, it was still far behind the Jiang family in Taizhou in terms of strength. Not to mention the 3 Yuanying's engines who suppressed the family's fortune. Even the low-level and middle-high-level cultivators of the Jiang family were far behind the other party. In general, the Chen family, a rising star in Kangshao, was far behind the Jiang family, a top family that had been operating in Taizhou for thousands of years. If it weren't for Chen Daoxuan, the peerless genius, the Chen family could not be compared with the Jiang family at all. Even so, Jiang Taoyuan still dared to break into the Chen family and kidnap the old patriarch of the Chen family. It can be seen how arrogant and overbearing the Jiang family is. When the Purple Mansion cultivator of the Chen family heard this, his tone was a little low. He shook his head. Even if the young patriarch comes back, it is not an easy task to rescue the old patriarch. Although the young patriarch is strong, how can he defeat the 3 Yuanying's engine? What's more, the young patriarch is fighting in the Jiang family's territory and has to deal with various formations set up by the Jiang family. Hearing this, the Z generation cultivator beside him also lowered his head. He knew that what his brother said was true. Although Chen Daoxuan was an omnipotent existence in the eyes of the Chen family cultivators, the Chen family had been prosperous for too short a time. It could not be compared with the Jiang family, a great immortal family that had been entrenched in Wangxinghai for many years. The Jiang family was already the top family in Wangxinghai before Cunning sword sect ruled Wangxinghai. There are even rumors that the Jiang family is a branch of an ancient immortal family with a very long heritage in Xianyantao. Of course, this rumor has not been confirmed. No one knows whether the Jiang family deliberately flatters themselves. But even if the Jiang family is not a branch of the ancient immortal clan, the Jiang family's own strength alone is the top family power in Wangxinghai, except for the Cunning sword sect. In addition, the Jiang family is in the camp of Yi Yin, the third elder of the Cunning sword sect. Even if the leader of the Cunning sword sect wants to move his Jiang family, he has to think twice. As for the young patriarch, the giant unstage cultivator, the 2 Purple Mansion cultivators of the Chen family thought of this and all of them were a little dejected, no longer excited. With a heavy heart, the 2 of them approached the highest full power center of the Chen family Kaiming Hall. When the 2 approached, in the sky, one after another, the escape light flew towards this place. The 2 Purple Mansion cultivators looked at it and saw that the Chen family cultivators in the sky were all above the Purple Mansion stage without exception, and they were all high-level cultivators of the Chen family. Moreover, the expressions on the faces of these high-level cultivators of the Chen family were exactly the same as those of the 2 of them. They all had a sullen face, as if others owed him millions of spirit stones. For more than half a year, the cultivators of the Chen family had this cold expression when they were outside. The cultivators of other families and independent cultivators in Kangshao knew what happened to the Chen family, but no one dared to offend the cultivators of the Chen family at this time. Although the strength of the Chen family was not as good as that of the Jiang family, it was definitely the largest family in Kangshao. Even the Guanghan Prefecture Zhao family, which was strong before, was far from being comparable to the current Chen family. Not to mention Chen Daoxuan, the top powerhouse who suppressed the family's fortune, thanks to the large amount of vitality essence that Chen Daoxuan obtained from the true immortal source realm. The power of the higher level cultivators of the Chen family also far exceeded that of the Zhao family. This is also the fundamental reason why the Zhao family is willing to submit to the Chen family. Otherwise, relying solely on Chen Daoxuan, even if the Zhao family verbally surrendered, it would inevitably do some things that were insincere. Only when the overall strength of the Chen family was strong, other family forces and independent cultivators in Kangshao would not dare to neglect the orders of the Chen family. An hour later, in the Kaiming Hall, beams of light flew into the hall. When they entered the hall, they could hardly believe their eyes when they saw the figure next to the patriarch's throne. The family urgently recalled the high-level monks in the family, and everyone guessed that it must be the young patriarch who returned to the family. Therefore, they were not surprised to see Chen Daoxuan sitting on the patriarch's throne. But what surprised everyone was that the person sitting in the first position to the lower left of Chen Daoxuan was not Chen Daolian, the acting patriarch of the Chen family, but Chen Zian, the old patriarch of the Chen family. Moreover, compared with Chen Zian's old age, they were surprised to find that the old patriarch had successfully established his foundation. What's going on? Wasn't the old patriarch kidnapped by the Jiang family? How could he be here? Could it be that the young patriarch rescued the old patriarch from the Jiang family? A purple mansion monk guessed. Upon hearing this, someone immediately stood up to refute. Even if that's the case, how could the old patriarch suddenly establish his foundation? The purple mansion monk was speechless. Indeed, for the Chen family cultivators at this time, the scene before their eyes was like a dream. The old patriarch, who had been missed by everyone, actually came back. Not only that, the old patriarch, who should have been close to the end of his life, actually looked like a middle-aged cultivator at this time. It was obvious that the old patriarch had successfully established his foundation. The Chen family cultivators were extremely puzzled, and there were also many puzzles in their hearts. Silence. Seeing the high-level cultivators of the Chen family in the hall talking endlessly, Chen Daolian, who was sitting on the right-hand side of Chen Daoxuan, scolded them. Chen Daoxuan was not in the family, and Chen Daolian acted as the family affairs agent. He had always been prestigious within the family. Everyone heard this scolding and quieted down. They knew that the young patriarch summoned everyone here, and would definitely give everyone a reasonable explanation. On the throne of the clan leader, Chen Daoxuan looked at the clan leaders below, and said with a stern face, "It's only been more than a year since we last met. Why are you all so depressed?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, their cheeks flushed, and they bowed and said, "Young clan leader, we are incompetent." "Okay, Daolan told me the whole story. It's not your fault." Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, everyone did not feel relieved, but felt more guilty. The clan leader of the largest clan in Kangshao was kidnapped in the clan. This kind of humiliation is unbearable for any Chen family cultivator with blood. Chen Daoxuan continued, "But you should also take this as a warning, and practice diligently in the future. I don't want the same thing to happen to the Chen family in the future." Yes. Everyone bowed. After saying this, Chen Daoxuan's face relaxed, and he said with a smile, "As you can see, the old patriarch has successfully built his foundation, and Jiang Taiyuan, the patriarch of the Jiang family, has also been killed by me." "What? The ancestor of the Jiang family is dead?" Chen Daoxuan's words made the hall explode. You know, although everyone does not know the strength of the top level's engine of the Jiang ancestor, the foundation of the 3 Yuanying's engine of the Jiang family is well known in Wangxinghe. With such a top family strength, the patriarch of the other party was killed by Chen Daoxuan in the family residence. This shows how powerful the young patriarch is. Although there were rumors in the outside world, when retaking Zenan Pass, Chen Daoxuan killed a Yuanying late cultivator of Zuanqing Dao League. But firstly, everyone did not see how Chen Daoxuan fought with the Yuanying's engine of Zuanqing Dao League, and secondly, such rumors have always been exaggerated. The Chen family cultivators only thought that their young patriarch was amazingly powerful and could compete with Yuanying's engine. But they never expected that Chen Daoxuan could actually kill the head of the Jiang family in the Jiang family's land. This kind of thing, I'm afraid even the top Yuanying's engine may not be able to do it, right? Everyone guessed in their hearts. It is conceivable that with the death of Jiang Taiyuan, the head of the Jiang family, at the hands of Chen Daoxuan, what kind of waves will be set off in Wangxinghe next? This matter is a mixed blessing. The advantage is naturally that the Kangshao Chen family has established its prestige in front of all the forces in Wangxinghe. From now on, as long as Chen Daoxuan lives one day, no one will dare to bully the Chen family again. The disadvantages are also obvious. Although Chen Daoxuan's killing of Jiang Taiyuan has greatly relieved the anger of the Chen family cultivators and boosted the reputation of the Chen family, at the same time, Chen Daoxuan's move can be regarded as breaking the rules of Cunning sword sect. If someone criticizes Chen Daoxuan for this matter at the next merit ceremony, it may cause Chen Daoxuan a lot of trouble. After all, Wangxinghe is not a chaotic place, but is under the rule of Cunning sword sect. Unless the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan have the strength to overthrow the rule of Carnean Sword Sect in one fell swoop, it would be unwise to confront Carnean Sword Sect. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan and others did not show much excitement on their faces. Chen Daoxuan has been in charge of the Chen family for so long instead of Chen Daoxuan, and he has instinctively considered issues from the perspective of the family. Although Chen Daoxuan's move was relieving, it did cause a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but turn her head and look at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan sensed Chen Daoxuan's gaze and smiled at her. Seeing the smile on Chen Daoxuan's face, for some reason, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt that it was no big deal. It seems that in the hands of the young patriarch, even the biggest things are just a small matter. Seeing the discussions in the hall gradually subsided, Chen Daoxuan continued, "There are two main reasons why I called you back today. The first is to attend the celebration ceremony of Carnean Sword Sect in a month. The second is to worship the ancestors." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan took out a head from his storage ring. The eyes on the head were wide open, full of incredible colors. It was the head of Yunjiayu Zenren, the god of Zuan King Dao Ligat Zenon Pass. The other Chen family cultivators had no reaction when they saw the head of Yunjiayu Zenren, but Chen Zion stood up suddenly. He walked to Chen Daoxuan step by step, took the head with trembling hands, and murmured, "This is..." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "This is the head of Yunjiayu Zenren, the main general of Zuan King Dao League who broke through Zen and Zion Cheng." Hearing this, Chen Zion burst into tears and was speechless for a long time. After a long while, Chen Zion held the head of Yunjiayu Zenren and choked up and said, "Big brother, seventh brother, your great revenge has finally been avenged today." Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family looked at Chen Zion, who was crying quietly. An indescribable emotion surged in everyone's chest. The feeling of revenge made Chen Zion much happier than the success of building a foundation. Chen Zion had been holding back this breath for nearly 80 years. It can be said that he has been living in torment almost every day for more than 80 years. Only at this moment did he truly reconcile with himself. Although Chen Daoxuan had never seen the 13 immortal elders who had passed away, he had always admired these 13 immortal elders in his heart under the sincere teachings of Chen Zion. Chen Daoxuan always felt that, as long as the spirit of the Chen family was still there, even without him, one day, the Chen family would slowly rise in the world of immortal cultivation, and his arrival only shortened the process of this rise. For a time, the hall was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Zion slowly adjusted his mood. He walked in front of Chen Daoxuan and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. He held the head in one hand and grabbed Chen Daoxuan's right hand with the other. He looked around at everyone and said, "Today, the senior members of the family are all here. As the fifth patriarch of the Chen family, I will announce something." Upon hearing this, all the Chen family cultivators sat up straight. Chen Zion paused. "I, Chen Zion, the fifth patriarch of the Chen family, will pass the position of the patriarch of the family to Chen Daoxuan today." Although Chen Zion had already handed over the management of the family to Chen Daoxuan, since he was getting older, and he himself had proposed to pass the position of the patriarch of the family to Chen Daoxuan more than once. But Chen Daoxuan was afraid that after Chen Zion passed the position to him, the last bit of concern in his heart would be gone, and he would pass away, so he never agreed. But today, Chen Zion proposed to pass the position to him again, and Chen Daoxuan really had no reason to refuse. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to all the cultivators of the Chen family. At this moment, all the cultivators held their breath. All the cultivators of the Chen family stared at Chen Daoxuan intently, with a faint gleam in their eyes. "I, Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator of the Chen family with the surname Dao, am here today to officially take over the position of the sixth patriarch of the Chen family. You and the heaven and earth will witness this." Chen Daoxuan stood up straight and said solemnly. Hearing this, the cultivators of the Chen family present cried with joy. Without exception, they all knelt down in front of Chen Daoxuan, shouting, "Greetings to the patriarch! Greetings to the patriarch! Greetings to the patriarch!" The shouts spread outside the palace and tore the sky. At this point, the Chen family completely entered the Chen Daoxuan era. Chapter 368, Ancestor Jiang's Treasure. Chuanghu Island. In a quiet room. On the futon, a figure sat cross-legged quietly. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan first took out a small tower full of cracks. He looked up and down at the small tower, and finally determined that this cave heaven magic weapon was almost on the verge of collapse. This unknown cave heaven magic weapon was obtained by Chen Daoxuan from a Jiang family cultivator in the true immortal origin realm. To be honest, the grade of this cave heaven magic weapon is no longer worthy of Chen Daoxuan's current strength and status. But he had been busy recovering Zenon Pass and seizing Tai divine water. In addition to the various magic weapons used for combat, he had almost no time to replace other auxiliary magic weapons such as storage rings, alchemy furnaces, and cave heaven magic weapons. In addition, Chen Daoxuan's demand for cave heaven magic weapons was not too high, so this matter has been delayed. But it must be said that it is still much more convenient to have a cave heaven magic weapon and bring relatives when traveling outside. Especially when Chen Daoxuan fights with other top true lords, the cave heaven magic weapon can effectively protect his relatives. For example, when Chen Daoxuan fought against old ancestor Jiang before, he relied on the protection of this small cave heaven tower, which prevented Chen Zion from being affected by the remaining power of the battle. However, this cave heaven magic weapon was already severely damaged after Kinzan activated the Yuhuang Bell in it. In addition, Chen Zion built his foundation in his cave, and Chen Daoxuan injected a large amount of spiritual energy into it without regard for the consequences, which made the cave heaven magic weapon even worse. At this point, this small tower was on the verge of collapse. Chen Daoxuan did not dare to let anyone enter it casually. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan put the small tower into the storage ring and stopped thinking about it. As for the problem of the cave heaven magic weapon, he could go to the Carnean Sword Sect's refining hall to buy one, which was not a big problem. Compared with the damaged cave heaven magic weapon, Chen Daoxuan was more interested in the harvest from the Jiang family. Chen Daoxuan had never thought that the ancestor of the Jiang family would actually have a 7th level magic weapon in his hand. And it was not an ordinary 7th level low grade magic weapon, but a 7th level middle grade magic weapon, which was simply unbelievable to Chen Daoxuan. Logically speaking, although the Jiang family was not weak, it was absolutely impossible for them to master a treasure like a 7th level magic weapon. You know, the magic weapon used by Yuan Chen Daoxuan is usually only 6th level. The 7th level magic weapon is the exclusive magic weapon of the Heavenly Lord of Crossing the Tribulation. Chen Daoxuan did have a 7th level magic weapon in his hand, the Heavenly Secret Talisman, but strictly speaking, the Heavenly Secret Talisman was not a complete 7th level magic weapon, and it was very different from the 7th level middle grade Zuayu 9 Palace Array plate in Jiang Taoyuan's hand. How could Jiang Taoyuan have a 7th level magic weapon? Chen Daoxuan raised his head and frowned. Could it be that the Jiang family is really a branch family of an ancient immortal clan in Xianyuanzhou? He was not afraid of this. Even if the Jiang family was a branch of an ancient immortal clan in Xianyuanzhou, this so-called ancient immortal clan had not come to find his Jiang family for countless years. I think the two sides had long cut off contact. This kind of thing is not strange in the circle of immortal cultivation families. For example, a cultivator of the Chen family was persecuted and stranded outside, and it was difficult for him to return to the family. So he spread out in the outside world, and after several generations or even dozens of generations of development, a new family was formed. In theory, this new family would not have any connection with the ancestral line of the Chen family. Even the Chen family would not know that there was a branch of the Chen family in the outside world. The situation of the Jiang family is likely to be this kind. Otherwise, this so-called ancient immortal clan would not have cared about the life and death of the Jiang family for so many years. Because although the Jiang family is powerful, its journey in the Wangxing Sea is not smooth sailing. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just say that thousands of years ago, when the Carnean Sword Sect unified the Wangxing He, the Jiang family was in a precarious battle. Speaking of it, the cruelty of that war was no less than the current war in Chuan State. But even so, the main line behind the Jiang family had no intention of showing up. It can be seen that the existence of the Jiang family may not be known to this so-called ancient immortal clan at all. There is another possibility. Chen Daoxuan thought of something. That is, the ancestor of the Wangxinghe Jiang family may have stolen some treasures from this ancient immortal clan, so he didn't dare to contact the main line. Then, he thought of the 7th level middle grade formation plate that appeared inexplicably in Jiang Taoyuan's hand, and he felt that this guess made more and more sense. Whether my guess is right or not, you will know it at a glance. Chen Daoxuan turned his eyes to the red storage ring in his hand. On the storage ring, a miniature dragon relief was entwined and hovering. This storage ring was the trophy left by Chen Daoxuan after killing Jiang Taoyuan. In the previous battle, if Chen Daoxuan had not deliberately held back when he used the last sword, this storage ring would have been destroyed long ago. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan used his spiritual consciousness to erase the soul imprint left by Jiang Taoyuan bit by bit. Although Jiang Taoyuan's soul was much stronger than Chen Daoxuan's, fortunately Jiang Taoyuan was dead, and the soul imprint he left on the storage ring was just a rootless duckweed. Chen Daoxuan only spent more than a day to erase all the soul imprints on the storage ring. The next day, after erasing the soul imprints on the storage ring, Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait to recover his spiritual consciousness, so he couldn't wait to invade the storage ring. At a glance, the storage ring of Jiang Laozu was much wider than the one in Chen Daoxuan's hand. Of course, the advantage of a larger storage space is nothing. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength and background, he would not superficially value the size of the storage space, because no matter how many ordinary resources there are, they are just some numbers to him. As for the precious resources that are useful to Yuan Ying's engine, it is impossible that his storage ring cannot hold them. Therefore, for a high-level cultivator like Yuan Ying's engine, a storage ring is enough, as long as it is enough, and there is no need to blindly seek a larger storage space. Chen Daoxuan's divine sense swept over the items in Jiang Taoyuan's storage ring one by one. In the storage ring, various magic tools, elixirs, spiritual stones and other treasures were skipped by Chen Daoxuan one by one. Among them, he also found a large amount of blood marrow and immortal true meaning in Jiang Taoyuan's storage ring, but he did not find one thing. Where is the power of creation? Why is there no power of creation? Chen Daoxuan looked surprised. As a top Zenjin, Jiang Taoyuan's strength and background cannot be compared with Qinzhan, but in terms of wealth, Jiang Taoyuan, as the helmsman of the Jiang family, should not be much poorer than Qinzhan. Even if Jiang Taoyuan cannot compare with Qinzhan in precious resources such as the power of creation, he will definitely not have none at all. You know, even an ordinary Yuan Ying's engine of Zuanqing Dao League has dozens or even hundreds of drops of fortune power in his hands, but Jiang Taoyuan, the top Zenjin, doesn't even have one drop. This is really not in line with common sense. Could it be that Chen Daoxuan took out the only 7th level medium grade array-disc magic weapon in Jiang Taoyuan's hand Zuayu Jiagang array from the storage ring? Unless Jiang Taoyuan used all the power of fortune to upgrade the magic weapon, such as this thing. Chen Daoxuan looked at the array disc in his hand and the array flags circling around the array disc, and his heart became more and more certain of his guess. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, there are too many doubts about Jiang Taoyuan's kidnapping of Chen Zion this time. As a person of Jiang Taoyuan, he should not bet in advance before the Kainiu and Sword Sect and Zuanqing Dao League have completely decided the winner. This is neither in line with Jiang Taoyuan's character nor in line with the interests of the Jiang family. Unless Zuanqing Dao League offers something that Jiang Taoyuan can't refuse. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan thought of his previous guess that the ancestor of the Jiang family might have taken away some treasures from the main vein of the Jiang family, so he didn't dare to contact the main vein. The treasure of the main vein of the Jiang family, the treasure of the Zuanqing Dao League. What is the connection between the two? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Immediately, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Heavenly Secret Talisman. Magical instrument components? Chen Daoxuan looked at the array plate magic instrument in his hand. Could it be that the Zuanqing Dao League gave the ancestor Jiang the array flag component of this array plate? But there is no power of creation in Jiang Taoyuan's storage ring. How to explain it? Chen Daoxuan thought about it and then shook his head again. No, this idea is wrong. It's not a 7th level array plate magic instrument. Since it's not this 7th level magic instrument, what kind of treasure is it that can make Chen Daoxuan risk his life? Chen Daoxuan gently tapped the array plate in his hand, and his mind began to review what the Jiang family had done over the years. Originally, the blood crystals that were abundant in Taizhou were all digested by the Jiang family. Only those that could not be digested internally would be sold to the outside world. Therefore, blood crystals in Taizhou have always been very precious. But when Chen Daoxuan went to the Jiang family's GI Fairy City for the first time, he found that the result was not as rumored. Although blood crystals in Taizhou are precious, the Jiang family is selling them to the outside world wantonly, and the only requirement of the Jiang family is spirit stones. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan remembered the ridicule of the Jiandan Zenran of Yuanshan Fairy City to Jiang Zuai, a late Jiandan cultivator of the Jiang family, when Zhao Minghao crossed the Jiandan Thunder Tribulation. It seems that the Jiang family is very short of money. The money here is naturally different from the secular money, and it should also refer to spirit stones. In this way, the Jiang family seems to be very short of spirit stones. However, the Jiang family is a dominant force in Taizhou, and the resources of the entire Taizhou are at the disposal of the Jiang family. How could they lack spirit stones? You know, the role of spirit stones, in addition to improving the grade of spirit veins, is only to extract the power of creation. As for the spiritual energy needed for cultivation by cultivators, they generally do not directly absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone. The most precious thing in the spirit stone is not the spiritual energy, but the trace of the power of creation wrapped in the spiritual energy. Although this trace of the power of creation is small, it has the special power to turn decay into magic. This is especially true for Chen Daoxuan. With the help of the Star Sword Dao diagram, Chen Daoxuan can use the power of creation and even directly improve his realm of the Great Dao Law. Such a perverted function is not inferior to the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Spirit Stone, Power of Creation, 7th level middle grade array plate magic weapon. Gradually, a bold guess emerged in Chen Daoxuan's mind. Could it be that the Jiang family has mastered the special means of extracting the power of creation from the spirit stone? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart beat violently. All along, the lack of the power of creation has seriously hindered Chen Daoxuan's improvement in strength. Otherwise, he might have entered the world realm now. Chen Daoxuan worked hard and searched everywhere in the territory of Zuan King Dao League, but he only raised 2 great laws to the high stage of the law realm. Later, he shamelessly borrowed money from Kinsan, which raised his strength to the level of the top Zenjin in one fell swoop. Now, he still owed Kinsan a huge sum of money. 2,300 drops of the power of creation are not as simple as 2.3 billion spirit stones. In terms of value, 2,300 drops of the power of creation cannot be exchanged even with 230 billion spirit stones. Although it only takes 1 million spirit stones to extract 1 drop of the power of creation, it takes a year of hard work for an ordinary Yuanying's engine. Just based on this value, it is worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Moreover, few Yuanying's engine would work as a laborer to extract the power of creation for others for just a few spirit stones. The power of creation extracted by Yuanying's engine, in addition to using it for himself, is usually used as an equivalent exchange for higher level cultivators. As for the spiritual stone, its only use for higher level cultivators is to serve as the raw material for extracting the power of creation. If the Jiang family really mastered the special means of extracting the power of creation from the spiritual stone, the significance of this is too great. The role of the power of creation is far more than just improving the grade of magic tools. In fact, it can not only improve the grade of the spiritual vein and the grade of the magic tool, but also improve the grade of various spiritual roots and spiritual objects of heaven and earth. The only difference is the amount of power of creation consumed. Generally speaking, the power of creation required to improve spiritual roots and other spiritual objects is too much, and few people do it. The power of creation used to improve spiritual veins and magic tools is relatively small. Especially to improve the grade of the spiritual vein, there is no need to extract the power of creation. Just put the spiritual stone according to the special formation, and the spiritual vein will automatically extract the power of creation from the spiritual stone. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan could no longer hold back his excitement and frantically searched in Jiang Taoyuan's storage ring. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan somewhat hated the fact that the storage space of Jiang Taoyuan's storage ring was so large, and there were too many items placed in it. Even with Chen Daoxuan's huge spiritual consciousness, it was not an easy task to search. Of course, Chen Daoxuan was not looking blindly. He was mainly looking for two things in the storage ring: jade slips and magic tools. Chen Daoxuan felt that the treasure of extracting the power of creation hidden by Jiang Patriarch was either a special method or a special magic tool. Chen Daoxuan himself was more inclined to special methods. Because he mastered a method, Chen Daoxuan could keep copying it, thereby continuously expanding the production capacity of extracting the power of creation. However, there was only one magic tool, and it would be much more difficult to copy it. Chen Daoxuan began to search one by one among the mountains of magic tools piled up by Jiang Taoyuan. As the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Taoyuan had a lot of magic tools in his storage ring. As the head of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan naturally knew why the other party had so many magic tools in his storage ring. Because Jiang Taoyuan was not only the head of the Jiang family, but also the most powerful person in the Jiang family. Generally speaking, the head of a cultivation family would keep part of the family treasury on his person, in case the family encounters a strong enemy and the family treasury is taken away by the enemy. But now it seems that part of the Jiang family's family treasury has fallen into the hands of Chen Daoxuan. As he continued to search, Chen Daoxuan finally found a special item among a pile of low-level magic tools. This is Chapter 369, Big Cauldron. Chuanghu Island, Magical Instrument Research Institute. Is this the thing? Chen Daoxuan looked at the big tripod in front of him with disbelief. Yes, it is it. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The big tripod in front of him was about 10 feet high, supported by 3 legs, and there were 6 exits on the left side of the big tripod. What's more amazing is that although this big tripod is a magic instrument, it is only a 4th level one, so that Chen Daoxuan once overlooked it when he was looking for Jiang Taoyuan's storage ring. Chen Daoxuan stared at the big tripod in front of him blankly, his heart surging. Patriarch, do you mean that with it in the future, our Chen family will be able to continuously obtain the power of creation? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded first, then shook his head. It's not a continuous supply. Although this tripod can extract the power of creation by itself, when it is activated, compared with the accurate extraction of Yuan Ying's engine, this tripod needs to consume about 10 million spirit stones for each drop of creation power extracted. 10 times? 10 times. But, this is not much. Chen Daoxuan spread his hands and said. Although Chen Daoxuan only has the cultivation of the Purple Mansion period, he also knows that the preciousness of the power of creation does not lie in the raw materials such as spirit stones, but in the high-level labor force such as Yuan Ying's engine. Now that they have this big tripod, even if the raw materials are consumed 10 times more, it is still a big profit for the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan owes Chens 2,300 drops of creation power. If an ordinary Yuan Ying's engine were to extract these creation powers, it would take 2,300 years. I'm afraid that a Yuan Ying's engine would not be able to extract so much creation power, even if he exhausted his lifespan. And its raw materials are only 2.3 billion spiritual stones. Compared with the life of a Yuan Ying's engine, what can these spiritual stones count for? Even if this big tripod is used, the raw materials will be 10 times more, and it will only be 23 billion spiritual stones. And 23 billion spiritual stones are nothing to the Chen family, the first family in Kangshao today. Today, the Chen family's Guanhei Xianqing has fully completed the industrialization of refining tools, alchemy, and talisman making. The 9 industrial zones of Guanhei Xianqing can produce a large amount of spiritual pills, magic tools, spiritual talismans and other resources every day. In the more than 1 year that Chen Daoxuan led the Kangshao monks to recapture Zenan Pass, the Chen family not only launched a comprehensive cooperation with Yuanchen Xianqing, but also opened up the cooperation between Kangshao and Zenan Xianqing. You know, although Zenan Xianqing is just a fairy city, it is now a logistics supply fairy city for Kan Yuan Sword Sect to attack Zuan King Daomeng. During the period of war between the two sides, A large amount of supplies were transported to the front line through Zen and Xiancheng every day. Among these military supplies, the Chen family's supplies accounted for a very high proportion. With Chen Daoxuan's prestige in the Zenon army and his contribution in retaking Zenon Pass, no one would object to the Chen family's advantage. After all, the other Jinden Zenron of the Zenon army were not fools who would rush to offend a peerless genius like Chen Daoxuan. What's more, the military resources shipped to the front line were very huge, and the families behind these Jinden cultivators could not afford them alone. So, during the more than 1 year that Guanyuan sword sect attacked Zhou and Qingdao League, the Chen family made a lot of money, even more than 10 times more than the income from Chen Daoxuan's looting of Zhou and Qingdao League's transportation line. Because Chen Daoxuan looted the Zhou and Qingdao League's transport ship, the purpose was not the supplies on the spirit boat, but to attack the logistics transportation of Zhou and Qingdao League. This point, of course, cannot be compared with the Kangzhou Merchants Alliance, which continuously transported supplies to the front line. In the Kangzhou Business Alliance, the production capacity of the Chen family's elixirs, magic tools, and magic talismans far exceeds the sum of all other families in Kangzhou, and is even more than 10 times the sum of them. This is the charm of industrialized production. As Chen Daoxuan's strength becomes stronger and stronger, the terrifying productivity that the Chen family has exploded after industrialization has finally found its place. Unlike before, they were afraid of being robbed by other forces. With Chen Daoxuan's strength and potential, even the Guanyuan sword sect dared not act rashly when facing the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan was able to fight his way in and out of the Qinghui Taoist sect alone, surrounded by nearly 100 Yuanying's engines. You can imagine how difficult he is. Although the Guanyuan sword sect is stronger than the Qinghui Taoist sect, it is only strong in the large number of Yuanying's engines among the casual cultivators. If the two sides really compare the number of Top's engines, the Guanyuan sword sect will not have any advantage over the Qinghui Taoist sect. Chen Daoxuan can fight his way in and out of the Qinghui Taoist sect, so in theory, it is not a big problem for him to fight his way in and out of the Guanyuan sword sect. How dare Guanyuan sword sect offend such a person? Strength is the most powerful weapon to protect one's own wealth. Chen Daoxuan had already understood this truth when he first set foot in Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City. Extracting a small amount of good fortune power is not much. Chen Daoxuan changed the subject, but the good fortune power I need will be very much. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan seemed to think of something and said with a little excitement, "Patriarch, are you going to break through to the world realm?" The current Chen family cultivators have long been different from the past in their understanding of cultivation. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation and realm are very low, he knows the changes in the cultivation and realm of cultivators from low to high levels. The Chen family is not like other families. They obviously don't understand the cultivation and realm of each level, but they also say that knowing too much affects the state of mind of the cultivators, which is not good for cultivation. Chen Daoxuan never believes this nonsense. Just knowing the names and characteristics of the different cultivation and realms of the cultivators in advance will affect the state of mind of the cultivators. Then the cultivators don't need to practice. With such a rotten state of mind, what's the point of practicing? On the contrary, Chen Daoxuan believes that knowing the different levels of cultivation and the realm of the Great Dao in advance will allow the cultivator to have a clear understanding and positioning of the path he will take in the future. For example, when Chen Daoxuan first embarked on the path of sword cultivation, he was ignorant of this path, so he suffered a great loss. Although he got a little sword inheritance from Zhao Mubei, now in his opinion, this sword inheritance is also full of mistakes. Of course, this is not Zhao Mubei's fault. After all, Zhao Mubei's ancestors did not have any high-level cultivators. At that time, the Zhao family only had 1 or 2 Jinden cultivators, and that was hundreds of years ago. Therefore, when Chen Daoxuan first comprehended the sword intent, he took a long detour. This kind of thing would never happen to the direct disciples of Guanyuan sword sect. Whether it was Qinzhen or Kaiyao, the sword intent they comprehended was either the sword intent of space, the sword intent of time, or the sword intent of the other 5 element. They would never comprehend such things as branch sword intent. For the Chen family back then, it was a great honor for the family to have a sword cultivator. Who would have known that there were differences in sword intent? As Chen Daoxuan became stronger and stronger, the power of the Chen family grew. Now the cultivators of the Fu and Z generations of the Chen family not only clearly understood the differences in sword intent, but also knew the detailed characteristics and precautions of different cultivations in various realms of the Great Dao. If any of them are expected to embark on the path of sword cultivation, they will try to comprehend the complete sword intent with the help provided by the family, rather than comprehending the branch sword intent. Of course, it does not mean that with the help of the family, the cultivators of the Chen family will definitely comprehend the complete sword intent. No one can guarantee such a thing. But it is 1,000 times better than Chen Daoxuan's blind man touching the elephant at the beginning. As far as Chen Daoxuan knows, Carnelian Sword Sect itself has no definite way to ensure that the disciples of the sect can comprehend the complete sword intent 100%. The method adopted by Carnelian Sword Sect is basically the same as that of the Chen family. They all increase the probability of comprehending the complete sword intent by practicing more sword techniques of the same attribute and accumulating continuously. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, the only force that can guarantee that a cultivator will comprehend the complete sword intent is the inheritance he received in Wangxing. When he first comprehended the space sword intent, he only learned dozens of space sword techniques and comprehended the complete space sword intent. The whole process was very smooth, without any surprises. When Chen Daoxuan comprehended the fire sword intent, he practiced countless sword techniques, but he was just one step short. It can be said that, if Chen Daoxuan did not have the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra plugin, he would definitely fail to comprehend the fire sword intent at that time. Wangxing inheritance. Chen Daoxuan cannot guarantee that every cultivator in the Chen family can enjoy it for the time being. After all, even if he uses treasures such as enlightenment tea to enter the inheritance space through the back door, subsequent cultivators will be eliminated sooner or later if their own comprehension is insufficient. Of course, this is also a way to increase the number of seed cultivators in the family. In Wangxing, there are many large immortal cultivation families that rely on this method to let their elite descendants comprehend the first sword intent. Moreover, once this kind of sword intent is understood, it will definitely be a complete sword intent, and there will be no accidents. The Chen family also plans to cultivate the elite descendants of the family in this way in the future. The reason why Chen Daoxuan said that Chen Daoxuan was about to break through the world realm was because of his understanding of the realm of the great Dao of the cultivators. The cultivation of cultivators, from low level to high level. From the perspective of cultivation, it can be divided into 7 realms: refining key, building foundation, purple mansion, golden elixir, primordial infant, primordial spirit, and crossing the tribulation. From the realm of the great Dao, it can be divided into 7 realms: invisible, visible, star transformation, Dao domain, law, world, and creation. Basically, after the cultivators cultivate to the primordial infant stage, the realm of the great Dao is at the same level as the cultivation. Like Qinzhen and the leader of the Qinghui Taoist sect, Yi Xianqi, the primordial infant cultivation has reached the 6th level of the world realm of the great Dao realm. Strictly speaking, they should be called the half-step primordial spirit stage. The so-called primordial spirit Taoist, compared with the primordial infant true monarch, it is mainly reflected in 3 changes, namely the soul, the realm of the great Dao, and the flesh. The threshold of the physical body is the simplest. Once you condense the immortal true body, you will have the physical foundation to enter the Yuanshan period. Compared with the physical body, the Dao realm is much more difficult. For Yuan Yingzhenjin to break through from the law realm to the world realm, he not only needs to comprehend the 3 complete Dao laws, but also needs the fusion degree of the 3 Dao laws to be more than 50%. And this is only the premise for Yuan Yingzhenjin to break through the world realm. Whether he can break through to the world realm is still unknown. Once a Yuan Yingzhenjin reaches this step, he will be at the level of Qinzhen and Yi Xianqi. He is the top existence among Yuan Yingzhenjin. He is also called the World Realms Engine or simply called the half-step Yuanshan Daojin by the outside world. But The most difficult level, to break through to the Yuanshan period, is neither the physical body nor the Dao realm, but the soul. The transformation of the soul is the most difficult level for Yuaning cultivators to enter the Yuanshan period. This is also the reason why the major sects compete so fiercely when facing Xian'ai divine water. Because no matter whether it is Yi Xian Qi or Qinzan, as long as they obtain Tai divine water, they have a great chance of breaking through to the Yuanshan period. Chen Daoxuan used such a heaven-defying treasure to save his 13th uncle. This is also because the major sects in Xian'ai and Tao do not understand the situation. Otherwise, if they knew that Tai divine water was used to save a cultivator in the key refining stage, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. How many Yuaning's engine died for a treasure like Tai divine water? They were still convinced that Qinzan and Chen Daoxuan could get it. After all, the blow that Qinzan finally used to urge the Yuan bell to explode completely shocked everyone. The treasure is obtained by the strong, which is also the tacit rule of the cultivation world. But this treasure was neither used by Chen Daoxuan nor by Qinzan, but was given to a cultivator in the key refining stage. If other Yuaning's engine knew about this, how could they accept it? What Chen Daoxuan said. Chen Daoxuan is about to break through to the world realm, based on his own understanding of the world realm. It sounds nonsense that a purple mansion cultivator knows the details of the world realm, but in the Chen family, it is nothing. The Chen family cultivators may not have high cultivation and Dao realm, but their theories are not low, otherwise they would not be able to graduate from the clan school. The Chen family's clan school education was not in vain. As the Chen family system became more and more perfect, those who did not receive complete clan school education in the early years also returned to the clan school for re-education. Chen Daoxuan agreed with this. The Chen family's clan school education is the greatest benefit for the children of the family. In the past, the Chen family was weak and had to exploit the earliest batch of Chen family cultivators. Now that the Chen family is rich, of course, these benefits must be doubled to compensate the early batch of Chen family cultivators. Chen Daoxuan is also one of them. Although Chen Daoxuan's attainments in refining are extraordinary, his theoretical level in cultivation is really limited. Therefore, before leaving the family, Chen Daoxuan forced him to return to the clan school for further study for a year. Now it seems that Chen Daoxuan's theoretical level has improved a lot, and he actually knows the knowledge of the world realm. Seeing the faint smile on Chen Daoxuan's face, Chen Daoxuan's old face immediately turned red and said, "Chief, although I'm only at the first level of the Dao realm now, I got full marks in the theoretical test when my clan graduated." "Oh, then tell me, why does the world realm require a lot of creation power?" Hearing this question, Chen Daoxuan was immediately full of confidence and raised his head and said, "The so-called world realm is when a true Lord cultivator opens up a small world. The biggest difference between this small world and the common cave world we have is that it has to be endless." Chen Daoxuan paused, and the small world that has just been opened up is not only small in area, but also in a chaotic state. For a true lord who has just entered the world realm, the first thing he has to do is to replay the earth, wind, water, and fire, so that this world will gradually give birth to vitality. When the small world gives birth to vitality, it is time for the power of creation to play a role. Okay, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. "You talk about it in a set of ways. Why is the Dao realm only in the first level?" Chen Daoxuan touched the back of his head. "Patriarch, you know me, I'm dull by nature, and my practice speed is slow. In addition, I have a lot of things to do at the Institute of Magical Instruments in my hands, so I naturally have less time to practice on weekdays, so." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan said solemnly, "Daoxuan, the way of cultivation lies in perseverance. I'll let you take charge of the family's Magical Instrument Research Institute, but you must not neglect your cultivation because of this, understand? Otherwise, I will have no choice but to remove you from the position of Dean of the Magical Instrument Research Institute." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan shrank his neck and whispered, "I know, clan leader. Okay, let's try this big tripod." Chen Daoxuan is not a child, but an elder of the family of the same generation as him, so Chen Daoxuan only gave him some pointers. Chapter 370. Once again. Huolala. Above the cauldron, the spirit stones in the storage bag poured down into the cauldron like a flood. As the spirit stones poured down, Chen Daoxuan took the initiative to inject a stream of magic power into the cauldron. Under the urging of the magic power, the spirit stones in the cauldron quickly melted like ice and snow under the sun. But strangely, the spiritual energy of the melted spirit stones did not dissipate, and all the spiritual energy was trapped in the cauldron. On the side, Chen Daoxuan stared at the cauldron with his eyes sharp, and said excitedly, "Who came up with this method, using the spiritual energy that should have preserved the power of creation as a power, to extract the trace of creation power condensed in the spirit stones?" As he said, he looked at the 6 jade bottles under the 6 ears of the cauldron, and these jade bottles, seemingly unrelated to this cauldron, form a cycle with it, extracting the condensed power of creation from the cauldron, and collecting it again. Just like the role of the array plate and the array flag. Yes, it is the role of the array plate and the array flag. Chen Daoxuan clashed his fists and palms, his brows relaxed. The person who refined this magic weapon must be a genius weapon refiner. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation is not high, as the head of the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute, his vision is still very high. In particular, the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute has received the full support of Chen Daoxuan. Compared with other cultivators in the Chen family, the researchers of the Magic Weapon Research Institute are the easiest to get help from Chen Daoxuan's preaching. Influenced by Chen Daoxuan's frequent preaching, the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute lived up to expectations and laid a good technical foundation for the Chen family's various industrialized production. Otherwise, the industrialized production of Guanhei's Iron Sheng would definitely not be so easy to build. After activating the cauldron, Chen Daoxuan simply put away his hands, leaving only the spiritual stones in the storage bag pouring into the cauldron. According to Chen Daoxuan's previous understanding of this cauldron, it would cost about 10 million spiritual stones to extract 1 drop of the power of creation. This cauldron has 6 outlets and can extract 6 drops of the power of creation at a time, which requires a total of 60 million spiritual stones. 60 million spiritual stones are just a drizzle for the Chen family. What Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan are more concerned about is how fast this cauldron can extract the power of creation. Since it is the first time to refine it, Chen Daoxuan is not sure. The only thing he dares to be sure of is that the speed of this cauldron to refine the power of creation is much faster than the speed of Yuan Ying's engine to refine the power of creation. On the one hand, this cauldron consumes 10 times more than Yuan Ying's engine. The most important thing is that the Jiang family can be promoted to a 7th level medium grade magic weapon, which proves that the Jiang family has extracted a considerable amount of power of creation with this cauldron. Moreover, before the cauldron was complete, the Jiang family had already extracted a lot of creation power, which shows that the speed of refining creation power in this cauldron is very amazing. For 6 whole days, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan both stood motionless in front of the cauldron. The storage bags on the top of the cauldron were replaced one after another. Within 6 days, a total of 60 million spirit stones were put into this cauldron, but they were all dissolved by it without leaving a single bit. At the same time, in return, the 6 outlets of the cauldron emitted a sparkling white creation power. Drop. 6 drops of creation power dripped into the jade bottle directly below at the same time. Chen Daoxuan walked forward, looked down at the chalcedony-like creation power at the bottom of the jade bottle, and his face was full of joy. Patriarch, this tripod is really a treasure. It can extract a drop of the power of creation in 1 day. With this tripod, it is equivalent to having more than 300 Yuan Ying's engines refining the power of creation for my Chen family day and night. Chen Daoxuan said with excitement. In his opinion, the role of the power of creation is really too great. The promotion of magic tools, spiritual armor, and spiritual roots can all use the power of creation. When Chen Daoxuan entered the world realm and opened up a small world, he would also consume a lot of the power of creation. In fact, none of the real strong people in the world of immortal cultivation are independent cultivators. The main reason is that there are too few ways for independent cultivators to obtain resources. When independent cultivators have low cultivation, they only need to worry about ordinary resources such as spirit stones, elixirs, and magic tools. If there is an independent cultivator who has a chance against the sky and step into the Yuanying stage step by step, he will also need precious resources such as the power of creation. And the precious resource of the power of creation, without the support of a big force behind it, how many independent cultivators can obtain it in large quantities? Even if someone like Chen Daoxuan, who is equivalent to a top-level true lord, took advantage of the water orb everywhere, he could only get a few hundred drops of the power of creation. But Kinzan just waved his hand and lent him more than 2,000 drops of the power of creation. From this point of view, the difference between having a big power behind him and not having a big power behind him is obvious. Speaking of which, Chen Daoxuan is not a casual cultivator. At least he has the Chen family, the largest family in Kangzhou, as his support. If Chen Daoxuan really wants the power of creation, it will be 100 times easier than a casual cultivator true lord to exchange it with spirit stones at all costs. And how miserable the casual cultivator true lord is, you can understand it by looking at so many Yuanying true lords who fight for Yuan sword sect. In Wangxinghe, there are nearly 500 Yuanying true lords who are casual cultivators, but almost all of them are fighting for Yuan sword sect on the front line. On the other hand, how many Yuanying true lords of the major Yuanying families are fighting for Yuan sword sect on the front line of Chuan Kingdom? Why? It's not that the Yuanying families in Wangxinghe are rich and powerful. It's fine if the ordinary children and the family join the war, but the pillars of these families don't even bother to go to the front line and risk their lives. After all, going to the front line of Chuan country requires fighting with cultivators of the same level. Even if the true lords of the Yuanying families have high cultivation, they can't guarantee that they won't fall. In this battle between Yuan sword sect and Zuanqing Dao League, the Yuanying true lords of both sides suffered heavy losses. Don't look at Chen Daoxuan's crushing killing of the opponent's Yuanying true lord all the way, that's because he is too strong. If it were the scattered true lords of Wangxinghe, the situation would be very different. The scattered true lords of Wangxinghe are not as good as the true lords of Zuanqing Dao League in terms of cultivation, and there are also differences in the realm of the Great Dao and the instruments. It often takes several scattered true lords to compete with a Yuanying cultivator of Zuanqing Dao League. Even so, the number of scattered cultivators in Wangxinghe is large, nearly 500. So many Yuanying Zhenjian are indeed a decisive force that can change the situation on the battlefield. This battle was also as expected by Yuan sword sect, and the power of Zuanqing Dao League was completely eliminated from Chuan country. But after eliminating the power of Zuanqing Dao League from Chuan country, Yuan sword sect did not press forward step by step and move towards Yuan sword sect's local sphere of influence. It's not that Yuan sword sect is afraid to move forward, but considering that completely conquering Zuanqing Dao League will inevitably trigger a series of bad chain reactions. For example, all the major sects near Zuanqing Dao League are in danger and form an alliance to fight against Yuan sword sect. This is not the situation that Yuan sword sect wants to see. After this battle, coupled with the destruction of Qingli Dao sect by Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan, the backbone of Zuanqing Dao League was broken by Yuan sword sect. If there is no accident, Zuanqing Dao League will never be able to compete with Yuan sword sect in the future. At this point, instead of being aggressive and forcing the major sects to unite, Yuan sword sect might as well let Zuanqing Dao League go for the time being. At this time, the weak Zuanqing Dao League happened to occupy a vast and fertile territory, which would inevitably attract the covetousness of the surrounding sects. At that time, the major sects would rush forward and completely divide Zuanqing Dao League. Yuan sword sect was waiting for this opportunity. When Chen Daoxuan learned that the leader of Yuan sword sect, Fei Chengsu, had withdrawn her troops from the border of Chuan state, he guessed the other party's thoughts. Since he could guess Fei Chengsu's thoughts, there was no reason why the major sects around Zuanqing Dao League could not guess Yuan sword sect's plan. But the power of Fei Chengsu was that, even if the major sects guessed Yuan sword sect's thoughts, it would be of no use. Faced with such a weak Zuanqing Dao League that occupied a huge territory, which sect could bear not to pounce on it and take a bite? Even if there are people with a long-term vision, who can see Fei Chengsu's plan, under the selfishness of human nature, who can give up the interests at their fingertips? As long as one party has evil intentions, the alliance of the major sects will definitely not succeed. This is an open conspiracy. Compared with Chen Daoxuan's excitement, the excitement on Chen Daoxuan's face is not inferior at all. Because Chen Daoxuan knows that the effect of the power of creation on him is almost comparable to that of the boundary source bead. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Chen Daoxuan and asked, "Daoxu, how is the matter I asked you to do before I went to Chuan country?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was stunned at first, then he remembered something and bowed his hands and said, "Patriarch, are you talking about buying the boundary source bead from Carnean Sword Sect?" Chen Daoxuan nodded. Chen Daoxuan's face immediately fell, and he complained, "The weapon refining hall of Carnean Sword Sect is too stingy. As far as I know, Carnean Sword Sect has a large amount of realm source pearls in stock, but they are reluctant to sell them to the outside world. The people in the weapon refining hall told me that they do not sell realm source pearls to the outside world, only cave heaven instruments. In the end, I had to persuade them softly and hard, and finally bought some realm source pearls from them at a high price." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan took out a storage ring from his arms and handed it over. "All the realm source pearls I bought from the weapon refining hall in the past year or so are here." Chen Daoxuan took the storage ring and said, "Thank you for your hard work. The weapon refining hall of Carnean Sword Sect does not sell realm source pearls to the outside world because they are worried that our Chen family will also refine cave heaven instruments and snatch the market for their cave heaven instruments." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan said embarrassedly, "Cave heaven instruments are at least 4th level instruments or above. Our Chen family does not have that ability for the time being." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "You also said it was temporary. It is well known that our Chen family cooperated with you in Chen Immortal City to sell low and medium level magic tools in Wangxinghe. The people in Carnean Sword Sect's refining hall are not fools. Since we can do the business of low and medium level magic tools, there is no reason why we can't get involved in the high level magic tool business in the future. Didn't you say before, Chief Keek, that you would not let my Chen family get involved in the high level magic tool market for the time being?" Chen Daoxuan looked at him unhappily and said, "Haven't you heard of the saying that it's a different time? At that time, my Chen family was weak, whether it was high-end combat power or family background. How to ensure that, after getting involved in the market of magic tools and elixirs above the 4th level, we would not be secretly retaliated by other forces?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly woke up. Yes, the Chen family is different today. Even the aggressive Jiang family, whose head of the family was killed by Chen Daoxuan in Gi Immortal City, dared not even fart, let alone other Yuanying families. If we have to make a simple ranking of the forces in Wangxinghe, the first one is undoubtedly Carnean Sword Sect, but Carnean Sword Sect itself is a combination of interests, and its internal unity is not unified. For example, the factions of Fei Chengsu and the Third Elder Yu Yan are fighting against each other, and neutral forces such as Hu Yanqi are not helping each other. In Wangxinghe, unless a force offends all the forces of Carnean Sword Sect at the same time, it will be attacked by Carnean Sword Sect and completely destroyed. In addition to Carnean Sword Sect, in Wangxinghe today, the forces of the major Yuanying families are the most powerful. For example, the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Chen family occupy a state. Yes, the Chen family's foundation may be lacking compared to the old Yuanying families such as the Jiang family and the Ji family, but in terms of combat power, especially high-end combat power, it can crush the other party. Otherwise, it would not happen that Chen Daoxuan alone killed the other patriarch in the Jiang family's territory, and no one in the Jiang family dared to stand up and resist. In the world of immortal cultivation, the weak can only accept the bullying of the strong. This is true between sects, between immortal cultivation families, and even between cultivators. Chen Daoxuan's strength is stronger than the 3 Yuanying's engine of the Jiang family combined, so he can do whatever he wants, especially since Chen Daoxuan's killing of Jiang Taoan this time occupies a high moral point, and no one can find any fault with him. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's thoughtful look, Chen Daoxuan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Forget it, you don't have to think about these things. Daolian will handle these problems." You just need to not fall behind in your own cultivation and take good care of the Magic Instrument Research Institute. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was quite embarrassed. Having been in charge of the Magic Instrument Research Institute for a long time, his ability to deal with the outside world is indeed much worse than that of other Dao generation cultivators of the Chen family who have been trained outside, not to mention compared with Chen Daoxuan who has been in charge of the power of the Chen family for a long time. But Chen Daoxuan's training direction for each senior member of the Chen family is different. For example, Chen Daoxuan was trained as a researcher. What Chen Daoxuan wanted was Chen Daoxuan's purity in the field of magic weapon research. Because Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that only with a pure mind can one go a long way in the field of weapon refining. After bidding farewell to Chen Daoxuan took the cauldron and quickly returned to his retreat room. This time, he wanted to use the Dao derivation function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra again to see if he could reproduce the method of refining the cauldron. Back in the true immortal origin realm, he used the Dao derivation function to reproduce the scene of a giant axe strongman beheading the monster of the true immortal realm tens of thousands of years ago. Now, he can completely use the cauldron in his hand to reproduce the scene of the predecessors refining this cauldron. Of course, as a new function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra that breaks through to the third level, the Dao derivation consumes a lot of enlightenment stars. At the beginning, Chen Daoxuan only reproduced the short scene of the giant axe strongman swinging his axe to split the true immortal origin realm, which consumed a large number of enlightenment stars. The time required to refine a 4th level magic weapon is much longer than the time it takes for a giant axe master to swing his axe to open the sky. Therefore, the amount of enlightenment stardust consumed is much greater. In Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness at this time, except for a star core rotating around the golden scripture, there is no enlightenment stardust at all. Although he can still accumulate enlightenment stardust every day, how can a person who is used to eating big fish and meat go back to the days of eating bran and vegetables in the past? Chen Daoxuan's current accumulation of enlightenment stardust is not based on silently reciting the Hongmeng Enlightenment scripture every day, but relies on the chaotic energy in the boundary source bead. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the storage ring he got from Chen Daoxuan and opened it. Chapter 371 Breakthrough to the World Realm. 317. Really few. And Chen Daoxuan's consciousness swept across the storage ring, raised his head. All of them are the boundary source beads left behind by the Foundation building period boundary monster after its death. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel speechless for the stinginess of the Cunning Sword sect's weapon refining hall. But speechless, it's better to have it than not. There was only one star core left in the sea of consciousness rotating around the golden scripture, and there was no enlightenment stardust at all, which made Chen Daoxuan feel insecure. With this thought in mind, Chen Daoxuan immediately absorbed the chaotic energy in the more than 300 boundary source beads. The chaotic energy was transformed by the golden scripture and quickly turned into enlightenment stardust, which was automatically absorbed by the star core rotating around the golden scripture. Soon, the naked star core became full again. Feeling the enlightenment star grow little by little, a heartfelt sense of satisfaction surged from Chen Daoxuan's heart. If the enlightenment stardust consumed by 100 times enlightenment in one day is taken as a standard unit, there are about 3 standard units of enlightenment stardust in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness at this moment. However, Chen Daoxuan dare not guarantee how long it can be used for the derivation of the Tao. Because Chen Daoxuan has only used this function of derivation of the Tao once so far, that is, he used it in the true immortal origin realm, to analyze the picture of mysterious axe-wielding strongman who split the true immortal origin realm with one blow thousands of years ago. This picture is still stored in the depths of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. From Chen Daoxuan's perspective, the axe of the giant axe master is extremely mysterious, far beyond his current understanding. However, he has benefited a lot from this move from his previously created sword tactics. However, the gap between his original sword tactics and the 3 laws fused by the formation and the power of the mind is too big, and Chen Daoxuan has rarely used this sword tactics. But he didn't think that the path of creating his own sword tactics was wrong. On the contrary, he felt that it was an opportunistic behavior for him to use the formation to forcibly integrate the laws. Such a forced integration of laws is indeed extraordinary, but his understanding of the integration of laws is not thorough, and he even has a half understanding. If this goes on, there may be no problems in the short term, but the more time passes, the greater the difficulty he will have in moving forward. Of course, all this is not what Chen Daoxuan is considering for the time being. What he wants now is to do everything possible to improve his own strength. Because Chen Daoxuan has a sense of crisis from beginning to end. Although Carnean Sword Sect has taken over the entire territory of Chuan Kingdom, it is still unknown whether Zuan King Dao League and the surrounding major sects will unite. Even if all this is as Fei Chengsu expected, the other party will not unite together. Chen Daoxuan also has a worry, that is, Carnean Sword Sect has exposed the existence of Yuhuang Bell to the outside world this time. You know, Yuhuang Bell is a pure Yang fairy weapon. This immortal weapon is different from Chen Daoxuan's Star Sword Map and Kin's 6 Paths of Reincarnation banner. It is an immortal weapon in good condition. If this immortal weapon alone is leaked by Zuan King Dao League or the 3 major sects present at the time, it will be a disaster for Carnean Sword Sect. At that time, not only Yuan Chen Daojuan, but even Duji Xianzhen may come to Carnean Sword Sect to seize the treasure. Although these Yuan Chen Daojuan and Duji Xianzhen will not invade Wangxinghe with a big fanfare, it is inevitable that they will raid Carnean Sword Sect in private like Chen Daoxuan and Kinzhen did. Chen Daoxuan can't imagine what kind of conflict will break out if Yuan Chen Daojuan or even Duji Xianzhen snatches the immortal weapon. But it will definitely be 100 times more intense than the attack on King Wei Dao Sect by him and Kinzhan. By then, as the top force in Wangxinghe, can the Chen family be immune? He dare not guarantee it. Only with strength and continuous improvement of strength can Chen Daoxuan protect the Chen family and his cherished relatives and friends. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan saw the drawbacks of forcibly integrating the laws with the power of the formation, but still did not correct it. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Chen Daoxuan took out the big tripod from the storage ring again and used the derivative function on it. At this moment, time seemed to be going backwards rapidly. Around Chen Daoxuan, pictures flashed rapidly. After an unknown period of time, the picture in front of Chen Daoxuan finally froze. This is a world full of spiritual energy. A monk with his back to him, wearing a lavender Taoist robe, was sitting cross-legged in the mountain stream. Suddenly, the purple-robed monk stood up and glanced back. Chen Daoxuan met his eyes and felt that his sea of consciousness was reversed. Just a glance across the long river of time, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was almost torn apart by the other party. Horror. Too horrible. Chen Daoxuan's heart couldn't help but tremble violently. True immortal. Definitely a true immortal. Chen Daoxuan held his breath, but fortunately the golden scripture was as powerful as ever. This peeping of his, an ant from the other end of the long river of future time, was not discovered by the true immortal. Moreover, the golden scripture stabilized his chaotic sea of consciousness again. This time, Chen Daoxuan finally calmed down. Although he could not tell the strength of the true immortal, he got a sense from the golden scripture that the strength of this purple-robed true immortal was more terrifying than that of the giant axe. Could it be that this big cauldron that extracts the power of creation was created by him? The scene continued. The purple-robed monk waved his hand lightly, and a space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Unlike Chen Daoxuan's tearing of space, after this purple-robed monk tore open the space crack, there was a dark void on the opposite side. Where is this? Chen Daoxuan was stunned. A bold guess suddenly appeared in Chen Daoxuan's mind. This is not the Fengai realm. Could this be the world opened up by the true immortal in front of him? Emperor Yu, Emperor Z and others are gone. I have been stranded in the Fengai realm for 10,000 years. It's time to leave. The purple-robed true immortal murmured. After that, 7 monks suddenly appeared in front of him. The aura of these 7 monks was very amazing, and what was even more terrifying was that Chen Daoxuan could not see the cultivation of these 7 people at all. You know, he has a great Dao realm close to the world realm. Even if Yuan Chen Daojuan was in front of him, Chen Daoxuan would not fail to recognize the other party's cultivation. There is only one possibility, that he can't see the depth of his cultivation, the realm of creation. In other words, these 7 people are all the heavenly lords of crossing tribulation. Seeing 7 big men of crossing tribulation at the same time, if it were someone else, they would probably be scared silly. But after Chen Daoxuan's baptism of seeing the true immortal several times, he has become numb to seeing the big men of crossing tribulation. Ancestor. The 7 people suddenly appeared in front of the purple-robed true immortal. At first, their expressions were slightly stunned, and then they knew that they were forcibly moved here by the ancestor, and they bowed and saluted. When Chen Daoxuan heard the ancestor's address, he made a judgment in his heart. Generally speaking, the sects call the person in charge either the sect master, the head teacher, or the supreme elder. Few call him the ancestor. Only the Immortal Cultivation family can call him that. Just as Chen Daoxuan was daydreaming, the purple robe immortal spoke again. I have paid off the karma of the phoenix falling realm. You must remember to practice hard and avoid karma. I will wait for you in the upper realm. When everyone heard that the ancestor was going to ascend, their eyes were all red. One of the silver-haired cultivators choked and cried, Ancestor, after you leave, what will happen to the war between my phoenix falling realm and the true demon realm? The purple robe immortal shook his head. Although the true demon realm has many strong people, it is much more chaotic than our phoenix falling realm, so it is not a concern. Ancestor, we can't bear to leave you. Woo woo woo. This sentence actually caused the 7 heavenly lords who crossed the tribulation to cry in grief. There are 9 levels of thunder tribulation in the crossing tribulation period, and each level is more difficult. Throughout the ages, there have been countless heavenly lords who have transcended the tribulation, but how many of them have achieved the status of Mahayana immortal and ascended to the upper realm? Perhaps this farewell is a farewell forever. How could the heavenly lords of the Jiang family, who grew up under the wings of the purple robe immortal, not feel extremely sad? Seeing these heavenly lords of the Jiang family, who had been with him for tens of thousands of years, and had followed him from childhood, burst into tears. The purple robe immortal's eyes also became somewhat melancholy. He gently stroked the top of a female cultivator of the Jiang family and sighed. Fool. Foolish child. Ancestor. Ancestor. The cultivators could no longer hold back, and they all knelt down at the feet of the ancestor of the Jiang family, kowtowed endlessly. After a long time, everyone stood up. After venting their emotions, everyone knew in their hearts that the ancestor of the Jiang family's ascension to the upper realm was a foregone conclusion, and even if he wanted to stay, the Feng'an realm would not accommodate him. The ancestor of the Jiang family looked at the sky. His eyes penetrated this world barrier and saw the world that was constantly sinking and floating in the endless void. Then, he looked at everyone again. Before leaving, I will give you one last small gift. One of the cultivators in the crowd suppressed his grief and bowed his hands and said, Please tell me, ancestor. The purple-robed immortal smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed the void outside the world barrier across the world barrier. In just one breath, a ball of destiny power was extracted from the endless void into his palm. Chen Daoxuan stared at the other's palm blankly. This ball of destiny power had at least tens of thousands of drops. This was too abnormal. But the other Jiang family Chens and didn't know what the ancestor meant by this. Although the power of destiny is rare for Yuan Ying's engine, for them, the Chens and who crosses the tribulation, it is easy to extract the power of destiny from the spirit stone. Although their efficiency in extracting the power of creation cannot be compared with that of the Jiang family's ancestors, it is tens of thousands of times higher than that of the Yuan Ying's engine. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the crowd, the purple robe immortal continued, extracting the power of creation is not difficult for you, but if the small world we have opened up wants to upgrade, the demand for the power of creation is huge. The speed at which you extract the power of creation is still too slow. The purple robe immortal paused and continued, I have created a new magic weapon that can automatically extract the power of creation. Although it consumes a lot of spirit stones, it can save you countless hard work. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A small amount of the power of creation is indeed useless to them, but it is different when there is more power of creation. Not to mention them, even if their ancestors want to fly to the upper world, they must pay off the karma of the main world Feng'an realm. and the thing used to pay off the karma of the Feng'an realm is the power of creation. Speaking of it, this is also a very fair thing. A cultivator starts practicing from the key refining stage and practices all the way to the Mahayana immortal, consuming countless resources in the process. Once a cultivator ascends to the upper realm, it means that he will take away a large amount of material and energy from this world. In the long run, the main world will inevitably fall into the end of the law era with the exhaustion of spiritual energy. In order to avoid this situation, every cultivator will extract the power of creation from the void before ascending to the upper realm to replenish it to the Feng'an realm and repay the cause and effect of his practice in this world. Only in this way will the world consciousness of the Feng'an realm let the Mahayana immortal go. Although the Mahayana immortal has amazing strength, if he wants to ascend to the upper realm, in addition to the willingness of the upper realm to accept him, the lower realm must also be willing to let him go. Otherwise, if the world consciousness of the Feng'an realm does not allow the Mahayana immortal to ascend, this Mahayana immortal can only stay in the Feng'an realm for the rest of his life. Normal situation. The world consciousness of the Feng'an realm will not do such a thing, because the Mahayana immortal is like a whale in a lake to the main world like the Feng'an realm. The lake is too small, and the whale is too big. Every time the great immortal stays, the Feng'an realm will bear a huge pressure. Seeing the expectant eyes of the crowd, the purple robe immortal smiled and said, "I will name this magic weapon King Muding, which means endless life. This is the method of refining. You will watch carefully." The purple robe immortal stretched out his palm, and one spiritual ore after another decomposed in his palm, and the impurities and the essence of the spiritual ore separated automatically, but there was no flame in his palm. The grade of King Muding is the 4th grade middle grade, and it is quite simple to refine. With your refining methods, you can refine a tripod in 4 or 5 days at most. The purple robe immortal continued. But Chen Daoxuan was not ready to continue watching, because he found that in just a short time of an incense stick, half of the enlightenment stardust in his sea of consciousness had been consumed. According to what this Jiang family great immortal said, this tripod actually needs several days to refine. Several days? How much enlightenment stardust would it consume? Forget it. He can't afford to consume these enlightenment stardust for the time being, so he can only give up for the time being. After withdrawing from the state of Yandao, Chen Daoxuan found that he had only analyzed the 17 kinds of spiritual ore materials for refining King Muding. These 17 kinds of spiritual ore materials are not difficult to find. The key is the refining technique of the purple-robed immortal. With Chen Daoxuan's current level of refining, if he is allowed to read it completely, he can almost try to refine it. Although his level of refining is not high, his formation realm is very high. If he only refines the 4th level medium grade magic weapon, he has a very high confidence. Of course, the premise of all this is to get a large number of world source beads. Looking at the 1.5 units of enlightenment stardust left in the sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan suddenly had the idea of breaking through the world realm. Now, if Chen Daoxuan wants to continue to improve his strength, there is only one way to break through the world realm. His cultivation has been promoted to the late stage of Jiandan with the help of the Xingyuan fruit, and it is difficult to improve in the short term. The same is true for physical cultivation, which depends on the effort of water grinding. Only in the Dao realm, Chen Daoxuan has 2 plugins, the Star Sword Dao diagram and the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, which can quickly improve the Dao realm. The world realm, which is as difficult as ascending to heaven for Yuan Ying Zhenjin, does not seem to be that difficult for Chen Daoxuan. The degree of integration of the 3 high-level Dao laws has reached 50%, and he has met this condition. With the blessing of 100 times the enlightenment, breaking through the world realm does not seem to be impossible. Si esta escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 372 Zuanhuan Realm. Chen Daoxuan is not a procrastinating person. He estimated that the time he spent attending the celebration ceremony of Kaineo and Sword sects should be enough for him to impact the world realm several times. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan used his spiritual consciousness to communicate with Eluoli, and then began to concentrate on the world realm, breaking through from the 5th level of the Dao realm to the world realm. In addition to the law fusion degree meeting the requirements, it is also necessary to use the fused law as the foundation and the cultivator's Dao domain as flesh and blood, to open up a new world in the endless void outside the Fengai world. The only medium between this world and the Fengai world is a cultivator who opened up this small world. Opening up a world in the endless void is not a simple matter, although it is the endless void close to the Fengai world. If the endless void is compared to a sea, the Fengai world is an island in the sea, and the newly opened small world is a reef near the dock of this island. There are countless such reefs near the Fengai world. Although there are many small worlds opened up by the cultivators, there is not even one that can grow step by step into a main world like the Phoenix world. Near the Phoenix world, most of the small worlds are barren and dead places without any vitality. This indicates that the cultivator who opened up this world has fallen. The world he opened up will also fall into collapse step by step, and finally become nothingness under the scouring of the endless void. To a certain extent, the cultivators of the world realm are very similar to the world monsters. The only difference is that the source world opened up by the world monsters is in the body, while the small world opened up by the human cultivators is in the endless void. Moreover, the world opened up by the human cultivators is much more powerful than the source world cultivated step by step by the world monsters from the world seeds, which is roughly equivalent to the inner world of the demon master who has comprehended several laws. Chen Daoxuan has memorized the key to breaking through the world realm. Next, it is practice. Chen Daoxuan thought about it and took out the Me Dust banner. Although this banner can only be used to teleport within this world and cannot be used across worlds, it has one advantage, which is that it can lock spatial coordinates, although the spatial coordinates it locks are limited. But Chen Daoxuan only needs to use the spatial coordinates it provides to return to the Fengaian world after he fails to open up his own small world. With his current cultivation strength, he simply cannot be exposed to the endless void for a long time. It is said that the endless void not only has strong time and space turbulence, but is also a place of spiritual extinction. It is difficult to survive in the endless void for a long time if the cultivation is not at the crossing tribulation stage. Chen Daoxuan naturally did not dare to break through the world realm without making any preparations. He used the Michin banner to record the spatial coordinates of the quiet room. Chen Daoxuan summoned 3 immortal swords and slowly merged them into one. Finally, he controlled the golden giant sword and slashed it fiercely. Suddenly, a void black hole appeared in front of him. Chen Daoxuan did not dare to delay and stepped into the void black hole. As he stepped into the void black hole slowly disappeared. I don't know how long it took. Chen Daoxuan felt that he had fallen into darkness and he lost his sense of up and down, and the concept of time seemed to have ceased to exist. Is this the endless void? Chen Daoxuan murmured. The next moment, he saw a huge ball of light. This ball of light was like a glowing torch in the dark endless void, and it was very conspicuous. A trace of connection in the dark made Chen Daoxuan recognize this huge ball of light instantly. It was the main world, where Chen Daoxuan was, the Fengaian realm. However, Chen Daoxuan did not see any of the countless small worlds rumored to be close to the Fengaian realm. Of course, now is not the time to tangle with this issue. His cultivation is limited, and he cannot stay in the endless void for a long time. He must open up a small world as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan slowly unfolded his Dao domain. Since practicing so far, Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain has the same diameter as his spiritual consciousness, which is more than 2,300 miles. The Dao domain with a diameter of 2,300 miles is barely big enough in the territory of Guanghan Prefecture, but it is not even a tiny speck of dust in the endless void. Chen Daoxuan came from Earth in his previous life. He didn't know what the connection was between the universe where the Earth was, and the endless void where the Phoenix meteorite realm was. Anyway, with the spatial scale of his Dao domain, whether in the Earth's universe, or in the endless void, it was an extremely small existence. He now somewhat understood why he could see the glowing Phoenix meteorite realm, but couldn't see the small worlds attached to the Phoenix meteorite realm. Who can see the dust next to a giant celestial body? Being in the endless void, Chen Daoxuan only felt that his body, including the mana in his body, seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force. When he stabilized his body, he found that the mana was leaving his danshan bit by bit without control. This situation startled him suddenly, because he found that this pulling force did not come from somewhere else, but from the big ball of light in front of him, the Phoenix meteorite realm. The Phoenix meteorite realm was absorbing his mana. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the law of universal gravitation in his previous life. The Fengyun realm in the endless void was involuntarily absorbing the matter and energy in the endless void. Just like the cultivator's desire to become stronger, the world also has the instinct to upgrade. Suddenly, a kind of enlightenment appeared in Chen Daoxuan's mind. Seeing his own mana leaving his danshan little by little, Chen Daoxuan dared not delay any longer. In the endless void, the three laws that merged into one were once again merged with his Dao domain. Only when the Dao domain merges the laws can a new world be opened up in the endless void. In this way, the cultivator stepped into the 6th level of the Great Dao, the world realm. Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao laws fully met the requirements, but his Dao domain, as a newly opened world, was too small. Such a small world may be unheard of among all the world realm cultivators, because it is impossible for any Yuanying Zhenjian's Dao domain to have a diameter of only 2,300 miles. In the Dao realm, the three laws after fusion turned into a fireball, hanging high in the sky. Looking out, a thin world barrier is slowly taking shape. But this new world barrier is like a softened eggshell, very fragile. Not to mention compared with the world barrier of Fengyun realm, even a cultivator in the key refining stage can easily pierce it. But Chen Daoxuan doesn't care at all. The newly opened world is fragile. Whether it is the world barrier or the size of the world, it will be unsatisfactory. But as long as you step into the world realm, these shortcomings can be made up one by one. But Chen Daoxuan knows that in a short period of time, he can't introduce foreign enemies into the world he opened up to fight like Yishai and Qi did. Introducing foreign enemies into this fragile new world is simply something that only fools who have cut off their own path can do. With the blessing of 100 times of enlightenment, Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm and the law merge very smoothly. Once the Dao realm and the law merge, it is irreversible. Next, it is a long wait. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is very small, and the law and the Dao realm merge very quickly. It took about a month. The fusion of Dao domain and law has reached the final stage. It's done. Chen Daoxuan looked at the grey, glimmering light ball in front of him, and stepped into it with a thought. As a creator, Chen Daoxuan had a different feeling when he entered the newly opened world for the first time. This new world is completely different from the cave world. Even though its area may not be as large as some cave worlds, it is a small world in the endless void. Except for being smaller, it is essentially no different from the main world like Fengyun realm. More importantly, this is the world he created. Standing in the center of the small world, Chen Daoxuan looked at the grey and chaotic new world, and a burst of joy surged in his heart. Although it is still small and very broken, it is the foundation of his own enlightenment. Chen Daoxuan looked at the sun above his head, and then looked at the grey clear air and the yellow turbid air entangled with each other. After thinking for a moment, he said, "From today on, I will call you Zhuanhuang realm." At the moment, when Chen Daoxuan named it, Zhuanhuang realm trembled slightly. Sure enough, the world is conscious. Chen Daoxuan once again confirmed his guess. This is also the biggest difference between the world opened up by the cultivators and the cave world. Although the cave world is also called the world, it is dead. If there is no external resource supplement, it cannot achieve the circulation of matter and energy at all. That is what cultivators often say is endless. But the world opened up by Chen Daoxuan is alive. Even if the clear and turbid air of this world has not been separated, it is alive like a newborn baby. Even as the creator, Chen Daoxuan can feel the joy after its birth. Feeling the joy of the Zhuanhuang realm, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. But before he had time to indulge in joy, a feeling of weakness suddenly hit him. Not good. Chen Daoxuan found that his mana was actually at the bottom. You know, although Chen Daoxuan is in the Jiandan period, he has the treasure of the 6th grade creation White Lotus. In terms of the depth of mana, most of the Yuanying Zhenjian are far inferior to him. Even so, he still felt that his mana was almost exhausted. At this moment, the Zhuanghuang realm had just been born. Although there was spiritual energy, it was so thin that it was outrageous that he could not rely on it to replenish it. Of course, even if the Zhuanghuang realm had sufficient spiritual energy, Chen Daoxuan would not be willing to replenish it. Drawing spiritual energy from one's own world is like spending one's own money. How could it not be painful? What's more, this is still the early stage of entrepreneurship. Without thinking too much, Chen Daoxuan took out the Michin banner and sensed the spatial coordinates he left in the Feng'an realm. His figure flashed and disappeared in the Zhuanghuang realm. His figure reappeared. Chen Daoxuan had returned to the quiet room. After more than a month, Chen Daoxuan returned to the quiet room again, but he was already a world realm cultivator. A world realm cultivator in the Jiandan period. Chen Daoxuan estimated that this achievement was absolutely unprecedented in the Feng'an realm. Before he could be complacent, Chen Daoxuan felt the weakness of his Danshan again. So he calmed down and quietly refined the spiritual energy and accumulated mana. Zhuanghu Island is the ancestral land of the Chen family. The Chen family cultivators, who are not short of money, have used spirit stones to upgrade their spirit veins to the 5th level. To be honest, the 5th level spirit vein is somewhat wasteful for the Chen family, whose highest cultivation level is only the golden core stage. But the spirit stones consumed to upgrade the 5th level spirit vein are only a mere 1 billion. This is nothing for the wealthy Chen family. In fact, Chen Daoxuan has not cared about the financial situation of the Chen family for a long time, but through the continuous upgrading of the family's spirit veins, he can roughly see that the Chen family is really not short of money now. You know, in Wangxinghe, upgrading spirit veins is not a once and for all thing. Due to the existence of Cunning sword sect, the Immortal Cultivation families in Wangxinghe with spirit veins have to pay taxes to Cunning sword sect. When the Chen family was weak, they did not pay taxes to Cunning sword sect because they were not qualified to pay taxes at that time. In Wangxinghe, when the spirit vein grade reaches the 2nd level or above, Cunning sword sect will collect spirit vein tax. Fortunately, Cunning sword sect only collects spirit vein tax. The main source of income for the Chen family is from various trades. The Chen family doesn't care much about the spiritual vein tax. However, the fact that the Chen family doesn't care doesn't mean that other immortal cultivation families don't care. Although the Chen family is now among the top families in Wangxinghe, the biggest shortcoming of the Chen family compared to those Yuanying families with a long history is that the family population is sparse. Although the Chen family has been encouraging childbirth since Chen Daoxuan came to power. In fact, in order to encourage the Chen family to have children, Chen Daoxuan even bought female slaves from the Izumo kingdom. But no matter how much encouragement, the Chen family started late after all. Not to mention compared with those Yuanying families with an unknown long history, the current population of the Chen family is still an order of magnitude lower than that of the Zhao family in Guanghan Prefecture. As far as Chen Daoxuan knows, the population of the Zhao family, including mortals, is about tens of millions. And the Chen family has only millions of people. This population is really too small, and it is very inconsistent with the current status of the Chen family in Wangxinghe. But considering that the Chen family had only a few thousand people decades ago, it has now developed to a scale of millions of people. In less than 50 years, the population has increased nearly 1,000 times, which is already very exaggerated. A casual cultivator in Guanhe Xiancheng once joked that ordinary men in the Chen family walked with the help of the wall after they became adults. This shows how exaggerated the Chen family's policy of encouraging childbirth is. The outside world does not know. In Wangxinghe, another world-level cultivator was born. Just when Chen Daoxuan was consolidating his realm and restoring and replenishing his mana, the Kangzhou cultivator stationed in Zenan Pass came back. Although there were not many Kangzhou cultivators who rushed back this time, the leaders of the major families in Kangzhou that Chen Daoxuan was familiar with were all on the list. However, The first thing these leaders of various tribes in Kangshao did when they rushed back to Kangshao was not to prepare to participate in the celebration ceremony of Guanyuan Sword Sect, but to collectively go to the Chen family and visit Chen Daoxuan. It can be seen that Chen Daoxuan's current status in the hearts of Kangshao cultivators. After several months, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes after replenishing his mana. With a slight sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he understood the general situation of the outside world. The next moment, Chen Daoxuan's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in the Kaiming Hall of the Chen family. In the Kaiming Hall, Chen Fusheng, who had just returned to Shuanghu Island, stood in the hall. When he saw Chen Daoxuan, excitement flashed in his eyes, and he immediately knelt down and saluted, saying, "Fusheng greets the clan leader." After the salute, Chen Fusheng stood up, looked at Chen Daoxuan, and waited for instructions. Chapter 373 Terrible Thoughts. More than a year had passed. Seeing Chen Fusheng again, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Compared to a year ago, Chen Fusheng, who had experienced the battle to recapture Zenan Pass, looked more mature and stable. "Fusheng, have you heard about the celebration ceremony of Guanyuan Sword Sect?" Hearing this, Chen Fusheng bowed and said, "Patriarch, Fusheng already knows about this." He paused. Not only that, the patriarchs of the major families in Kangshao have been waiting for this on Shuanghu Island for many days. Anthracene? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolian on his left with a little surprise. Seeing Chen Daoxuan looking at her, Chen Daolian smiled and said, "Patriarch, the patriarchs of the major families in Kangshao know that you are in seclusion and dare not disturb you, so I arranged for them to stay on Shuanghu Island for a few days." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "So it is my Chen family that has neglected you. In this case, it is a good opportunity for me to invite the patriarchs of various families to come here to discuss the celebration ceremony while I'm out of seclusion." "Yes." Chen Daolian nodded slightly. Then, she took out a communication talisman, gave a few instructions, and put the communication talisman in her pocket. Although Shuanghu Island is the land of the Chen family, the area of the island is not large. The patriarchs of various families in Kangshao who can set foot on Shuanghu Island had at least the cultivation of the Purple Mansion stage. With the escape light of the Purple Mansion stage, it took no time for the patriarchs of various families in Kangshao to rush to the Kaiming Hall. Speaking of which, this is the first time that the Chen family has invited people from other families to come to the Chen family's meeting hall, and the people who came are all the helmsmen of various forces in Kangshao. Chen Daoxuan looked at the people standing in the hall. Zhao Minghao, Yang Linyuan, Zhang Zuanling, and Zhao Mubei were all unattainable figures in the eyes of the Chen family. Now they all stood respectfully in the Chen family's meeting hall, looking like they were following the lead of the Chen family. "We are here to see the head of the Chen family." Seeing Chen Daoxuan sitting at the top, everyone did not dare to be negligent and bowed. After the battle with Chuan Kingdom, all the cultivators in Kangshao understood that Chen Daoxuan alone had completely established the unshakable dominant position in Kangshao. In the future, if the families in Kangshao want to mix in Kangshao, they must look at the face of the Chen family. Everyone did not feel any resistance, because in the world of cultivating immortals, strength speaks. The Chen family is now the undisputed number one in Kangshao, so it is natural to sit in this position of overlord. What's more, the news about the Jiang family in Taizhao has spread some time ago. In the Jia Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan personally killed Jiang Taiyuan, the head of the Jiang family, in front of tens of millions of Taizhao monks. This incident caused a great shock in Wangxinghe. Just when Wangxinghe monks thought that Guanyuan Sword Sect was going to use this as an excuse to deal with the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan, they found that Guanyuan Sword Sect had no reaction at all. It seemed that the one who died in the Jiang family was not the famous Yuanying Zhenjin, but a little known person. Guanyuan Sword Sect's unpredictable attitude made Wangxinghe monks speculate about the strength of the Chen family. Some people said that the strength of the Kangshao Chen family has threatened the rule of Guanyuan Sword Sect, so Guanyuan Sword Sect dare not act rashly. Others said that Chen Daoxuan was not only unfathomable in strength, but also had amazing potential, and Kainyuan sword sect was unwilling to offend this person for the Jiang family. Anyway, after Jiang Taoyuan's death, Wang Xinghe was full of rumors, which also cast a shadow on the celebration ceremony, to be held by Kainyuan sword sect. In the Kaiming Hall, Chen Daoxuan looked at the clan leaders in the hall, raised his hand with a smile, and said, "We are all Kangshao cultivators, we are all family, so there is no need to be bound by common etiquette." After hearing this, everyone stood up straight and looked up at Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting on the high seat. Inside the hall, Zhao Mubei looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting on the throne of the head of the Chen family and accepting the greetings of everyone, and felt a trance. Times have changed. He didn't expect that the cultivator of the small clan, who was not even in the foundation building stage that he met that year, would grow up to be in existence that even he had to look up to. Zhao Mubei had very complicated feelings when facing Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan seemed to feel Zhao Mubei's gaze and turned to smile at him in a friendly way. Zhao Mubei saw this and hurriedly bowed his hands, not daring to neglect it at all. With the change in strength, the status of both parties can no longer be brothers as before. In fact, this situation is very normal in the world of immortal cultivation. Unless there is a direct master-disciple relationship or blood relationship between cultivators, the seniority and status between each other are often determined by cultivation and strength. With Chen Daoxuan's current late giant in cultivation, Zhao Mubei had to call him senior when he saw him. What's more, Chen Daoxuan was not just a simple late giant and cultivator. Even if Chen Daoxuan himself was excluded, the Chen family behind him was now the first family in Kangshao. In the more than 1 year since Chen Daoxuan was away from the family, under the diligent governance of Chen Daolian and others, the Chen family has completely monopolized the market for magic tools, elixirs, and talismans in Kangshao. Other immortal cultivation families in Kangshao have gradually become the raw material supply base of the Chen family. This move did cause dissatisfaction among the various families in Kangshao at the beginning. However, this dissatisfaction disappeared after Chen Daoxuan single-handedly killed Ming Huang's engine of Zhuan King Dao League. In the final analysis, this world still speaks with strength. After monopolizing the market for magic tools and elixirs in Kangshao, the Chen family did not stop. It also relied on Yuanshan Xiansheng to sell various products produced by Guanhei Xiansheng to various states and prefectures in Wangxinghe. Even Zenan Fairy City in Chuan Country has a large part of the Chen family's business. These newly opened trade markets have also greatly absorbed the production capacity of Guanhei Fairy City. At the same time, the various tribes in Kangshao, which originally suffered losses due to the Chen family, have also benefited greatly from the surge in orders from various factories in Guanhei Fairy City. This time, the resentment of the various tribes in Kangshao towards the Chen family has completely disappeared. Compared with military suppression, the binding of interests is the most stable relationship in the world. This principle is no exception anywhere. At this point, the various families in Kangshao have also been completely convinced by the Chen family. Seeing that the patriarchs of the major families in the hall are so respectful to his Chen family, Chen Daoxuan knows that Chen Daolian, as the acting patriarch, has made an indelible contribution. "Thank you for your hard work during this period," Chen Daoxuan said in his spiritual consciousness. Chen Daolian stiffened slightly when he heard the familiar voice in his sea of consciousness, and then a happy smile spread across his face. "Clan leader, don't forget, I'm also a member of the Chen family, so it's not hard at all." Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly and then looked at the people in the hall again, saying, "You must have known that the Kainyuan sword sect is about to hold a celebration ceremony." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Chen Daoxuan continued, "This celebration ceremony will be based on merit and the interests of the Chuan kingdom will be divided." He paused. "I think this is also what everyone is most concerned about." Hearing such naked words, the clan leaders and young clan leaders of all clans in Kangshao all laughed. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere in the hall disappeared. Everyone also began to discuss heatedly. "Patriarch Chen, our Kangshao coalition army has made a great contribution in retaking Zhenangu, an immortal city. We are the vanguard of this war against Chuan kingdom." "That's right. We Kangzhou cultivators must fight for the division of Chuan Kingdom's interests this time. Zhao Minghao said in a deep voice. Patriarch Zhao is right, Yang Linyuan nodded repeatedly. In recent years, our Kangzhou has declined due to the Shenzhou rebellion. In addition, we have no leader and have no say in Carnian sword sect, let alone the division of Chuan Kingdom's interests. We can't even touch the original Incomers in an immortal city. Hearing this, everyone showed an indignant look. This is also the reason why the Yi family is hated. Because Yi Wudao's escape that year not only ruined millions of Kangzhou cultivators, but also ruined the interests that originally belonged to Kangzhou. Such a great hatred. If Yi Wudao hadn't had Yi Yin as his backer, he, a giant and cultivator alone, would not have been able to withstand the anger of tens of millions of Kangzhou cultivators. The Yi family is extremely hateful. It is said that this beast has been released again. It is really hateful. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and pressed it. Seeing this, the voices of the crowd gradually became smaller. I know all your demands. Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, today here, I can give you a guarantee, that is, the interests of our Kangzhou cultivators. I will fight for you in every possible way. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Chen Daoxuan continued, not only that, from now on, people from the Yi family are not allowed to set foot in Kangzhou again. Boom. Chen Daoxuan's last sentence completely ignited the atmosphere in the hall. What did they hear? Chen Daoxuan actually wanted to expel the Yi family. You know, that's the Yi family. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner when beating a dog. No matter how unpromising the Yi family is, they are also descendants of Yi Yin. Chen Daoxuan's move was undoubtedly a slap in the face of Yi Yin, the third elder of Carnian sword sect. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing gradually became rapid. For a moment, everyone was silent. Seeing everyone like this, Chen Daoxuan leaned back slightly and smiled lightly. Why, are you afraid? Hearing this, before others spoke, Zhang Zuanling took the lead and said, the expulsion of the Yi family, count my Zhang family as a part. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was a little surprised. This was not arranged by him. Expelling the Yi family, even just an idea that just came to him. After breaking through to the world realm, Zhang Zuanling could not know. But Chen Daoxuan immediately thought of the Yangxiao Palace of Carnian sword sect. Zhang Zuanling was the most courageous, not afraid of Yi Wudao at all, and dared to confront Yi Wudao in front of a group of Yuan Ying's engine. You know, Yi Wudao had Yi Yin as his backer, but Zhang Zuanling had no backer who could compare with Yi Yin. You can say that Zhang Zuanling is a fool or a person with a strong sense of justice. Anyway, he was indeed the first person among all the cultivators in Kangzhou who dared to take the initiative to stand up and launch an offensive against Yi Wudao. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but have a better impression of this old friend. Seeing the first person stand up, Zhao Mubei pondered for a moment and also stood up from the crowd, clasping his hands and said, what Brother Zhang said is also what I think in my heart. Kangzhou Immortal City is the first immortal city in the hearts of Kangzhou cultivators. Now the Yi family occupies Kangzhou Immortal City, which is not legitimate and should be expelled. Hearing this, everyone reacted. Speaking of which, the Carnian sword sect's reward for the Chen family is only one Changping County, State City, Prefecture City, County City, County City. This is a level of conferment of the Carnian sword sect on the major families in Wangxinghai. Although Chen Daoxuan was the first meritorious in the last Kangzhou corpse tide, he exchanged all his military merits for a large transport ship. In addition, the battle between the leader of the Carnian sword sect and the third elder Yi Yin was fierce at that time, and no one paid attention to the fact that the Chen family in Kangzhou only had a small county. This time, no matter what, the Chen family must obtain the title of Kangzhou City. Because only in this way can they legitimately become the largest family in Kangzhou. The current Chen family is equivalent to the strength of the largest family in Kangzhou, but it has not been officially recognized by the Carnian sword sect. No wonder the Chen family is in a hurry to expel the Yi family, everyone thought to themselves. At this time, everyone also reacted and spoke in support. Patriarch Zhao is right. The Yi family has no virtue and is not worthy of occupying the position of Kangshao Fairy City. Patriarch Zheng is right. Looking at the patriarchs of various tribes in Kangshao who were familiar and unfamiliar to His Highness, Chen Daoxuan suddenly became a little bored. He waved his hand at everyone and said, "The expulsion of the Yi family is settled. When the celebration ceremony begins, I will personally negotiate this matter with the sect master." Yes. Everyone bowed. "If there is nothing else, you can leave first." Everyone didn't know why Chen Daoxuan suddenly looked unfriendly, but with Chen Daoxuan's strength and status, no one dared to question his words. So he bowed again and said, "Clan leader Chen, we will take our leave." Just as everyone was leaving, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Zuanling and said, "Brother Zuanling, please stay." Zhang Zuanling paused and stopped. Other family members did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left the hall and left on their escape lights. Seeing everyone leave, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Zuanling and smiled. "Brother Zhang, if I remember correctly, you were the first one to stand up and scold Yi Wu Dao in front of Yangxiao Palace." Zhang Zuanling thought about it and nodded. "That's right. In that case, do you dare to sue Yi Wu Dao again in Yangxiao Palace?" Chen Daoxuan said, looking directly at Zhang Zuanling. Being stared at by Chen Daoxuan, Zhang Zuanling raised his head slightly. "Why not? Okay." Chen Daoxuan stood up from the throne. "Brother Zhang, I want you to sue Yi Wu Dao for death in Yangxiao Palace. Sue Yi Wu Dao for death." This. Before Zhang Zuanling could respond, all the Chen family cultivators began to discuss in a low voice. Yi Wu Dao was not to be feared, but his backer Yi Yin was not easy to deal with. He was one of the top masters in Carneon Sword Sect. At this moment, Zhang Zuanling's heart was beating like a drum. Expelling the Yi family and letting Yi Wu Dao die were two different concepts. Expelling the Yi family would only embarrass Yi Wu Dao and make Yi Yin lose face. But with Yi Yin's status in Carneon Sword Sect, even if the Yi family left Kangshao and went to any other state, they could develop smoothly. And Chen Daoxuan obviously didn't want to expel the Yi family. He also wanted Yi Wu Dao's life. Yi Wu Dao was Yi Yin's only son. Could Yi Yin agree? Impossible. Suddenly, a terrifying thought quietly arose in Zhang Zuanling's mind. Could it be that Chen Daoxuan was going to join forces with the leader of the Carneon Sword Sect to completely wipe out Yi Yin's lineage? Chapter 374 Private Meeting. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Zuanling quietly, without urging him. Zhang Zuanling stood in the hall with a frown. The discussions of the Chen family members around him gradually stopped, and everyone looked at him, waiting for Zhang Zuanling to make a decision. For a long time, Zhang Zuanling exhaled a breath of turbid air and said solemnly, "Zhang is willing to follow the lead of the Chen clan leader." Agreed. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile when he saw Zhang Zuanling agreed. After killing Jiang Taiyuan, Chen Daoxuan had this idea to eradicate Yi Yin and the immortal family behind him. The reason is actually very simple. Although Wang Xinghe is nominally ruled by Carneon Sword Sect, in fact, it is not Carneon Sword Sect that truly rules the states of Wang Xinghe, but the major immortal families. For example, the Yuanian clans such as the Jiang family of Taizhao, the Ji family of Jingzhao, and the Ling family of Hanzhao control most of the resources and trade of Wang Xinghe. It is difficult for people from other states to get involved in other states. For example, although the Chen family is the largest family in Kangshao, it is difficult for them to expand their business to various places around Taizhao and Jingzhao, not to mention the more distant Hanzhao and Yazhao. Although the Carneon Sword Sect is strong, the relationship between the high-level members of the sect and the major Yuanying families is intricate and cannot be cut off. It is simply unrealistic to want to destroy the constraints of the Xiuxin family in one fell swoop. The elders of the Carneon Sword Sect, represented by Yi Yin, are typical of those who stand up for the Xiuxin families in Wang Xinghe. Without destroying this force, it is almost impossible for the Carneon Sword Sect to achieve complete domination over Wang Xinghe. From this point of view, Chen Daoxuan's dealing with Yi Yin seems to be a very stupid thing, because he represents the family power itself, and should stand with Yi Yin. In fact, it is not. The Chen family has now developed to this point, just like all the Xiuxin families in Wang Xinghe, and has reached the ceiling. If there is no major change, there is basically no possibility of further progress. The Chen family wants to go further. The first way is to learn from the key family of the past and expand the territory to other states. But this is a dead end. Although the relationship between Carnioan Sword Sect and the Wangxing Heizhuxan clan is complicated, Carnioan Sword Sect will never break this bottom line. Because once this gap is opened, the ruling position of Carnioan Sword Sect will be completely shaken in a few hundred years at most. The second way is to be gentler, that is, to relax the trade barriers of various states. That's right. Although Wangxing He is under the rule of Carnioan Sword Sect, in fact, with the control of the Xiuxin family over various states, it is difficult for non-local forces to intervene in other states. Just like the Jiang family tried every means to extend its power to Kangzhou, but was unanimously resisted by the families in Kangzhou. This was still Kangzhou, which was leaderless at the time. If it were places like Taizhou and Jingzhou, which were led by Yuan and Ying families, outside states would not even think of intervening. The only way to intervene is to let the Xiuxin families in various states take the initiative to relax trade protection. Although Chen Daoxuan has gained a lot of trade volume from other states through Yuanshan Immortal City, compared with opening the local trade barriers of various states, this trade volume is not even a drop in the bucket. And it is not an easy thing to achieve this. The Xiuxin family of Wangxing He is not a soft persimmon without any strength. Even if Carnioan Sword Sect wants to move the power of Xiuxin family, it has to weigh it carefully. Not to mention that they have high-level officials such as Yi Yin in Carnioan Sword Sect to act as an umbrella for them. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan wants to cooperate with Fei Chengsu once. For his Chen family, it can open the trade barriers of various states. And for Fei Chengsu, it can completely remove the stumbling block for her to rule Carnioan Sword Sect. As for how the relationship will be after both of them achieve each other's goals, that is a later story. Maybe by then, Chen Daoxuan has already broken through to the Yuanshan period. Or, Carnioan Sword Sect has been expanding its territory and easing the internal conflicts of Wangxing He. These are all unknown things. But for now, his goals are the same as Fei Chengsu's. The next day, a large spiritual boat soared into the sky, departing from Xuanhu Island and flying towards the headquarters of Carnioan Sword Sect. 1 month later, Carnioan Sword Sect, in a cave world that looked like a fairyland, there were many fairy islands and cranes flying freely. On the fairy islands, a group of palaces stood, giving the impression of a holy place for the immortals. This cave world was one of the millions of cave worlds of Carnioan Sword Sect, but compared with the cave worlds of the disciples and elders, the area of this cave world was extremely large. It looked like it was almost as large as some smaller states in Wangxing He. In a fairy palace, a slender fairy, wearing a simple and elegant long brocade skirt, stroked a pippa with her white fingers, and played it gently. The sound of the pippa was like jade beads falling on a plate, crisp and pleasant to the ears. Suddenly, the white jade finger stopped. Fei Chengsu raised her head, looked towards a direction in the hall, and sighed. When can you change your habit of never knocking on my door when you come to my place? As soon as the words fell, the space in front of Fei Chengsu was slightly distorted. A white figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Kinzan? When Kinzan heard this, he immediately showed a playful look and said, I forgot. I will definitely do it next time. I will definitely do it next time. Is your injury healed? Hearing this, Kinzan immediately stretched his arms and said with a smile, Senior sister, I'm a true lord in the world realm. How can this injury stump me? Fei Chengsu shook her head. Don't be careless. Although the Yuan bell has been refined by me for hundreds of years, but with your cultivation level, it will still hurt your foundation. After the celebration ceremony, you should cultivate well in the sect. At this point, Fei Chengsu seemed to think of something, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It just so happens that I, your senior sister, can also hold a double cultivation ceremony for you. Double cultivation ceremony? Kinzan was stunned when he heard this, but then he knew that his senior sister must have misunderstood and said helplessly, Senior sister, I'm devoted to the Tao, and I have no interest in matters between men and women. As he said, he added, women are too troublesome. Huh. Fei Chengsu narrowed her eyes slightly. Ahem. Kinzen showed an embarrassed look on his face, but then he took it for granted. Women are too troublesome, this is what he really thinks in his heart. As for his senior sister Fei Chengsu, Kinzen has never treated her as a woman. After being retorted by Kinzan, Fei Chengsu said unhappily, "Forget it, you are a blockhead. I don't think you will mess around with other girls outside. Skip this matter." Fei Chengsu talked about business and said, "This time, I want to completely take back the power of the sect." So soon. Kinzen frowned. For so many years, he and Fei Chengsu have been suppressed by Yu Yin and others, and now they have completely gained the upper hand. During this period, they have endured countless humiliations. Today, Fei Chengsu finally made up her mind to completely eradicate Yu Yin's faction. The war in Chuan Kingdom is over. Now that the external threat has been resolved, it is time to eliminate the internal troubles. Fei Chengsu said, gently raised her right hand, and saw 5 rays of light constantly flowing in her palm. Seeing the 5 rays of light on Fei Chengsu's palm, Kinzen's face suddenly showed excitement. 5-element law. Senior sister, have you entered the world realm? Yes, Fei Chengsu nodded slightly. I just broke through a few days ago. The 5-element law is complete, senior sister. You can now divide yin and yang in the small world you have opened up, reenact the earth, wind, water, and fire, and give birth to the vitality of the world. Kinzen was very excited, even happier than when he broke through to the world realm, what is called a step to heaven. This is it, ha ha ha. Kinzen laughed as he clapped his hands. When Fei Chengsu heard this, a smile appeared on her pretty face. I didn't expect it either. It may be because the battle between the sect and the Zuan Qingdao League gave me too much pressure, so I broke through all at once. Kinzen nodded. No matter how you break through, you have achieved the world realm. With your accumulated foundation, it is just around the corner for you to break through to the Yuan Shandaogen. I wish you a long-lasting immortality. The two chatted and laughed for a while. Fei Chengsu's pretty face was also relieved, revealing a faint smile, no longer the cold look before. Kinzen saw the transformation of his senior sister. He knew that it was because his senior sister recovered Chuan Kingdom and fulfilled the master's legacy. In addition, the power of Kainio and Sword Sect was gradually taken back by Fei Chengsu, so he naturally felt happy. After talking about Yu Yin, Fei Chengsu pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Junior brother, what do you think of Chen Daoxuan?" Chen Daoxuan. Kinzen pondered. After a long time, he looked up at Fei Chengsu. Senior sister, Chen Daoxuan's talent is even better than mine. I estimate that it won't be long before he will break through to the world realm. Fei Chengsu nodded. It is unheard of for a giant and cultivator to reach the world realm. Yeah. Kinzen sighed. Sometimes I even wonder if this person is the reincarnation of a true immortal from the upper realm. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu laughed dumbly. Since the last Mahayana true immortal ascended to the upper realm, there has been no cultivator in the Fengan realm who broke through to the Mahayana true immortal. How could there be any true immortal who dares to reincarnate into this world? As a cultivator, he felt deeply desperate when he heard that the immortal opportunity in this world was cut off. But this is the reality of the Fengan realm. At this point, Kinzen suddenly became angry. The demons in the true demon realm are all ambitious. The war between the two realms has subsided, but the true demon realm has been devouring my Fengan realm bit by bit. If this continues, I will not be surprised if there is no heavenly lord of tribulation in the future, let alone the birth of Mahayana true immortal. This can't be helped. The true demon realm and my Fengan realm are intersecting. The status of the true demon realm is higher than that of the Fengan realm, so it is normal for it to devour the Fengan realm. One world devours another world. Just like what Chen Daoxuan saw in the endless void, the Fengan realm devoured the surrounding desolate small worlds. The true demon realm is larger than the Fengan realm, and it is also common sense to devour the other. It's just that, although the Fengan realm is not as good as the true demon realm, it is at least a main world that can give birth to a Mahayana true immortal. If the true demon realm wants to completely devour it, it will at least take 100 million years as the unit of time. After such a long time, Kinzen would have either become an immortal or reincarnated tens of thousands of times, so he would not care about the affairs of the true demon realm. But now, the true demon realm has swallowed up the Fengyun realm, and the impact it has brought to the cultivators in this world is that no more Mahayana true immortals have been born in this world. And as time goes by, it will become more and more difficult for cultivators to practice in the future. Now there is still the Duji Shianzan in the Fengyun realm. Maybe when all these Duji Shianzan are gone, the highest level of cultivation will only be Yuan Chen Daoxuan, and later, maybe only Yuan Ying's engine. By then, this world will usher in a real disaster. Because the true demons of the true demon realm will definitely come back and launch a war to invade the Fengyun realm again. And by then, no one in this world can stop them. In the Fengyun realm, any knowledgeable person can see the future of this world, but no one cares. Because they all know that none of them will live to see that day, when all this really happens. They have been dead for many years. Why would I care if the world is destroyed after I die? This is the thought of most cultivators, including those who have transcended the tribulation. Speaking of the future of Fengyun realm, the two suddenly lost interest in talking. Qinzhen arched his hands towards Fei Chengsu, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Fei Chengsu plucked the pipper irritably and sighed deeply. In the face of the trend of the fusion of the two main worlds, let alone her, a mere leader of a second-rate sect, even if the transcending the tribulation the heavenly masters gathered together, what would be the use? Rumble. One after another spirit boat broke through the void and headed towards Yuan Sword Sect. Indistinctly, the headquarters of Yuan Sword Sect was already in sight. Everyone had set foot in the headquarters of Yuan Sword Sect many times, and their eyes had long lost the shock they had when they first saw it. Chen Daoxuan stood on the spirit boat and looked at the headquarters of the sect formed by the convergence of countless cave worlds. Before everyone approached, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the Yuan Sword Sect's protective formation was open. One after another, the spiritual boats entered the interior of Yuan Sword Sect without any hindrance. Not long after entering Yuan Sword Sect, a giant and cultivator quickly flew towards Chen Daoxuan and others. Chen Daoxuan had amazing eyesight, and from a distance, he recognized the owner of the escape light. This person was none other than the commander who helped him to recapture Zenon Pass, the disciple of Fei Chengsu, Fairy Kaiyao. The escape light fell on Chen Daoxuan's spiritual boat. Fairy Kaiyao was wearing a light purple gore skirt. When she saw Chen Daoxuan, she quickly bowed to him and said with a smile on her pretty face, "Friend Chen Daoxuan, my master wants to see you." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded and said, "Thank you for leading the way, Fairy." After speaking, he covered the entire Kangshao fleet with his spiritual sense and sent a voice message to everyone. "I'm going to see the sect master. Please go ahead." Hearing this, everyone bowed to the spiritual boat where Chen Daoxuan was and said, "I will follow the order of Patriarch Chen." After giving instructions to everyone, Chen Daoxuan, under the guidance of Fairy Kaiyao, flew towards a cave world in Yuan Sword Sect. There are countless cave worlds in Yuan Sword Sect. If you wander around without a guide, you will easily get lost. Of course, with Chen Daoxuan's 6th level formation master's formation realm, even if there is no one to lead the way, this space maze will not affect him at all. The two of them flew very fast. Along the way, neither of them spoke. It was not until they were almost there that Chen Daoxuan could not help but ask, "Fairy, do you know why the sect master wants to see me?" Hearing this, Fairy Kaiyao's pretty face blushed slightly, and she turned her head away. "I don't know." Chapter 375 Political Marriage. In the world of caves and heavens, in a pavilion with beautiful mountains and waters, a fairy in colorful clothes was sitting in it. "Master." Kaiyao slowly walked to Fei Chengsu. "Master Chen has been brought here." Hearing this, Fei Chengsu looked up and down at Chen Daoxuan beside Kaiyao and turned her head. "You go down first." "Yes, master." Kaiyao bowed and immediately turned into a beam of light and disappeared in front of the two. At this moment, in front of the huge fairy pond, only Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu were left. "Dao Chen, please sit down." Fei Chengsu waved her sleeves and pointed to the stone bench beside her. Chen Daoxuan bowed and sat down. The two were only 3 feet apart at this moment, and he could even easily smell the refreshing fragrance on the other's body. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have met Dao Chen in private. Chen Daoxuan nodded. It's the first time. I talked to Dao before, and he praised you as a rare genius. Now it seems that my brother is still too conservative. Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan with her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect that Dao has entered the world realm so quickly. Chen Daoxuan said calmly, Master, you are too kind. Compared with the master who has entered the realm of splitting yin and yang and reenacting the realm of earth, phoenix, water, and fire, my little realm is really nothing. Neither of them expected that the other party would actually enter the world realm. Chen Daoxuan was especially so. He didn't expect that the master of Cunning and Sword Sect, Fei Chengsu, not only entered the world realm, but also went a step further on this basis, and reached the realm of splitting yin and yang. This realm is also known as the second level of the world realm, the yin and yang realm. To reach this realm, the cultivator must comprehend the 5 great laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth at the same time, and on this basis, transform the 5 element into yin and yang. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, it is impossible for Fei Chengsu to comprehend the other 2 laws of the Great Dao, right after breaking through the world realm. The only possibility is that the other party had already comprehended the 5 laws of the Great Dao before entering the world realm. This talent is simply terrifying. The outside world has always called Kinzan the most talented cultivator in the history of Cunning and Sword Sect. Unexpectedly, his senior sister Fei Chengsu is not inferior to him in talent, and Fei Chengsu hides it even deeper. Obviously, her own strength has completely surpassed that of the third elder Yi Yin, but for the sake of the overall situation and the stability of Wang Xinghe, she has injured the other party for hundreds of years. Chen Daoxuan asked himself that he could never do this forbearance. At this moment, he and Fei Chengsu saw appreciation and admiration for each other in each other's eyes. Chen Daoxuan admired the other party's forbearance for the overall situation. Fei Chengsu admired Chen Daoxuan's unparalleled talent. The most crucial point is that both parties like each other. To use a sentence from Chen Daoxuan's previous life, he and Fei Chengsu are both appearance parties. Looking at Chen Daoxuan with her beautiful eyes, Fei Chengsu suddenly smiled. Fellow Daoist Chen, I wonder what you think of Wang Xinghei's family power. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment and said, it depends on whose side you stand on. Huh? What do you mean? If you stand on the side of the Xiuxin family, the Cunning and Sword Sect is a huge rock pressing on their heads, an obstacle preventing them from going any further. And from the side of the Cunning and Sword Sect, after thousands of years of development, the Wang Xinghe family power has gradually become too big to be eliminated. Not only do they dominate the states, but even within the Cunning and Sword Sect, there are a large number of forces intertwined. It has posed a serious threat to the rule of the Cunning and Sword Sect. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, your analysis is correct. The Cunning and Sword Sect seems to be in its heyday, but in fact it is already in danger. There are more and more elders in the sect whose interests are entangled with the Xiuxin family, and it has even affected my control over the Cunning and Sword Sect. Are you referring to Yi Yin as the sect master? Fei Chengsu nodded, then shook her head. It's not just Yi Yin. He is just a representative figure among these elders. Even Hu Yanqi and others, don't they have 1001 connections with the major Xiuxin families? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was silent. Maybe Hu Yanqi himself did not have a deep connection with Wang Xinghei's Xiuxin family, but Hu Yanqi was in charge of the refining hall, and there were more than 1 million disciples in the hall. How could so many people not be involved with Wang Xinghei's Xiuxin family? In fact, the development of Cunning and Sword Sect to this point today has been deeply tied to the Xiuxin family. There are too many Cunning and Sword Sect disciples who have become Taoist partners with the children of Xiuxin families. Their children either join Cunning and Sword Sect or return to Xiuxin families. When these people who join Cunning and Sword Sect have a high level of cultivation and occupy a high position in Cunning and Sword Sect, can they be ruthless to their mother family? Impossible. Although Cunning and Sword Sect later realized this and began to review the disciples who were admitted, those children who were too closely involved with the Xiuxin family were not accepted. But this ban was issued too late. There are already too many cultivators who are closely involved with the Xiuxin family and occupy high positions in Kainiuan Sword Sect. It is impossible for Kainiuan Sword Sect to completely abandon the influence of the Xiuxin family. On the other hand, Kainiuan Sword Sect also needs to rely on family power. Whether it is the increasing number of channels to the true demon realm in Wangxinghe, or facing the external enemy Zuan King Daomeng, the family power needs to contribute. Therefore, Fei Chengsu has complicated feelings towards the Wangxinghe Xiuxin family. You have to use it and guard against it. For this reason, Fei Chengsu began to send troops to Chuan Kingdom more than 400 years ago to support the scattered cultivator forces to counter the increasingly powerful family forces. At present, this move is indeed good. With the rise of the scattered cultivator forces, the family forces have indeed felt an unprecedented crisis. That is why, over the past 400 years, the connection between the forces of the Wangxinghe Xiuxin family has become increasingly close, and the confrontation between Yi Yin and Fei Chengsu has become increasingly fierce. Seeing Chen Daoxuan frowning, Fei Chengsu said with a faint smile on her pretty face, "I wonder what position Chen Daoyao is standing on." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled lightly and said, "Master, have you forgotten that I'm also a member of the Kang's House Xiuxin family?" Fei Chengsu shook her head. "With your talent, whether it is the Kainiuan Sword Sect or the family forces of Wangxinghe, they are not your constraints. You are the only one in Wangxinghe who can jump out of the power struggle." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at her in surprise. Chen Daoxuan did not expect that Fei Chengsu's evaluation of him was so high. But think about it carefully. Chen Daoxuan has reached the 6th level of the world realm of the Great Dao in less than 100 years of cultivation. In the future, he will step into the Yuanshan period or even the Jiji period. It is a foregone conclusion. Such a peerless genius will not be bound by the small pond of the Kainiuan Sword Sect. One day, Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family behind him will move towards a higher level. It is precisely because of this that Fei Chengsu does not have much hostility towards Chen Daoxuan. Because from the beginning to the end, Chen Daoxuan has never been a competitor of Kainiuan Sword Sect, and he is destined to stand at a high level in the future. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally knew Fei Chengsu's attitude. Sure enough, she thought the same as he did. This feeling of telepathy is very wonderful. Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, "I'm willing to follow the leader of the sect, master." After getting Chen Daoxuan's affirmative reply, Fei Chengsu smiled and said, "Good. When does the sect master plan to take action? Since the external threats have been resolved, the internal troubles should be eliminated as soon as possible. I think the celebration ceremony is a good opportunity. What do you think, Mr. Chen?" Fei Chengsu looked at him and said. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, smiled and bowed, saying, "Just as the sect master said." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and said, "But, after my Chen family helps the sect master eliminate the opposing forces in the sect, how should Kainiuan Sword Sect and my Chen family get along?" Chen Daoxuan's demeanor, when he said this, was very calm. It was not like what a patriarch of a cultivation family ruled by Kainiuan Sword Sect would say. His words completely put the Chen family on the same level as Kainiuan Sword Sect. Although the power of the Chen family is still far behind that of Kainiuan Sword Sect, Chen Daoxuan is one of the only 3 world level cultivators in Wangxinghe, and the youngest one, so he is qualified to say such words. Because whether it is Chen Daoxuan or Fei Chengsu, they all know that with Chen Daoxuan's talent, he will break through to the Yuanshan period sooner or later, and this time will not be long. By then, how can Kainiuan Sword Sect command a family of Yuanshan Daojin? The two sides are destined to no longer be in a subordinate relationship. Both of them know this very well. Who knew that? When Fei Chengsu heard these disobedient words, she was not angry, but laughed and said, "The Feng'an realm is very large. The vast Wangxing Sea in your eyes is just a small corner of the entire Feng'an realm. And the vast Feng'an realm is just an insignificant world in the endless immortal realm. Just like you and I seeking the Tao, when you reach a higher level, you will look back and look at today's words and find them very ridiculous. Perhaps, by then, whether it is Kainiuan Sword Sect or Wangxing Sea, you will no longer take them seriously." Fei Chengsu paused. I heard from my junior brother that you and the two of them have accepted the inheritance of Wang Xingxi, right? Chen Daoxuan nodded. This kind of thing is confidential to outsiders, but it is not a confidential matter to Fei Chengsu. With the relationship between Kinzan and her, he will definitely tell the other party. Although I have never participated in the inheritance trial of Wang Xinghe, I know that this is an inheritance trial used by a major force in the upper realm to test disciples. You say, compared with this fairy world force, what is my Niuan sword sect? Fei Chengsu's words made Chen Daoxuan silent. Unknowingly, he has come to this point today. Whether it is strength or potential, he can truly suppress one side. With his world realm, let alone in Wang Xinghe, even if he looks at the entire Feng'an realm, he is no longer a dispensable little person. You know, since the war between the two realms subsided, the Cheyenne of crossing tribulation rarely appeared. They almost all stayed in the world they opened up, some in seclusion, some comprehending the realm of creation. They had no time to care about the power struggles in Zion Tao. In the eyes of the Cheyenne of crossing tribulation, the struggles between the second-rate sect forces and even the first-rate sect forces were meaningless. What the Cheyenne of crossing tribulation wanted was to achieve the great vehicle true immortal, ascend to the upper realm, and live as long as the heaven and earth. Instead of staying in the Fengai realm, fighting each other for a resource that they have long despised. Because the heavenly lord of crossing tribulation knows that, even if they obtain more resources from the Fengai realm, they will have to pay more karma in the future. Low-level cultivators kill people for treasures and use various resources to improve their cultivation, which seems to be very lively. But they don't know that everything given by fate has a price. Karma sounds illusory, but when you reach the stage of crossing tribulation, you can really feel it. For the heavenly lord of crossing tribulation, if you can avoid karma, try to avoid it, otherwise it will be disadvantageous for them to cross the tribulation. The situation is different when the war between the two realms is started. Usually, the cultivators of crossing tribulation consume resources to practice in the Fengai realm, and they owe karma to this realm. And fighting with the boundary monsters of the true demon realm in the battlefield of the two realms is to prolong the life of the Fengai realm that is being devoured by the true demon realm. Although the fate of the Fengai realm and the true demon realm to merge is already deemed, doing so is to make the Fengai realm owe the cultivators karma, which is of great benefit to the cultivators of crossing tribulation, to cross the 9 heavenly tribulations. People are like this. If there is something beneficial, they will run faster than anyone else without being urged. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything, Fei Chengsu smiled and said, of course, if Chen Daoxuan is still worried, our two families can become relatives. Marriage? Chen Daoxuan was stunned. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and muttered, are you kidding, sect master? What's the joke? Fei Chengsu looked as if it was a matter of course. A political marriage between you and me can guarantee that we will get along more harmoniously in the future, just like the Zhuangyang sect and the Qinghui Taoist sect, which were originally the marriage of the two sects' ancestors, to promote the alliance between the two sides. But Chen Daoxuan looked at Fei Chengsu carefully and had to admit that Fei Chengsu was the most outstanding woman in temperament and appearance he had ever seen. His Taoist partner Reluoli might have their own merits compared to her in appearance, but in terms of temperament, Fei Chengsu was much better than Reluoli. Fei Chengsu was stared at by Chen Daoxuan so blankly that she couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her pretty face flushed. She stood up suddenly and said coquettishly, what are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything. Chen Daoxuan was quite innocent. Didn't you, the sect master, propose a marriage between us? No. I mean, you and my disciple Kai Yao should marry. Fei Chengsu's face flushed with shame, and even her snow white neck turned pink. Fairy Kai Yao. Chen Daoxuan suddenly remembered the shy look of Fairy Kai Yao before, and his face rose. He misunderstood. For a while, the atmosphere between the two was very awkward. After a long time, both sides adjusted their mentality, but this time, both of them were a little embarrassed to look at each other's face. Fei Chengsu has been practicing for nearly 800 years. In terms of age, I don't know how much older she is than Chen Daoxuan. But for cultivators, as long as their cultivation continues to break through, time will not leave any traces on their bodies at all, and age is not a big deal. At Feni Chengsu's age, she is actually very young among the nascent soul cultivators. Not only that, with Feni Chengsu's cultivation, she will definitely be able to break through to the Yuanshan stage within 1,000 years, and become a Yuanshan Daojin. By then, she will have a lifespan of 10,000 years. If it is really a political marriage, marrying the disciple of the leader of Yuan Sword sect is not as reliable as marrying the leader himself. Looking at Feni Chengsu's shy appearance, this idea suddenly came to Chen Daoxuan's mind. Fin est capitulo muchas gracias por lega hasta el final no se olviden de del lake buscas más contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.